Hi, happy Sunday. It is Sunday afternoon, my time, 1 p.m. my time. So I don't know what time it is for y'all, but I slept in today and I feel real good. So I'm really happy, y'all. Really happy. I'm going to wait for a few people to join and we're going to get into it today. Right into it because there was a lot that I didn't get to discuss yesterday. So we had to do a part 2 today. I think that's how my streams are going to go. Like, I'll do a part 1 and then part 2. Yeah, part 2 the next day. And, hold on. Oh, my lips ain't chapped. Man, my lips a little chappy. I think I need to, I think I have dead skin on my lips. So I probably have to, oh my God, what is it called? Do a, lip treatment or something. Yeah, scrub, like a lip scrub. There we go. I be losing my words when I'm on stream. I'm not going to lie to you. It's so different because, I'm talking to... I feel like I'm talking to a camera or to... I know I'm talking to y'all, but it's just... It's so different. So sometimes I lose my words and my train of thought, but I'm here. Anyways, I hope everyone's having a beautiful Sunday. My Sunday is pretty normal today. Nothing too major. Got to get ready for the work week coming up. You know how that goes. It's always difficult though. When you I don't know. I find Sundays so hard. I'm not gonna lie to you, because then I know Monday's coming, and Mondays usually it's kind of, I don't know. I don't like working on Mondays. I actually prefer to work. I don't mind Tuesdays. Tuesdays are good. Mondays are usually a little. But Mondays are okay. Fridays are the best, obviously, because it's the weekend, right? So yeah. Well, let me see who's going to join today. Let me see what it looks like on my YouTube, actually, because yesterday, the stream was looking a little weird, and it had the wrong thumbnail. Y'all didn't even tell me it had the wrong thumbnail and the wrong title, and I was yapping the whole time. People probably went into the stream, and you see, now it has the wrong thumbnail again. You see, they playing with me. Hold up. You see, hold up. Why is this thumbnail wrong? I don't know what's going on, y'all. This is the wrong thumbnail. Hold on, let me edit right now. This is the wrong thumbnail, wrong stream. What is happening here? And I updated it on my restream. This is what's making me upset right now. I knew it because I was like, let me double check. Someone told me to recheck. Okay, let me do that right now. Hold on a second, y'all. This is the wrong information. I don't know why restream is doing this to me. I don't know if I'm doing the wrong thing. This is not the right title. Hold up. Let me change this title because this is definitely not the right title. So I'm going to do that. Let me get my technology up. There we go. And then I'm going to replace it with another thumbnail. Because why they keep sending me this thumbnail? This is not the thumbnail. Replace with this one. Yes. Update. This is the thumbnail right here. Yeah, I knew something was off. I had a feeling. So y'all probably thinking it's the same stream, and it's not. Okay, here we go. All right, it's updating right now. Let's make sure that the right thumbnail is in the right live stream. So I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to check my live stream here. Okay, here we go. There we go. Now it finally changed. All right, this is the right thumbnail. No wonder. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I was like, why does it look like this? So annoying. All right. You know what? Let me add my Twitch and my Rumble while I'm at it, while I'm waiting for some more people to join. So I hope everyone's doing well on this Sunday. Hold up. We got a long week ahead of us. But, we gonna survive. Hold on. Where's my Twitch? You would think that I'd be way more organized, especially since I woke up late today. Oh, here we go. I can hear my voice. I woke up late today. I was able to get some much needed rest. And then I'm still all over the place right now. Okay, here, my Twitch is in the description box. And then I'm going to put my Rumble too, because sometimes I upload my copyright videos or copyrighted videos on Rumble. So let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, Rumble. Let's add it to the description box. Here we go. Okay, now we got it. Okay, now we got the right title. Oh, Lord. I don't know why Restream was doing that. Okay, so let me see who is here. Okay, I got 13 people watching. Awesome. Hey, guys. Hello, whoever you are. Thank you for joining on this beautiful Sunday. Let me just open it to make sure I'm not missing any comments because I'm trying this new hey, let me make sure the comments are on too, eh? Sorry, y'all. I know this happens every weekend. I'm so sorry. Like, it's so annoying because it's like sometimes the technology works, sometimes it doesn't. You see, y'all said good afternoon. I didn't even see. You see, I can't even see your comments. Hold up. Let me change the color of this comment box. Cause I'm like, I couldn't even see y'all comments. I think I have the wrong color. So just give me 1 second, y'all. This stream is annoying as hell. I'm not gonna lie to you. Hold up. Let me use this color instead. Maybe then I can see your comments. Cause you know what? Matter of fact, I'm gonna delete this. Good afternoon, everybody. I saw y'all stuff. Hold on. Let me get this comment box working, and then we getting straight to business. Straight to business today. I'm gonna get better at this. I'm a work in progress, but at least you know your girl is trying. You know, I'm trying my best to be very, very I guess tech savvy, especially because I want to do more things on the channel, even with Discord. So if you guys don't know, I do have a Discord. Dang, the link. You see, now I got to get the Discord link up. Hold on. Let me put the Discord link here. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna advertise it too much all the time because I really want the Discord to stay how it is. I'm trying not to have to block some people, but so far everybody's been really, really good. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, like everybody's been so good at like just respecting everyone's space. We haven't had any issues on the Discord. I want to keep it that way. But I am also going to add the Discord link in the description box for you all who want to join the Discord. I'm going to start the book club. Probably I'm going to send the announcement. I just haven't done it yet because I have an idea of how I want the book club to go. And I want to make sure that I honor that, right? And I don't want to, hold on, I'm going to put the Discord here. I don't want to promise things that I can't keep. I'm really a big believer in that. I really don't like when I give you guys a promise and I can't keep it or I'm not holding true to it. And I understand, you know, I know you guys understand, but it's just how I am. I just really don't like it. So if I said I'm going to do something, I'm going to try my best to do it. And that's how it has to be, right? So book club is going to be live. Probably, I'm trying to find the right time. I'm going to do a poll in the Discord this week and, find out which time works best for you guys because, again, I'm on the West Coast. So for me, I'm way behind a lot of you guys, like as far as time goes. But we're going to make it work. And I'll do like a live book club session and it will even have a PowerPoint. Like I'm going to be doing some PowerPoints. Don't worry, it's not going to be too crazy. But I want to do like kind of like a class style, like a class registration and a style. And y'all, my eyebrows look so terrible. I need to do my eyebrows. I've been had to do my eyebrows. Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm off track now. But yeah, I wanted to do that. So let me just add the chat box right now for you guys. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, so what I want to do is do the Discord book club. So that's coming up. I'll send a poll this week and I'm going to be more active on the Discord too. I realize that I've been struggling with being active on it. Again, it's because when I tell y'all like time is of the essence, I'm not even going to lie to you. Time be slipping away. Okay, here we got the browser. Okay. So now I am going to move this. And then if I can't see comments, it's okay. I'll just put it on my, I'll just put it up here. Okay, here we go. So I should be able to see comments now. I don't know why it's not showing up. Oh, I'm stupid. Hello, I have to put it up. Duh. Okay, it's going to start going now. Okay, let me start saying hi to y'all. Hey, Be Real with the K. Hey. Hey, MM. Hey, sis. Hey, Ellie Perwinkle. Happy Sunday. Evanescence. Hey, sis. I am at a 2 hour of Monday. Yeah, right? Oh, yeah, it's Monday because you're in Europe. Oh, it must be so hard for you. It must be so damn hard. Hi, Morgan. How are you? Romy, you heard about Pepe. What about Pepe? Girl, hold up. Okay, Devonda Pittman. Devonda, you always keep me updated on what's going on in Love Island. Oh, by the way, I have a little amendment to make about yesterday's stream. So correction, the hoodie that Nick had on in the live stream with Alandria was the Disney hoodie, and you guys are right because I saw it had the D on it, the D emblem. And another correction I have to make is that he actually never wore a hoodie. I have not seen. I went through his Snapchat. I went through his everything, y'all, and that was the only time I saw him wear a hoodie post Villa. So, just saying, I don't know what hoodie she talking about, but she ain't talking about she not I don't know what hoodie she talking about, y'all, but she not talking about the hoodie I saw. So unless Sierra can, I'm not saying she's lying, I won't say that. I mean, she has her truth, but unless she can come out and say and show us which hoodie she's talking about, I only saw Hannah's hoodie. That's it, that's all. No one else's hoodie was mentioned, y'all. No one else's hoodie. So I don't know what sis is talking about. I don't know what happened, but yeah. Anyway, we gonna leave it at that, y'all. We gonna leave it at that with Miss Sierra. I hope that, you know, things work out for her. Good luck to her and Godspeed. Now, Pepe. Oh, hi. Hey, Suzelle, how are you? Welcome to the chat, sis. And from West Africa, from Benin. Hey, I'm supposed to have some Benin ancestry, so we might be cousins, you know. You never know. We might be family. We might be family, y'all. We might be family. A lot of us are family. So I don't know. I got to do an ancestry test. But hey, shout out to you. Now, Pepe, I heard that he had a lot to say about his political beliefs. And that he followed you. At least, I don't know. I can't keep up with these folks. But I do know that people were giving him backlash because of his political beliefs. And about the whole Charlie Kirk situation or whatever happened. I'm not going to talk too much about it. It is very sensitive. Switched over from YouTube. Oh, hey. Okay, yes. Please join. By the way, y'all, join the Twitch. Join the Twitch. Please join the Twitch. My Twitch is in the description box. Join it because on Wednesday, I will be going live to watch Love Island games. Just letting y'all know. Yeah, he was asking to link up with Alandria. Oh, why? But why was he being messy? Hold on. You see, that's why I love talking to y'all. Let's look it up because I didn't really see that video. But let me look up this video and play it for y'all. Pepe Alandria. Let's see if I can find it. And then I'm going to play it. Let's see. But isn't he's I heard that he's the president of Nicolandria, so I'm not surprised because they made him the I mean, they even said he's the founding member. They said he's the founding member. All right. But I heard that he had, before I played the video, I heard that he had different political beliefs with about Charlie Kirk and that whole situation, which I won't get into because it is too sensitive and too divisive. So all I will say is rest in peace. That's it. That's all. I'm not going to say nothing else. Nothing else other than that. But yeah, that's all I heard about him. But let's watch his video about Nick and Alandria. Pepe's too messy, y'all. Why he so messy? Did something happen with him and Nick? Is it because Iris is not there anymore? I heard his... Oh, yo. Okay, so Pepe, I heard he dated black women before. So I don't know. maybe that's why he was... I don't know. But he didn't only date blondes. That's what I heard. Okay, let's watch Pepe's video because I haven't watched it yet. All right, we're going to watch it together real quick and then we'll get into today's topic.
I need to text O. You guys reminded me. It's been such a busy week. We were at the same runway show. Sitting like 20 feet from each other. I didn't see her. I did see her on Instagram. She killed it, as always. but I didn't see her at the show, and I was so mad when I saw and I found out like she was, and we just didn't see each other. So Ola, if you're still in New York, we need to link up. Miss you, guys.
I don't think he was. Why y'all saying he was being messy? What was I don't know. I mean, they were friends, right? I thought they were friends from before. Weren't they friends? Why is he being messy? You gonna let me know, sis. Nick looked uncomfortable around Pippa and Ace. Oh yeah, somebody wrote in the comments. Okay, so yesterday's video, another thing is that apparently the person that was in the picture with Ace yesterday, or with Nick and Ace, he's a big reality or television producer, so that's probably why they had them take a picture together. But yeah, so that's already been established. And yeah, I mean, you know what it is? I think now that Love Island is over, that you're going to see a lot of people start separating themselves. Yeah. And I think especially with the whole Iris situation and his whole response with the whole Charlie Kirk situation, it seems like there's definitely going to be some type of division there. Especially, this is the thing. You got to be careful when you're an influencer, especially when you talk about political beliefs and what you think and how you feel, because it's not, again, you have every right to exercise your freedom of speech. Absolutely. I'm not saying that you have to be silent about things, but you also have to be cognizant that not everything needs to be spoken about and not everything needs your opinion. That's it. And unfortunately, we live in a world where people will just take whatever you say and they don't necessarily agree with what you say or what you like. It's just too politically charged. And I talked a little bit about it yesterday, where people don't like differences in opinions. Again, I don't believe what he believes, but I don't care. For me, it's like, okay, you believe one thing, I believe another thing. But when I say I don't care, it's not that I don't care that people like do what they do, right? But what I'm saying is that we have to learn to just leave people where they are. And you don't believe what I believe? Godspeed, good luck. I'm going to go and in the direction of people who believe what I believe or who have the same values as myself. But I'm not going to condemn you for it, and I'm not going to wish harm on you for it, right? And I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, for me, he put a post up about how he felt about the Charlie Kirk situation, and I was like, okay, that's it. You feel that way? Good luck. I don't feel that way though, and that's it. But people were really upset about it, and yeah, that's it. So anyway, he is messy. I feel like he's trying to, like, you know, because the whole Iris situation happened, so then he had backlash for that, and then now he got drug again for the whole Charlie Kirk situation, and so people are calling him they're calling him MAGA and a whole bunch of other names. So that's what I know. Yeah. He was in the same place as her and took a picture with Nick. Like, we have our issue with Austin, but he's trying to be better and he writes hard for Landria. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're always going to meet people who do not agree with you and who do not think the same things as you. It's going to inevitably happen. And I know people were talking about Charlie and Austin and their beliefs. And again, like I do, like I said, politically, I don't align with that at all. At all, fundamentally either. But however, I do respect people's decisions, and I'm sure a lot of you who watch me, you don't have the same beliefs that I do, and that's fine. But I'm not going to say, don't watch my channel anymore, I'm gonna cancel you. I'm not gonna talk to you anymore. We could talk. Like, it's just not going, I'm just not gonna agree with you. That's it. And then we gonna keep it pushing, and then see you at the voting block, because I ain't voting for you what you voting for either. So it is what it is, man. At the end of the day, there are people that I follow who have different religious beliefs, different political beliefs, different fundamental beliefs. But I like to hear people's experiences and their side of the story. And I feel like this world would be a much better place if we could just come to a place of understanding instead of being upset with when people say things. Now, the difference is, because I know some people will be like, well, you went off on the lady on the ICE lady. Absolutely. The lady who called immigration for the Hyundai workers, that's different. She is causing not only emotional harm. It's one thing to believe what you believe, but it's another thing to put people in dangerous situations. This is where I draw the line. When your beliefs become harmful to people and people around you and a society around you, that's when I gotta hold something there. That's when I'm going to say something, right? But as far as I can see, Pepe was just expressing his condolences, and I was just like, okay, that's you. That's it, that's all. But again, people are very sensitive in this time, and I can't fault them for thinking that, because I see how the country's going. So I can't really say anything. It's easy for me to say because I don't live in America, right? So yeah, but I thought it was very interesting. Anywho, let's get into today's topic. I'm trying to be on time today because... What? How long? Oh, 20 minutes. You see, I'm doing good with time. Good with time. It's Sunday, so I don't want y'all to stay too late today. All right, we're doing a part two. Part two of the loyalty. What do I call it? The loyalty trap. So yesterday, y'all should know right by now, every live stream is going to be very different. I'm going to talk about a lot of different topics. Hey, at the Dev Studio. Hey, sis. I'm going to talk about a lot of different topics. I'm going to talk about so many different types of men. This weekend, I focused mostly on white men for a particular reason, because last week I focused on Asian and Black. This week, I will focus on white men in particular. And the reason for that is because I believe, and like I said yesterday, that there's a lot of women out who are dating outside of their race, and a majority of them are dating white men. I'll be honest. And I think that especially when you're dating outside of your race, or even if you want, and it wasn't just pertaining to dating outside of your race, I was using Nicolandra as an example of how people will literally try to guilt trip you. They'll try to fearmonger. They will do whatever it takes to keep you from doing better. And that's with anything in life, right? But I'm focused mostly on relationships because that's my channel's niche. However, this is applicable in other areas of life. There will always be people who will hold you back and try to have you stay loyal to something that no longer serves you. We've all been in those type of situations. However, my whole argument, or my opinion, I should say, because these are all my opinions that I'm going to say, is that you should go where you're loved and where you're valued, no matter where it is, right? And we have to be careful of characterizing people by race, and I want people to start characterizing them by who they are, their character and their value systems. That's where we're going to really make an impact in this world, and that's what I believe. That's my fundamental belief, right? Oh, you caught the replay? Oh, good. Yeah, I know it was a long one, so I'm gonna try to keep this one short, just because yesterday was super long. So please, also my thing also, and I'm gonna make this disclaimer as well, is that the creators that I'm going to show today, I'm not doing this to say that they're wrong in their beliefs. I'm just providing another perspective. And I think that we have to get used to doing that, especially because I understand a lot of the points that people make, and I'm trying my best to be respectful of that, while also giving my opinion about what I see and what I think based on my lived experiences. However, other people may have a difference of opinion, and that's okay, right? So we're all here to learn. So there's no right or wrong way, but I'm just offering another perspective. Just making that very clear, because we're going to get into some really deep topics today, dealing with Black women and dating interracially. So that's that. All right, I'm going to read two more comments and then we're going to start. Devonda Sis, you said, if you guys can send support to Alandria because she is getting bullied for her runway walk, but Sergio Hudson reached out to her team to walk in his show. Why? You see, this is why I don't like... Social media is so toxic, y'all. I'm sorry. It is. This is why I don't go on social media. You will never see me on IG. You're not going to find me. Hey, Rosa. Hey, sis. You're not going to find me on social media because it's too toxic. Like, she walked the runway. What is the problem? Why are people making fun of her walk? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's not like Alandria was born a model. She literally became a model like a month ago. Like, people are just so picky, and it's just, again, not using the sense that the Lord gave us, because it's the Lord's day, hallelujah, or whatever day you believe is the Lord. I believe every day is the Lord's day anyways. Lord knows, because Sunday's supposed to be pagan. We're not gonna get into that, but anyways, point is that we have to learn how to just let people be and let them experience things, right? And yeah, she could work on her walk, but I think she did a phenomenal job, being that it's her first time. She's gonna learn, just like me. Hell, I'm still messing up with my videos and editing and stuff like that. Imagine if you guys didn't even look at the content. There's so many videos that I have edited that have had mistakes. I literally could see the mistakes. But yeah, you guys still enjoy the content. You're like, hey, it's okay. Like, it's great. Like, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I get better and better with time. I wasn't born an editor. I didn't go to school to be an editor. I didn't go to school to be a YouTuber. I didn't go to school to do anything like that. Like, but I'm learning as I go. And I think we have to get used to that. And that's why I said social media is so toxic, because there's these expectations on people that are just unrealistic. It's just unrealistic. And sometimes you have to be okay with making mistakes and learning, right? So that's part of the process. Now, I'm going to hold people accountable, but we all live and learn. And that's how it goes, right? So, yeah. Mind you, Huda's cheeks were out at her runway walk. She looked good still. She did. I saw her on the Rick Ross show. Yeah, the Rick Ross, she did. She did really, like, all of them. That's why you notice that I don't really say anything negative about Huda that much. I just say how she needs to go get checked up there. But other than that, I'm not going to sit here bashing Huda because of, past it, whatever she did. At the end of the day, we have to just learn to, yes, we can correct people. But what I want to say is that when it becomes like just finding something wrong with the person, this is where I draw the line, right? Like, it was her first show. That's it. Yeah, she could do better. But at the same time, like, it was her first show. It's not like she's been a model for that long. I think that we have to just realize that she's new to this. It's like starting a job. You're going to make so many mistakes. So many mistakes. So many mistakes. But as time goes on, you get better and better. That's what I'm saying. Leave room for improvement. Rosa said, I am neurodivergent, so sometimes it is too much for me. Yes, me too, Rosa. That is why I got out of social media, 100%. You will not see me posting nothing on social media anymore. Probably the last thing I posted was Dom's competition on my IG. That's it. I don't post for that reason. And it's because, it's just too overstimulating, too many things going on. I prefer YouTube because at least, like, I can, like, it's controlled, right? It's a controlled environment. Even though, you can get comments and stuff like that, but that's irrelevant, right? But on social media, it's like, everything is just coming at once. It's just too much. And I think that, especially with Alandria, she's like, she just got out the villa, y'all, like 2 months ago, and they're dealing with a lot. So, people have to give her grace. CC Esther said, I'm 24 and don't have social media because I'm tired of all the negativity and the fact that people are so allergic to nuance. Amen. Yes, CC, sis. Yes, that's another problem I have. And the problem also is that people will say things, which, you can express yourself. But then the problem is that they don't even check. Like, I saw one video, they were like, oh yeah, I'm talking about this, but I didn't even watch a video. And I'm like, you didn't watch a video? What you talking about then? How can you say your opinion on something you didn't even watch? Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like everyone's just looking for the big, everybody's trying to go viral. And unfortunately, the algorithm, it feeds the algorithm focuses like negative attention, negative news will be placed on high priority, especially on TikTok and Instagram. Like, negative news seems to it seems to go faster or be pushed faster in the algorithm, right? And this is the problem with social media. And also, social media is short. So when you have the ability to make shorter clips, it is easier for you to mass produce, right? And there's probably less fact checking because you're trying to get the content out as fast as you can. Not saying that everyone does this. I'm just saying majority of the time, sometimes that does happen, right? Where you're pushing out so much information, right? And it's in a short form. So that can also cause a lot of misinformation to be spread. And especially from the monetization perspective, a lot of people, again, are trying to make social media a full-time career, or they're trying to go viral. They have their own personal reasons of why they're doing it. But the problem is that it's not regulated. That's number one. Number two, you don't know what is real, what's not. You don't know what the person is saying. You know, there's just so many layers to it. And then again, everything is absolute, right? It's like, oh, like it's this way and that way, and then that's it. No, there's nuance. There's so many different types of layers to a conversation, right? And I think that this is why I like long form content. This is why my content is so long, because I'm giving you guys my perspective. Imagine if I did the Sierra breakdown yesterday and I didn't offer the perspective. I was like, she has a chance to grow. She seems like she has the opportunity to do so. She has some really good skills that she needs to work on, but I don't like this type of characteristic of her. That is where I was coming from yesterday. But imagine if I only showed you a short clip of that, you would think that I didn't like her. You get what I mean? So it's like everyone just, man, I don't know. Social media is just, it's a cesspool. That's all I'm going to say. It has its good and we need it for a reason. And I love it because I'm on it and I use it. But unfortunately, it's just the Wild West. And I believe that we do need to think about the future and about what's going to happen, especially when AI starts to take over. You don't know what information that you're getting is accurate. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't have time to research. So then, and I'm not talking about the content creators, I'm talking about the people who are listening to the information. So you're going to believe what you hear, right? So it's just a lot of stuff going on, y'all. It's just a lot. Just a lot. And thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. People are just mean. Yeah, mean for no reason. Like, it's just crazy. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, sis. Yeah. You have to be neurospicy. Yeah, for sure we tend to find each other. Yeah, I am. I'm very neurodivergent. I didn't know that till now. Hey, Dust now. Hey, sis. I didn't get to say hi to you yesterday. Hey, Jacqueline. How are you, sis? Rosa, you said you are never mean, always constructive, always respectful. Honestly, it's so refreshing. Yes, and the reason why is because I understand. And I was there too. So I can't judge people for things that I've done too. I've also been that kind of person. And I'm a work in progress. I'm not perfect at all by any means. And so that's why I never want to come off as if I'm better than anyone or, oh yeah, like this is this. No, because I know for damn sure if you did a case study on me when I was 21, from 21 to 29, maybe 28, from 21 to 28. No, matter of fact, go earlier. From 18 to 28. Y'all would have had red flag, red flag, red flag everywhere. Everywhere. Like, I was not there mentally, but you grow better, you do better. And these case studies are just to highlight the issues and things that we need to work on, including myself. There you go, including. How do y'all feel about Charlie Clerk? That's now! Sis! Y'all can talk in the comments, but I'm not gonna say nothing. But what I will say is this. I will just give my little tagline here. Rest in peace. That's it. That's it. That's all. However, I will add more to it and say that you have to be careful the legacy you leave behind. So if you really believe in something and you truly believe in what you're saying, you have to also realize that whatever you believe in and what you put out there is going to stay there forever. The videos you put out, the tweets you put out, anything you put out on social media, anything you say, it will be there forever. It's like a time capsule. So you have to be responsible about that. And it's also crazy because I watched a video of a creator who went through his whole timeline and all the things that he has said. And I was like, wow, imagine his kids having to listen to this in the future. Yeah. So, you know, sometimes the thing that you don't give other people and your behavior towards other people, and if you don't care about other people and you don't see them as human beings, and you don't regard them as equal to you because you feel like you are morally superior or you're better in some aspect, whether that's political, whatever you are in your life, in whatever way, then when you pass, because all of us are going to pass at one point or the other. It's going to happen regardless of what you think. We're all on a timeline here. Let's just put it that way. We're on that, that little the sand the sand clock or whatever it's called. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So you just have to remember, what do you want to do with the time that you have? That's it. Do you want your last days to be spent arguing with people? Or do you want your last days to be spent with your family and your friends and people close to you? Because I'm pretty sure if a lot of people had that choice, they would choose the second one. So every day that you go out on this earth and you walk out that door, just remember that every moment counts, whether you believe it or not. And you have to make a decision on what you want your legacy to be. That is the most that I can say about this situation. And that is where I will stop talking about it. But yeah, rest in peace. That's all I say. Yep. Yeah, and if that's the case with the kids' evanescence, then it's sad. That's all I'm gonna say. It's very sad. But you never know. Some people grow up in those type of environments and then they end up thinking differently. So it's again, like, it's all about perspective, right? So yeah. But on that note, let's get into today's topic. Okay, so we're gonna watch a video by a creator. Her name is Chaz Sharday. I had a chance to look at her channel, and she's a Black love warrior. But what I will say is this, that I'm not reviewing her content just to be like, oh yeah, like da 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 da, whatever. She is entitled to her beliefs, and she's also entitled to help the community of people that she wants to help. We'll just put it that way. However, I will give my opinions and the red flags where I see fit, and then I will give you guys my perspective. So let's get to it. What do I think about the cast of Love Island Games? I'm going to talk about it on Wednesday. Please join my Twitch. It's in the description box. Follow me on Twitch. I'm not going to stream on YouTube. YouTube is too... they're going to block my stuff. So I'm going to stream on Twitch. I might also stream on Rumble. I might try to see if I can stream on Rumble, but I don't think I will be able to. But I'm gonna definitely stream on Twitch. So please, I'll give you my opinion on the cast on Wednesday. I believe Wednesday is the 17th. Hold on, let me check my phone. Is it Wednesday? I believe it's Wednesday, but let me just double check. Hold on, I'm on my phone right now. Yeah, Wednesday. Wednesday at 5 p.m. my time, PST. Which is 8 p.m. Eastern time. Sorry, I got a brain fog. Yes, 5 p.m. PST, 8 p.m. Eastern time. I will be going live, and then I'm going to talk about the cast, what I think, and all that good stuff. And then we're going to watch it together. And then we'll do a post brief, probably a little bit afterwards. And then I'll probably do I'll do a live stream and probably talk about it or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But we'll do a brief post brief because I know it'll be late for some of y'all. You should do Patreon too, Jacqueline. I'm thinking about it, but not right now. Wait, Patreon, if I do Patreon, can I watch it live with you guys? Is that possible? But I know some people are already members on YouTube. That's the thing, because I have to be mindful too. I don't want my content to be too not too exclusive is what I'm saying, right? So let me just work around it for a little bit. Patreon, the reason I haven't done it is because I already have a YouTube membership. So that's why I'm just like, I'll just keep the YouTube membership. But I might do it in the future. Let's see what happens. But for now, I'm not really thinking about it. I actually might do it on the Discord. Can I stream on the Discord? That's the problem, because I know I can do Netflix, but I don't know if I can do Crave. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'll let you guys know. But for now, on Wednesday, it'll definitely be Twitch because I already announced it. But for other shows, because I also want to stream Love is Blind, the new one that's coming out, I'm definitely going to stream 100%. And but that's on Netflix, so I can do that on my Discord. That's not a problem. But it's just the Crave or Peacock. They be blocking the sister. They do not play with their content. Jacqueline said, yes, I will pay and won't get so much headache. Yeah. Can I start at $1? Seriously? Hold Hold on, let me check Patreon. If that's the case, I thought it had to. I've never been on the platform, so I didn't know. That would work. If it's $1, I don't mind. I really don't mind doing that. Let me see. What's the lowest I can do? Oh, I don't want to log in. I want y'all to see what I'm doing, but I don't want you guys to see my password, I should say. Okay, you know what? Okay, Wednesday, because I already promised, we're gonna stream on Twitch Wednesday for sure, because I already promised it. But for the next maybe just Wednesday's episode will be on Twitch, and then what I'll do is I could do a Patreon for the rest of the episodes depending on what Twitch does. If Twitch does not let me keep the episodes up, or they block me or something like that, then I'm going to start a Patreon, and then we'll just do it that way, and peace of mind, right? But if it's what was I about to say? If Twitch is okay, then I'll just keep it on Twitch. Yeah. And my Twitch name is, y'all be asking me, hold on, I be forgetting. Hold on, I'm gonna put it up. It's in the description box of this video, but I'll tell you right now. Actually, I'll just let me copy the link for you guys, and then we're gonna get started. Sorry, y'all. I know I be getting distracted. Hold on. Here's my Twitch. I have it right here. I'll put it in the comments. I'll put it in the comment box. Here you go. Here's my Twitch. Oh, it won't let me copy. Okay. What's my name on Twitch again? I think it's RomeRomy86. No, it's Rome_Romy. I have so many. So it's Rome_Romy. Here's my Twitch. Twitch name. Here we go. All right, that'll work. Yeah. Who's that Cam Newton? Okay, let's start. I think it's time to get started. I think it's time to get started. And put my case study up. Yeah, I did not know it could be low as $1. Okay, that works then. Because the reason why is because I was worried about more so the cost. Because, you know, I'm very cost efficient. And I try to think of like how I can give the most without breaking the bank. I'm just like that naturally. Because I think education is something that's valuable, right? However, yeah, unfortunately, I keep getting these copyright strikes, y'all. I keep getting them. But this time it's only for like TV shows, or even yesterday I did like the Chicks in the Office with Nick, and copyright. So I'm just like, okay. And I think it's because the bots, like the algorithm, the whatever YouTube computer bots, as soon as you use someone's content, they just automatically copyright it, even if it's under fair use, because they think that you're probably taking their content. So they don't know how to differentiate. The AI system doesn't know how to differentiate fair use from just stealing someone's content, and unfortunately they just flag it. So that's been my issue with YouTube for a long time. Yeah, I heard Love is Blind France is bringing. Oh, that's what, you know what? Let's watch Love is Blind France. So what I'll do is, okay, Wednesday live stream Love Island Games. I will start it Wednesday there. I'll have it posted. Like, I'm gonna do it on my TV screen this time, because I remember last time we had an issue with the computer and the screen sharing. Then what I'm going to do is, going forward, Love is Blind. If we do like Love is Blind France, I'm going to do Love is Blind USA. Then whoever wants to join my Patreon, it'll be like $1. That's it. And then we can just watch TV shows together, because I love watching reality TV. Yep. Hey. Oh, someone said, hey, Kimberly, how are you, sis? Love is Blind Denver got Scammer and Booger. Girl, Love is Blind is tanking. The one in Minnesota was the same. All scammers. And the one before in, what was it? Washington, D.C.? I've watched every season, by the way, y'all. Love is Blind is my show. We could watch. I remember some of y'all wanted to watch 90 Day Fiance. I need to catch up on 90 Day Fiance. So, and there's another show called Marrying Abroad, or like the matchmaking abroad or something like that. I want to catch those episodes. It's like about people who go abroad to find love. But it's not like 90 Day Fiance. A matchmaker will actually matchmake you with somebody abroad. Like, it's crazy. But I love the analysis that you can have from it. But I'm nosy. I love to have my own opinion about everything. Yep. Oh, you were talking to Sasha. My bad. Can we watch 90 Day Fiancé? Yes, all the shows. That'll be on Patreon, only because I'm tired of getting copyright strikes. Who is this person? Hold up. No, you gonna get... Twitch be having some. Yeah, you blocked. Next. Yes, we can't watch 90 Day Fiance. I'm gonna watch all the seasons, y'all. We'll do it. All right, let's get started on today's topic. I've been on here for 44 minutes. Okay, that's way too long because I want to get through today. All right. So white men get honest about interracial love and it's brutal. So remember, she's coming from the black love perspective. Okay, and again, I don't know this creator. This is my first time listening to her. I have not listened to this video in its entirety. Sorry, y'all, my nose is just itchy. So I don't want to say that I know her work particularly. I just know she's coming from the black love perspective. Just keep that in mind. So let's watch it and then let's see what I can debunk. Let's see what we can debunk, or we, because y'all are in the chat too.
White men love me.
Hold on, let's go back. Is that the...
Love me.
Hold on. Is this the... Wait. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
White men love me. Like, white men love me.
A lot of them don't like black women. They might be sexually attracted to black women, but they don't like them.
For someone like me, who come from Memphis, Tennessee, who is rough around the edges, this and that, but I attract the wealthiest and most refined of white men. Why is that?
You just want to try something, or you want to rebel against your family because they dislike black people. So that kind of turns you on. It's like when somebody tells you no.
So can you tell me why I, even in that, I just want to get so women like me can even see. I don't attract, never have. And I don't even, the thing is I always attract men with money who are successful and I never ask them for it. That might be my problem. But why do I attract the complete opposite of where I'm from and who I am?
I'm not saying that I'm the only genuine pink dude out here that...
Hold up, he's white, red flag. I thought he was Hispanic talking like this. Hold up. Wait, sir, hold on. So you're a white man. You're a white man. With the hat, the whole aesthetic of whatever black man, the whole aesthetic, and you're saying, hold up, let me rewind, hold on, because I was trying to get, what did he say? We gonna rewind, hold on, I got confused. I thought this man was a Latino. I don't understand.
White men love me.
Okay.
Like, white men love me.
And also, I want to say something. I love K. Michelle. Love her. But she does not have the good track record. She is not the best person to use as an example for this. Why? Because she doesn't have a good track record with any race of men. So that already lets you know that there's something else going on. And again, she doesn't have a good track record. So she's not the person that I would be putting in this video. Just saying. Love sis, but she got a lot of work to do. A lot of inner healing. Now, she reminds me of Tamar. Her and Tamar are very similar. And it's so crazy that they were beefing with each other for years. Remember when she called her a Muppet? So it's so interesting. They were beefing for years, but they're literally the same person. They are very similar. Tamar has been with black men and white men, same result. K. Michelle has been with black men, white men, same result. At a certain point, you got to look internally and be like, okay, something's off. It's either the men I'm choosing, what I'm entangling myself with, or whatever's going on. It's internal at this point because you're getting the same pattern with everybody. So you just are attracting the wrong people. Or it's something, you're the common denominator. That's all I'm going to say. Now, let's continue.
A lot of them don't like black women.
So he's saying a lot of white men don't like black women.
They might be sexually attracted to black women.
They might be sexually attracted to black women.
But they don't like them. Okay, so that's what he said.
For someone like me, who come from Memphis, Tennessee, who is rough around the edges, this and that, but I attract the wealthiest.
Okay, so she's saying that even though, she grew up in poverty, that she grew up in rough around the edges. Yeah, like she grew up in the hood. That's what she's trying to say in a nice way. And yeah, it's a Cam Newton show. Anyways, let's not talk about that. That's besides the point. We're gonna focus on Miss K. Michelle here. So she attracts wealthy men.
And most refined of white men. Why is that?
You just want to try something. Or you want to rebel against your family because they dislike black people. So that kind of turns you on. It's like when somebody tells you no.
So can you tell me why I, even in that, I just want to get so women like me can even see. I don't attract, never have. And I don't even, the thing is I always attract men with money who are successful and I never ask them for it. That might be my problem. But why do I attract the complete opposite of where I'm from?
No, sis, you attract red flag. It's the same man. Just different skin color. Cause you ain't with none of them. Who are you with, K. Michelle? Let's find out. Is K. Michelle with somebody? K. Michelle. And not that she needs to be with somebody, but if she's saying all of this, I need to find out. K. Michelle's partner. What did I say? Boyfriend? Okay, we'll just put boyfriend. Let's look at her dating history. Okay, who's dated who? I have seen this website before, so I trust them. Hopefully they're good. She's been in a relationship with LaShawn McCoy, Bobby Mays, Idris Elba. Oh yeah, I remember that. And people didn't believe her. Yo, I remember that. Meek Mill, red flag. Oh, no. Meek Mill. Sis, you already done lost me here. Lance Stevenson, Chad Johnson, JR. She was with the same guy Tamar was with. Red flag. Hold up. JR Smith. Wait. Is that the married guy? Okay, no, sorry. That's not the one Tamar was with. Tamar was with another JR. This guy is the guy who had a whole side chick while he was married. Yeah, he been married to this woman and he got a whole side chick. Like, he been with his side chick for years. Didn't he have a baby with the side chick? Hold up. So he's been married since 2016. When was he dating K. Michelle according to this website? Okay, she dated him before he got married. Thank God. All right. He had a whole side chick. Yeah, this woman. That's his side chick. This woman right here. He got a whole side chick. And he's been with his side chick for as long as he's been married. Yeah, you see? Even Tasha K did a video on this. Yo, one day I'm going to have to review one of Tasha K's videos. Yeah, he had a baby with the side chick too. Here we go. Married. J.R. Smith welcomes baby with Flash actress Candace Patton. Years after affair was exposed by his wife. This man has a whole side baby and he's still married. Red flag. Sis, sign them papers. It's over with. Sign them papers, sis. This not worth it. This reminds me of Tim Anderson. Y'all know the baseball player? I don't know if you guys know who Tim Anderson is. He's a baseball player. Had a whole baby with a side chick. And his wife got pregnant right after. This is his wife right here. Oh no, where's his wife? Yeah, this is his wife. No. Sorry, this is his wife. This must be his side chick? Yeah, this is side chick. There we go. And then this is his wife. Lord. This is what she wrote. IG ain't a place. Wait, who wrote this? Oh, Shirley. Oh, Shirley prayed. She's Christian. Red flag. I'm sorry, y'all. Stop being a long-suffering wife. Please. Stop it. The Lord wouldn't want this. I promise. He wouldn't. IG ain't a place for relationships. But God told... Of course God did. Of course. God told me to tell us. I've been separated for months. He doesn't understand why his child failed to mention that. Huh? I'm confused about that. Oh, JR wrote that. Okay, she didn't write that. He wrote that. He wrote that he's been separated, but he's still legally married. Throw him in the trash bin. I don't know how we got into this. Okay, next. She dated Chad Johnson. Ocho Cinco? She dated Ocho... She dated Ocho Cinco. But hold up, let's go through all these men. She dated LaShawn McCoy. Okay, he's a football player. He's an athlete. Bobby Mays. Who is that? He's a basketball player, athlete. Idris Elba. I remember when he dated her and no one believed her. I'm sorry to laugh. No one believed her. Okay, he got married. Idris is done. I haven't heard anything about him. I heard he's still with his wife. Okay, good luck. Meek Mill. This one right here. Lord, the one that was in Diddy's escapades. Lance Stevenson. Basketball player. Chad Johnson, football player. J.R. Smith, basketball player. Ryan Lochte, athlete. He's a swimmer, or was a swimmer. He's a retired swimmer. He was an Olympic athlete. Chris Johnson, another athlete. R. Kelly? Throw this all away. Red flag, R. Kelly. Come on now. This cannot be life. Hold up, let me check if Wikipedia got this. This don't make no damn sense. This does not make any sense. Is this really real? Where's Wikipedia? Hold up. Did she really date R. Kelly? Anyway, we're not going to get too much into it. This is not about her autobiography. We probably might need to do a case study on sis because she done been in too many relationships. But anyways, point is that sis, she says, oh, the other men, but the white men are the same. You've gotten the same result, sis. It don't matter if he's white or black. Next.
I'm not saying that I'm the only genuine pink dude out here.
You're not. Red flag. You see, he's white. So he's saying all this about white men and how they think about white women, and yet this is a white man here. Why is he telling us the psychology of a white man when if you're saying all that about white men, then I'm going to think you don't one of those white men. Because why are you trying to act like you're the best one out there? You're the best one. If you're saying that all white men think this way, and most of them do, but not you, I'm a different pink. That's what he called himself. I'm a different pink dude. I'm different. Not me. So then, by your logic, there should be a lot of white men who are not like the ones that you're describing. But yet, you're making it seem as you're the exception to the rule. Red flag, you're not. You're just like them. You're just projecting. You are the same. I found that people who say those kind of things are usually the same way. Look at him. He talking about all white dudes. He's not talking about, okay, some men have this type of character, some men don't. I'm not that type of man. No, you're saying all men that look like you from your race. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
That, appreciate the black women, but I just feel like a lot of pink men do not really appreciate black women.
Okay, so when are black swirlers going to recognize that their adoration for white men is largely one-sided? Like, when is that going to happen? What will it take? Y'all,
What will it take for y'all? What will it take for y'all? That's what she's saying. What will it take for me too? She's saying, what will it take for us, y'all?
I'm minding my happy black business, and this video was sent to me by a follower. Mm-hmm. And before I break it down, I'm just going to play it because it really does speak for itself.
Okay.
Do you think race mixing should be illegal?
What do you mean?
Like mixing races, like a black person, white person having children, like an Asian and a Mexican.
Yeah. Should it be illegal? Should it be legal or evil?
Illegal.
Oh, no.
Why not?
I love my chocolate, yeah.
See, even the white girls, they like, look, nah, we not gonna do that. I love my black men. Get out of here. That's what she said.
Everyone loves who they love. I mean.
So you're a mud shark.
Oh, what?
Red flag. First of all, let me tell y'all something. And this is what makes me so... Okay, let's think about this logically, y'all. We're going to use logic, not emotion. This guy obviously is not in agreement with interracial relationships. Absolutely. This white man right here. But then we have these white ladies, these young white women who are saying, look, I love my chocolate men, so I don't know what the fuck you talking about. So just as we can see that there are women, white women, who prefer to date interracially, don't you think that there would be white women who do not want to date interracially and who have the same mindset as the man that is holding the microphone? Absolutely. Now, the same way that we could flip it on those women, we could flip it on him. Yes, he does not believe in interracial relationships, but he is one white man of many. The same way I can go on campus and ask 20 white men outside right now, do you prefer to date? Do you like to date? And they'll say something else. That's it. So why are we making this an absolute? Just like the one in the front with the hood aesthetic talking about, oh yeah, these pink dudes, majority of them don't want y'all. Wake up, black women, but I'm not one of them. Okay, but if you're not one of them, but he is one of them, then chances are that there are more people like you too. Do we not use logic anymore? What happened to deductive reasoning? Oh yeah, no child left behind. Red flag, George W. Bush. I'm tired of you. This is why America is like this. This is why, because of you. You did this whole no child left behind. And now look at what you produced. These folks.
Mud shark?
A mud shark is crazy. No.
And then this man is using slurs, so we already know what type of time he's on.
You said you like chocolate men.
Okay.
So you're a mud shark.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That's a slur. Is it a slur? Hold on. Let me tell y'all what the definition is. That's why I said, oh yeah, trigger warning. I don't know. I didn't watch this. Mud shark is a derogatory offensive slur that a non-black person usually, they use for white women who date black people. So it's like jungle fever. You know how some people use the term jungle fever for interracial dating. Yeah, that is it. Mm-hmm.
I like everybody, but I like my chocolate mint.
There you go. Stand on it, sis.
If the child is more likely to turn out.
Mm-hmm.
That's a statistic.
Yes.
From what source?
Exactly.
Me looking around.
You're looking around.
You looking around. There you go. So, again, no hate to the creator, but I know what she was trying to do. I understand. You had an agenda to put out, so I get it. You're trying to make this fit in as if this is the typical response from white men. This man right here. And there are a lot of white men who do think like him in his little circle, wherever he's from. I don't know where he's from, y'all. But then I can tell you a whole bunch who don't. I literally can show you. So now he basically is upset because the women of his race are dating out. Just like this creator obviously is upset that black women are dating out of their race. But again, this man's views and perspectives are his alone. We don't know what other people are thinking over there. I cannot go and say all white men think like this. I could just talk about this white man. And maybe the white men that surround themselves with this white man's mindset. But at the same time, you see the title, White Men Get Honest About Interracial Love. No, that's not white men. You just showed two white men.
Very credible, I do have to say.
Now this clip,
So this man said, your kid gonna come out with a retardation, mental retardation, if you have a baby with a black man. That's what he said. And then when she said, what are your sources? And then he couldn't say, he's like, just my belief. And she said, wow, that's credible. You see, this is what I'm talking about when I say educated people versus uneducated. They will always show themselves. Always. They will always reveal themselves. Obviously, these women are a lot more educated because I love how she said, where's your source? Absolutely. That's what people who have been in academia, and I'm not saying that makes you the smartest, but I'm just saying that chances are you know how to research. The first thing she said is, where's your source? That's how we know that she is intellectually smarter than this dumbass man. Red flag. Sorry, stupid, because I can't use dumb anymore. This man is stupid as hell. No source, no information, nothing. Just spewing off racist rhetoric. And spoiler alert, any kid can have mental disabilities. Whether they're white, Asian, black, whatever. Doesn't matter. Because I know a lot of them in different races. But yes, listening to this one, of course. And there are people who think like him. But what I'm trying to say is that Again, we're going individually. I'm looking at him as an individual here. He's a stupid one. And if people think like him, you guys are grouped with this stupid one right here.
Very short, says a lot about today's dating market and honestly a lot of the different cultural dynamics that are going on. Women in general tend to be more liberal and open to new evolving ideas around gender, sexuality, and things
that is very true, actually.
Men trend towards traditionalism.
She is right with that one. She is correct. There was a study, I remember. Ooh, let me pull it up. This was a long time ago. I remember when I used to do, if you've been an OG, you would know. I used to do research. I used to pull up research article. Women becoming more liberal in dating. Let me see if I can find it here. There was a really, yeah. Here, The Economist. I know they have a paywall. Here, Gallup. All right, this was in 2024, y'all, so just last year. U.S. women have become more liberal, men mostly stable. So here, men's ideological views have changed less but are slightly more liberal. So there's been this kind of decrease in liberalism from men versus women. And my suspicion, I will tell you that in just a moment. But here, let's look at the graph. Women 18 to 29, women 30 to 49, women 65 and plus. So we can see green is really up there. Yep. And then we can see all of them, all age groups. You want to know why? Because women are more educated now. That's it. There are more women in university than men. Here, this is among Canadians because obviously I'm in Canada, so they're going to give me the Canadian perspective. So let me widen it a bit here. All right, 40% of women have a university degree. This is in Canada, y'all. Among Canadians aged 25 to 34, compared to 26% of men. Red flag, what y'all doing? What is going on? Unless you're in trade school, I could understand. Or getting a college diploma. I don't know what is happening. What's going on? What is happening? Let me look in the United States, because they're in the United States. So here, from Brookings, this is a pretty reputable article, a source. In 1970, just 12% of young women ages 25 to 34 had a bachelor's degree, compared to 20% of men, a gap of 8 percentage points. By 2020, that number had risen to 41% for women, but only 32% for men. And this was in 2020. We don't even know about 2025. Here, Pew Research. Okay, we got a little bit more. U.S. women have outpaced men in bachelor's degree completion for decades. And you know what? You know why I'm correlating it to this? I'm going to show y'all why. Because I did a whole live stream a long time ago about interracial relationships and attitudes towards interracial relationship. Let me see if I can find the research. I hope I can find it. But I will tell you, I'll see if I can find the research. Maybe it's this one. It might be this one. I don't remember. I did a whole bunch of them. But what I found out was that people who were more educated got into interracial relationships and were married, actually. So, okay, I'm going to tell you guys. You guys could have to look at my past live stream. I'll see if I can link it. I'm going to link the live streams instead of looking for research, because this research I had to look for. So, let me put this down. What I found out and what I said, I remember I did a live stream on interracial marriage. People who were or had bachelor's degrees were more likely to date interracially than people who didn't. Second thing I found out when I did one series about marriage. People who decided to get married more than likely had university degrees. I'm not joking, y'all. Seriously. The marriage rate among people who had university degrees was higher versus people who didn't. And the poverty rate was higher for people who had high school diploma or below. These were statistics, y'all. Statistically speaking. Now, am I saying that all people who have university degrees are intelligent or smart? I'm not saying that, but what I will say is that it's a foundation, because you have to research. You wouldn't be doing street interviews if you had that mindset. You would know that whatever you're doing, and this is how you know, again, I have to bring back my channel as an example. I just use it as an example because I don't like to use other people as an example sometimes, because, again, I'm the one who does it, meaning that I can give you the example from my perspective. The case studies I do, the reason why y'all see so much research go into it, and I show you guys the proof and evidence, is because I learned that. You can clearly tell that I was educated that way. I'm not just going to say something to say it. I'm actually going to show you where I got my sources, show you where I got my evidence, and then we can have an argument. And then if you can show me your sources, then we can have a disagreement here. But if you're just talking about, that's just something I know. Red flag. You don't know anything. It's Sunday. You don't know anything. Red flag. So this is why it's very important when I say that you can't be with someone, and I always say, hey, like, be careful who you marry, have your standards. If you're an educated woman, why would you be with an uneducated man? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Because when you try to tell them stuff, they are never going to use factual evidence. They're going to go based off of, that's what I heard from this person, and that's what I heard from so-and-so. I don't give a crap what you heard from so-and-so. I want to know where you got your research from, especially if you're talking mad greasy like this. But he can't even prove it. And it shows, again, a low IQ. And this is why I said, and I always say that education is important. This is why when people try to say that, oh, you don't need a bachelor's degree, that may be true in certain cases. However, it's very rare that somebody will have a high school diploma or less and will want to educate themselves. There are people out there who do it. However, it is very low. Majority of the time, it's a skill you learn in university. Research, 100%. You are bred to do that. You've learned it. You can do it. Some of y'all could probably research with your eyes closed. We write so many. That's why it's fun. That's why university is important. It's not because you're going to be smarter than everyone else. It's because you learn fundamental skills, research. You learn how to argue, how to communicate. You learn how to have debates, intellectual debates, not just whatever you heard on social media. It's not going to be like that. Somebody who extensively researched would never come up with a video like that. No shade to the creator, but it's true. You need your sources. How do we know what you're saying is based on facts? Especially when he said the mental retardation part. You don't know anything. Just what you heard from your homeboys. Lord. And from your daddy or your mama.
And in the American context, there was certainly a trend towards traditionalism. See a trend of young white men who are very much embracing more radical politics or radical ideas, or rather reverting back.
You know why? Oh yeah, I forgot to add. Do you guys want to know why they're reverting back to those ideas? It's because women are getting more educated and making better decisions. And they can't compete with that. So they would rather have radical ideas to try to get you not to be as high. That's what it is. So this is the reason why you're seeing what's going on in America right now. I'm not even joking. Because they know that you're going to outperform them and outsmart them. So what do? They remove the diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI. They remove it. I think it's inclusion. I think the I is inclusion. But they remove that. Why did they remove it? Because they think that that's making you superior. But it's not. It is just to help people not have biases when they're hiring. Because best believe, if you get hired, you need to have the qualifications. Especially if you look like me. You probably have to have double that. So the problem is that they think that you're getting special privileges when in actuality you're just smarter and better. But they can't compete because the whole time they've just been raised. And I'm talking about a group of people. I'm not talking about white or black men. I'm just talking about men in general. As far as like the way that society is going. Those type of men. I'm not talking about all men, of course. But the type of men that fit this man's characteristics is what I'm talking about. They have only gotten by because of their race and gender. But again, he's not smart. The girl even knows he's not smart. Everybody knows he's not smart. But he thinks he is. This is the issue. His mama or daddy, whoever, told him he's smart, but he's not at all.
To old traditional ideas about Americanism, about the race, really as a way to try to navigate the changing power structure in a declining white population.
She's right.
Very, very, very popular. So this content creator goes by the name of Hermes, is what I think his name is. He can't be much older than 25 or 26. This is definitely a younger man. If you see some of the different content he does, you see him interviewing Gen Zers, definitely people who are teens.
And this is why social media, I said, and I'm glad we spoke about it, this is why social media is dangerous, because it gives people like him a platform. And I bet you without social media, he would not be able to make, one, the content that he makes, and two, he would not have a livelihood. Seriously, I'm not joking. This is why there's no barrier to be a social media content creator. But when you go to a job, you are regulated. You have to have, when you have a resume or the job description, there's a minimum requirement section. Unfortunately, anybody could be a content creator. There's no minimum requirement. You just pick up a phone. All of y'all could be. You just get a phone. You can even pick up. You don't even need a mic. Just pick up your phone and then just film yourself and post it. So this is why I said there needs to be a regulation on social media. There needs to be I'm sorry, I have to say it. This is the reason why these type of regulations exist. Because of stupid people like him spreading rhetoric, ignorant and racist rhetoric. This is why. Because if we had a minimum requirement for that, I can guarantee you he wouldn't even make the cut. Red flag. You're not smart. For every industry, there's a requirement, but for social media, there isn't. YouTube, you need to have a requirement for people to be content creators, not just, even 12-year-olds, even children can be content creators now. This is a problem. And then they get monetized. And then they can start spreading the hate and thinking they're smarter than everyone else, when in actuality they're not. And then you have people who are actually educated in the field going in there and saying, hey, maybe this is not right. Maybe you have this, maybe you have that. But they can't even see through that because they don't do their own damn research. They're just talking. This man does street interviews. Street interviews. This is the best he could produce. And then they want to get mad about mentally deficient children. When I'm sorry, I got to be honest, and what I'm going to say might offend some people. Who cares? I got to be honest here. When I look at you, I see you as deficiently mentally not there. That's how I look at people with low IQ. I'm dead serious. And I'm not talking about because they were born with a disability. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about people like himself, healthy individuals who decide and choose to be that way. There's a big difference. To me, he is uneducated. The same way he looks at the kids who didn't ask to be here, and unfortunately, they were born differently from other people. He talking about them, I'm talking about him. They're actually better than you because at least they didn't choose it. You did. Red flag. It's worse when you have a choice and you choose to be stupid.
Early 20s, this is a younger crowd. Yet he is spewing classic white supremacist propaganda.
He is. She's
What's
right.
it like to be the prototype for the Aryan race?
It feels amazing.
And he's actually very open about...
Where would black people be today without white people? Back home. That's where we would be. Back home. Back home. That's where we would be. Wherever we were, we would be there. And trust and believe, we would still be surviving, because guess what? Even under all of the colonization, slavery first, colonization, even under laws that discriminate against us, segregation, all of that, we still here. Still thriving. I'm still talking. My ancestors went through a lot to get me to where I am today. We would still be here. You can't say that about you, though. You see, this is why, again, this type of rhetoric is so stupid. But of course it's coming from somebody who chooses to have a low IQ. Where would we be without, we could say the same thing. Where would you be without Asian people? Crickets, red flag. Where would you be? Where would you be without black people? Exactly. Where would you be without Indian people who work in all your tech farms? All the tech industry. Indian, AI, Asian. Where would you be? Where would you be if you couldn't pillage other sources and resources from other countries? Where would you be? Where you are right now? Because right now you waking up. Other countries are light speeds ahead of you. China is way ahead of you and you had a head start. How is that possible? Korea, way ahead of you. India could get ahead, but they got a lot of political issues, so I can't even touch that one. But they're there with the tech. I'll give them that. Other countries are resourceful. They know how to use a little bit and make it go. They don't have to colonize other countries to do it. Hello. You use up people's resources, you use up their labor, and then you act like you did it. All you know how to do is manage. That's it. You're really good at management. I give you that. You can manage people. That's what you do. Get other people to do your work, but you don't even know how to do it yourself. Red flag.
His beliefs about, white superiority and specifically his issues with black women. Now, why is this important? It is 2025.
You know why he has an issue with black women? Because he wants to be with one. That's it. That's all. He wants to be with one. But he cannot allow himself to. He doesn't measure up.
And if I tell you the amount of black women that I have heard specifically say how...
Yeah, you see, look at that. Look at that.
Love is love. It doesn't matter anymore. That was back in the civil rights era or before. 2025. Why do you always talk about rape? Like, these are things that I've actually heard from the lovely ladies. It causes me to wonder if they are completely blinded or if
They're not blinded, sis. So I'll answer it for you. They're not blinded. They just choose not to look at men as the collective. That's it. They're looking at him as an individual. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. Because we know there's good and bad in every race. But again, I don't want to say that to her because if I say it, I don't know her. So I'm not talking about her. But I'm talking about in general, people are very educated and they make wise decisions. Some don't, some do. But majority of people know why they marry people. Whatever reason that is. And for those who only are with people for the wrong reasons, well, that happens too. But not every black woman married to a man of another race is blinded by what's going on. They know. They understand. They get it. And I'm pretty sure the men that they're with hopefully get it too. That's what I'm trying to get at. And then he should get it. Because I know some, again, not all, but I do recognize that there are some women who do get with men. And that's with all races. And they don't check the character box. So I understand where she's coming from that perspective. But at the same time, not all of us operate that way. And that's why I want this whole type of situation. Even the videos I did yesterday, it's the same thing. Same thing. All or nothing. It's always extreme left or right. Why can't people look at situations for what they are? This is case by case. In this case, this white man is a dumbass. Or sorry, stupid ass. He's an idiot. He's a racist one at that. But then I could have another case where this white man is actually really smart. He understands. He's very intelligent, has integrity, has a value system, married to a woman of another race. Who would have thought that? I work with them. The guys, let me tell y'all something. All the men at my job, except for one or two, the ones in my branch, they're all married to women of other races. Conversations I have with them, we can talk to each other about anything. I see how they think, how they move, how they operate. And again, some people are going to be like, well, that's just your coworker. Well, even my neighbors, everybody. And trust and believe me, I'm a red flag pinger. I can tell by conversations we're going to have that if you're a red flag or not. Trust and believe me. They're out there. So I'm just saying, again, this is somebody, I have no bone to pick in this fight. I'm just letting y'all know that. But I'm just saying for people Don't let that deter you. If you find a man, again, who not only values you, but values how you think, has the same value system as you, I think that's way more important than dismissing his entire race. Because I could say the same thing about Dom. Dom is Korean. How many times have we heard Koreans are racist? They don't care about black people. Don't ever date a Korean man. He's just going to choose his family over you. He's not going to like your skin. Yeah. Who would have thought, right? And I can guarantee you, my husband is none of that. None of that. But if I were to go by how people view Koreans and Asians in general, we would never be together.
They are purposely blinded by the fact that these kind of white men exist. Now, again,
they do.
The problem that I have with the swirling and divesting rhetoric, which I have said since day one pretty much on this page, is not the idea of interracial mating or race mixing, right? I don't have a problem with that. I know some of y'all will disagree. I don't necessarily care about that. It's a free country. I just don't like the propaganda around it. And oftentimes what you hear is black women who are always going out of their way to use the fact that they love the white man as a way to lambaste and slam and criticize black men. I mean,
she's right. I'm going to tell her that. Green flag. She is right here. She is completely right. There is a segment of black women who do that. She is correct. 100%. But there's also a segment of black women who don't do that. That's my point. That's exactly my point. So it's like the same way, sis, that you can identify the segment of black women who do it. Just realize that of this cohort, there's a segment of black women who don't. Case closed.
I mean, look at K. Michelle. She just had that pro-black rant a few days ago on Cam Newton's podcast talking about black men need to build a community.
K. Michelle's not a good example, sis. Go back to the drawing board.
Better fathers and do this, and I see white men doing it. But then she's over there swirling. But
okay, so I get where K. Michelle's coming from. So I'm going to explain what's going on. What K. Michelle is talking about, and I can see where she's going with it, or where she was going with it, is that, and I watched that interview, by the way, y'all. That's why I'm saying this. K. Michelle is basically saying that as a community, she can see that white men in general, as a collective, in this part is collective, not individually. But however, she probably explained it wrongly, communication and all that. She said collectively, white men versus black Americans. She's obviously talking about black American men. I gotta be honest. That's what she's talking about. That's what she was talking about. Because she's from Memphis. She's from the U.S. She's talking about black American men. And all the men she's dated were American except one, Idris Elba. So what she's talking about is, in her experience in America as a black woman, where she's from, in Tennessee, and where she lives in Atlanta, I gotta make that very clear, is that she sees men who have created broken homes. And she doesn't see that when she goes to Tennessee, which is where she does her audio recording. They go back home to their wives. She is actually right about that. I'm not gonna lie. I can back up her experience. And this is when we need to have real conversations as a community. Because if I see and I identify, I can say actually, and it's not just black American men, best believe Haitian men do it too. I'm Haitian. My parents are Haitian, I should say. They do it too. Caribbean men, all of them. But I'm just saying specifically her experience. So African men too, I could say all of them, right? But there is a difference in how they prioritize their family. That I cannot dispute, because I saw the same thing in Asia as well, is that they will prioritize their family more than, I would say, more than what I saw growing up amongst the black men in my life. That is very true. They will, I remember she used an example. She said she was with a sound engineer and he was like, oh, it's getting too late. I got to go home to my wife and kids. That is very true. However, that's collective. I will say that. From my experience, again, my experience. However, though, K. Michelle, you also have to realize that just because they act like a family man doesn't mean that they're a family man. Because I also heard of stories of them going home to their wives, but then they got a whole side chick. The difference with black men, I will say, is that it is out in the open. It's not concealed. And that is a problem. Because other races of men, they will hide their misdeeds behind closed doors. Black men, they just let it spill all out in the media. And I'm saying specifically the black men like Cam Newton, Nick Cannon, those type of black. Future, I'm talking about them. Not the Russell Wilsons of the world. So if you do not identify as a Future or a Cam Newton, then this is not for you. But for the Cam Newtons and the Futures of the world, they do it out in the open. Whereas in Korea, for example, they will not have side babies a lot. I mean, at least you don't hear about it, but they do have side chicks. They just keep it in the background. Same thing with, I would say, white men. They can have side chicks, but they keep it in the background. Why do you think there's escort agencies? Why do you think there's escorts? Where do these escorts come from? Why do you think there's such thing as an escort? Why do you think they have these websites like Grindr for when they want to do like, backdoor activities? Why do you think there's these little Telegram chats? They hide it. That's it. That's the only reason. So I really hope and wish, this is why, again, it is important to look at everything from a wider lens. Yes, we can definitely get on black men for creating broken homes, just like Cam Newton. The same guy, look at him right here. He created many broken homes. Many. We can talk about any other man who has like 5 side chicks. Look at Neo. He created 2 broken homes. 3 actually, because he got his side chick pregnant on top of that. This is crazy. Like, we could look at them as an example. And even in our personal lives, we've known men who created broken homes, who have multiple baby mothers, who have multiple children. The only difference is they do it out loud. They just do it in front of everybody. And the other races, they will hide it. That's it. That's all. That is it.
But here's the thing about it. When you see these black women, and these are even black women who say that they love black men or sometimes even are open for black love, even black women who might be considered pro-black, you will see them still idolize white men. They will be quick to want to throw all black men under the bus, but then want to idolize white men and not talk about the fact that even within the white male population, you have white men who think like this. And no, this wasn't just back in the 1930s or in the 1800s. You have men today who are Gen Zers. You have alphas who are growing up hearing these things, who are being basically reintegrated into white supremacy on the internet. And then we get confused why you see a young black woman showing up on 10 o'clock news talking about, oh, she's missing, or her body is dismembered, or why did this strange occurrence happen? Like, we get confused when this stuff happens, and I'm like, y'all, it's not confusing at all. We just have to be honest about what's going on. Black people, by and large, I think are actually very open to other races. The issue that I believe more so when it comes to what y'all want to call race mixing and interracial mixing is just all the propaganda behind it. Do you, boo, if you want to date and marry out, that's fine. Just be honest about the implications. And please stop worshiping white men when this adoration many of y'all have for white.
Stop worshiping men, period. That's what I want to say. Stop worshiping men, period. It don't matter if they're white, black, whatever. I would say stop worshiping men, period. Look at who they are for who they are. That's what I would say. And I agree with her. But I also agree that black men ain't no better either. That's my point. My point is that if we're going by the collective, no man is great. Let's just be honest. Matter of fact, I would say women are better. We're just better. I'm sorry to say that. Sorry if I offend any man. But as a collective, we are better. We do a lot. We do. If it comes down to labor, we're the best. When it comes down to labor, the fact that there are a lot of moms in the chat right now, probably a lot of y'all are mothers. The fact that you're a mom and you can work full time and take care of your child majority of the time, because we all know that those chores go to the woman. The fact that you can manage a whole household and you manage your career already lets me know that you're better. Just better. But I'm not saying that, again, to say that men don't have skills that they can offer as well. Absolutely. But I'm just saying that collectively, like if we're thinking about a collective, like a lot of men, again, character, how they were raised. Women are raised in a different way. A lot of women, I should say, not all, but a lot of women are raised to be different. Especially black women, we're raised to be leaders. I've been saying that. Black women are raised to be leaders 100%. 100%. We're raised to be leaders. Seriously. So if we're looking at how people are raised, and that's why I say culture and environment makes a difference. Because when you see men, they like as a collective, and I'm talking about men in general as a collective, not all men, again, I always have to say that, but as a collective, they are used to getting things without having to work as hard as we do. We always have to put in way more effort. And that's the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, is that if we're looking at it from that lens, then all men need a character check when it comes down to it. That's what I'm saying. So you can't put them, like pedestalize them. I think pedestalize them, idolize them, whatever. You can't idolize them, I don't think, in my opinion, because as a collective, look at what's going on. Just think about it. Look at what's going on. Look at the countries at war. Look at all of the stuff that's going on, and look at who's in leadership. That's what I'm talking about. I think women are, to a certain extent, better leaders when it comes to negotiations and communication, I would say. I think men are better leaders when it comes to analytical, like different genres of analytical. They know how to not put their emotions into stuff. I will say that a lot more. I'm not saying all women do that, but a lot of us do put a lot of emotion into things. They know how to separate that. They're actually really good at compartmentalizing more than we are in certain ways, right? But I'm just saying, biologically speaking, if we're speaking about just culturally, biologically, and just the way that the world is under capitalism and patriarchy, I think women are doing a damn good job. I'll just be honest with y'all.
White men is clearly one-sided. This dude has gone out of his way to completely lambaste and disrespect black women. And I would not be surprised if black women were seeing him, would crushing on him, sliding into his DMs. I mean, it happens all the time.
I doubt that they are, sis. Now you being too much.
So what I can appreciate about content creators, about like Hermes, is like he is saying what many people believe. I'm not saying that all white men believe this, or that all white Americans. They obviously don't. But we can't pretend like he's such a small, crazy minority when we understand what's going on politically. When we understand that there's been definitely a movement to hide black history, to take down black museums,
she's right,
to try to remove it from schools. Like, there's been actual political things that have done that are giving you guys the message that we need to try to keep America white. Or they need to protect white communities. They need more white babies. And again, I'm not necessarily opposed to people. I'm not against cultures having babies. I'm not against that. I'm just against anti-blackness. I'm against the idea that you feel like you got to have babies at the expense of other people. That's, to me, where that's what becomes an issue.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's a whole other side note. Please just stop pedestalizing men who don't like you.
She's right. And you know what? I do agree with her. Yeah, she's okay. I don't think she said anything wrong, to be honest with you. She is right. She provides another layer to the conversation, and she's correct in the sense that, like, the way that the country is going. But again, like I said, when you think about it, a lot of the stuff can be traced back to capitalism. Everything. I'm telling y'all, research it. Everything that you see, all the hierarchy categories, is capitalism. Capitalism forces that. One has to be greater than the other. There has to be a winner or a loser. This is capitalism, y'all. So this is why the racist system, how can I say this? This is why racism, that's what I meant to say, racism has to stay this way. Because there has to be a winner and a loser. There has to be a superior and an inferior. This is capitalism, baby. Racism cannot exist without, like, basically capitalism with, if there's still capitalism, there will always be racism. There will always be classism. There will always be a hierarchy. Doesn't matter. It will always be that way. I know, crazy, right? I know, right? All I'm going to say is, under the system that we live in, like I said, there has to be a superior race and an inferior race. Has to be somebody at the bottom, more people at the bottom, in order for this system to thrive. And this is why the wealth gap is widening. This is why, you know, the I know your what was it called? I don't want to say the name, but oh yeah, they overturned Roe v. Wade. They overturned it in certain states for this reason. They want women to have more babies. Why? Because then you have less time to chase an education. Look at ballerina farms. You're going to be taking care of your baby and your kids. This is why the whole trad wives movement, it made a resurgence. This is why we have people now talking about not being educated or going after people who are intellectual. The smarter you are, the wiser decisions you're going to make. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring up a controversy right now. Wealthy people do not have a gag load of kids. Hello! Unless there are some wealthy people who do have a lot of kids, but majority of the time they don't. Educated people also do not have a lot of children. You know why? Because they understand that children come with a cost. They're going to be more careful and make better decisions. But you know who has a lot of children? People who do not have as much of an education. I'm being honest. They don't understand the implications of it. You cannot build wealth with children, with too many children at least. Your money cannot go that far. And this is what's going on right now, y'all. I'm being real serious. This is why there's this agenda here. So I want people to realize that race is one component of it. It's not only about race. This is just to make you believe that, oh, it's just about black and white. Oh, they think they're better than us because they're white. No, it's classist, racist. There's a hierarchy that needs to be kept. And to be honest with you, this hierarchy can go so many places. It's going to be elite versus the non-elite. Wealthy versus the poor. Black versus white. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's all connected, y'all. It's all connected. So anyway, my point is this, that yes, they are trying to uphold that system, but it's not just because they're white. That's all I'm going to say. And some people like him may believe that because it's easier for you to convince a low IQ person to fight your battle. But guess what? It's not the same. These people who are at the top that have the most money and the wealth, they understand that. You are not the same as them, but they're going to make you believe that you're the same as them. That's the point. So that man over there, he's talking about, well, oh, white people, black this, black this, black this. And the people who are really running the system looking at him like he's a monkey. I'm talking about the white guy, y'all. They're looking at him, he's a dancing monkey. Thank you for doing our job. Keep people divided. Because if we really want to get into it, we're all in the same class. Pretty much. The gap is widening as we speak. And remember, it was easier to get a university degree back in the day than now. It's getting harder and harder to get an education. It's so expensive now. People are drowning in student loan debt. And this is another component to it. You can't even afford an education. People are competing for the same jobs. Master's degree students can't even use their degree anymore because it's just not worth it. You can't even get a good job even with a master's degree. It's very hard to get. Most master's degree, people who have master's degrees sometimes start entry level. Having a degree doesn't guarantee you to have a job anymore. That's what I'm saying. The system is regressing. They're even talking about having like you know, when people work and then they have their lodging at the job. I think Elon Musk was talking about like creating like a compound for employees so they can live and work there. This is happening, y'all. It's happening. Well, in America anyways. I don't know about other countries, but I know that for sure in America, a lot of this stuff is happening. But America is going to be the first country, probably the test country, and other countries will probably follow suit. I don't know. But my point is that, like, yeah, this is what's going on. So she's right. She is correct.
Please stop doing that. Can we stop? Can we just stop it? Can we acknowledge? Can we have a come to Jesus moment and acknowledge that not all white men out here are trying to wipe y'all up? The ones who do, a lot of the ones who do treat women good and do all this kind of different stuff are just trying to smash or just trying to have their little fetish thing, but they're not taking her seriously. And at what point are we gonna stop lying to ourselves? It gets embarrassing. Anyways, y'all, that's what I got. What y'all think?
Okay. All right, sis. Thank you for the video. I think that you did a great job. I ain't gonna lie. You made me think about a lot of things, and that's the reason why I'm talking to you guys about this stuff. I didn't expect to talk so politically here, but here we are. Yep. Yeah, they get a surrogate, Camilla. Yep, they get a surrogate. They not gonna have them kids. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's okay, Jacqueline, if you want a lot of kids. My point is, can you afford the kids? That's the thing. People don't think about that. Can you afford your child? Think about it this way. I'm not saying it's wrong to have children. Please do not misunderstand me. Do not misunderstand me at all. If anything, I'm pro children. I think that children should be here. I believe that that's the way we can make the world a better place. Look at me sounding like Michael Jackson, heal the world. But anyways, point is that I love children. I love being around kids. I think that they're the brightest, best little people, and they really make you think about things, right? I loved when I was a teacher. I was an English teacher in Korea. I loved it. I loved interacting with my students, and it was awesome to be around them and knowing that they're going to be our future leaders. It just gives you something to look forward to. But my problem is this, that if you can't afford your kids, like let's say that you're already struggling to find a full-time job, or you're in a career, you're not making that much money, the cost of living is increasing, guys. It's not decreasing. And our wages are not catching up with that. How can you afford to feed your kids? And I'm not just talking about just giving them oodles and noodles. I'm talking about nutritious meals. Nutritious meals. This is why we have an epidemic of overweight children. This is why a lot of children are getting sick earlier. No nutritious meals. Parents are always working. You don't have money to even have a nanny. You can't afford it. Barely afford rent. How are you going to take care of your child? A child is not just there to be there. They are humans. They are going to be our future leaders. They are the ones who are going to take over when we're gone. So why wouldn't we want them to have the best outcomes? Best education. They can barely get an education now. They're mostly on their phones all the time because their parents are working. And parents are leaving them with whoever. Then we have the whole, like y'all saw the Jeannie Mai story, babysitter just abusing them. Not all. I'm not saying that happens all the time, but it is a reality for a lot of people in the working class. We can't afford to have kids. When are we going to have this conversation? Or if you can afford to have a kid, you need to assess, can you afford to have a kid? If you can afford to have one child, that's okay. But why do we, like I see so many people on social media, they'll be like, oh, I want another one. I want another one. I want another one. And I'm like, okay, that's great. But if you can afford to have the child, no problem. That you can do whatever you want to do. But I'm talking about the people who already can barely afford to take care of the one they got, and then they all pile in 2 or 3 or 4. And that causes a lot of stress. And then do you think the kid is going to grow up in the right environment? I don't think so. If your parents are working all the time, it's going to be very difficult. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Obviously, I am talking from experience. My mother had 6 children. My father was in my life. Parents are married, still married. I was raised with my mom and my dad, and I still saw them struggling. They gave us what they could, absolutely. And we lived a very good life. But my point is that I saw the stress that it gave them. I saw how hard it was for them. I saw it. And this is the reason why they have 6 kids. None of us have kids. Imagine. My parents had 6 children. You would think we would continue the legacy. We said, nope. None of us have children, y'all. I'm not the only one. None of my siblings. None of us. And I'm the 3rd. Just letting you guys know. So it's because also we are educated. I have to say that. And we understand that having children comes with a responsibility. Why would I introduce a kid to the world if I can't even be responsible to take care of them financially? It just doesn't make sense to me. Love, yes, you can give your kids all the love you want to, but if you're not there to give it to them and you have to work all the time, then how are you going to give it to them? How are you going to be able to ensure that your child grows up and eats properly and you have the tools and resources to raise them as a proper human being if you can't even take care of yourself or your husband? And a lot of people are having kids out of wedlock too. That adds another layer to it. Broken homes. I'm saying there's a lot going on. And this is why it's promoted too, is because the more divisive and the more broken homes that you can have, the less economic independence that you can have. Look at our community. I gotta be honest with y'all. We're not doing great. We're not. We're not, because people can't even save. They can't save. A lot of, I'm not saying all. Of course, there are some successful Black people out there, 100%. But what I'm saying is, as a community and as an economic power, we don't have it. And I believe that this is one of the reasons, because at least the Asians and the white people have figured it out. They have figured it out. This is why they get married, have kids, and they keep it, like, look at Korea, 1 to 2 kids max. They know, they understand that. That's why the wealth keeps coming back and coming back and coming back and coming back, because they can use that wealth to build more, because they have the capital for it. We don't. We're creating a lot of broken homes, can barely afford this, can barely afford that, have your kids, child support. What you gonna do with that? It's expensive. Anyway, I'm going on a tangent here, but I'm just saying that we have to start thinking a little bit more strategically, especially when it comes to those type of matters, because there's a reason why people get married. There's a reason. Trust and believe me, if it was so bad, then they wouldn't be doing it. There's a reason. There's a reason. That's all I'm going to say, y'all. There's a reason. And there's a reason they have the capital. That's why. They're able to afford. I'm not saying that they can afford, like, obviously the cost of living always goes up. Don't get me wrong. But if the majority of people in your country or in your culture, I should say, they don't create broken homes, it's easier to keep the money in one place instead of spreading it out. Cam Newton has a problem, y'all. He has too many children, and they can't realize it because the money's flowing. But when it stops, that's when they're going to realize it. And you cannot properly raise your children when you can't see them all the time. It's very difficult, especially if you don't have a good relationship with your other half. And I know, of course, there's a lot of divorced families and stuff like that. That's different. What I'm talking about is having a child in a house, raising a child together is always going to be better. Sorry, I just have to say it like that. It's always going to be better. It's easier for you to focus when the child is in the home. Now, is it the standard that, every family that comes from, every person that comes from a two-child household has great parents? Obviously not. We know some toxic situations, but I'm saying that if you have people who actually get married, actually have a healthy relationship, and they have a child or 2 children, and they stay married and they stay in that house, chances are that this is going to repeat, statistically speaking. It is impossible to, how can I say this? I don't want to say it's impossible, but chances are that it's going to repeat like that. That's why doctors who marry doctors have children who go into the medical field, especially in Korea. I'm going to tell you guys my experience in Korea real quick before we get to the next video. In Korea, this is the reason why Korean women have those high standards that guy was talking about in the last live stream I did last week. The reason why Korean women are so picky, I mean, let's remove the 4B movement and everything that's going on right now and just talk about why they're so picky about if their man is educated, how much income he has, etc., etc., etc. Because we know there are some successful Korean relationships and there are some toxic ones. Let's just put it that way. But the reason why they are like that is because they understand the fundamental. And this is the fundamental rule, is that if you're smart, your husband's smart, more than likely you're going to raise smart children. So that is why in Korea, doctors will most likely, and I would say majority of the time, that I can say confidently, they marry other doctors. Lawyers marry lawyers. Or doctors marry lawyers. This is why. Because then their kid comes out, the kid is usually going to follow in the parents' footsteps. That's how they program their children. And again, I'm not saying it's perfect, because obviously there's a lot of stress that comes with it, but more often than not, as a collective, they understand that. So that is why they marry the way they do. But it wouldn't make sense. You never gonna see in Korea a doctor marry a garbage man. You will never see that. I can confidently say that. You will never see it. But then in our community, we don't have that type of mindset. So this is why you see women with bachelor's degrees. And again, this is why This is why you see women who are so educated and then they get with these guys who are not. And then we see the relationship go to crap. And sometimes they get unalived. And then we're wondering how the hell was she getting a nursing degree and she was with this degenerate. This is why. But then they will guilt trip you and make you feel like you have to marry somebody who doesn't have the same education as you, or who is not at the same level as you financially, I should say, too, because it's better for you to date down. That's what they tell you. But at the same time, what I'm trying to tell you, and I'm trying to express it is very important who you choose to be the father of your child and who you choose to marry. Those two things are probably one of the top decisions, the most important decision you will make in your life. And if you choose incorrectly, I understand sometimes that happens. That's okay. But my point is, I'm trying to avoid for you guys to choose incorrectly. Please choose wisely, because it makes a big difference for your children and your future generation. So I'm talking about that guy too. That guy, the white guy who was spewing all that nonsense, low IQ, like I said. So if he ends up with a woman who's educated, do you think that his kids are going to be educated? I don't think so. They're not going to be mentally educated. They're going to have low IQ just like him, most likely. It's going to be hard for her to keep that up. Especially if she marries him, then I already know that something's going on here. So my point is that, anyway, I'm just talking right now. But yeah, choose wisely, y'all. Choose wisely. Just be careful. Yep, you're supposed to marry up so that your kids can benefit more in the future. They really be out here choosing anybody as their baby daddy husband. Exactly. This is 100%. You're supposed to marry up, y'all. This is why we have the resources we have. You're not supposed to marry down. They have to be qualified. So let's continue with the next video, y'all. Okay. Oh Lord, this one is an hour, so we're gonna skip this one. I'm gonna do this one next time. I want to go through this one, the oppressor with the oppressed. So again, I'm doing these videos on purpose because I want to highlight what happens when you choose differently and you choose to do things differently than other people, and also the type of man that you should try to, or if you're interested. If you're not interested in dating, that's okay. If you just enjoy my content to enjoy it, that's okay too. You don't have to get married. I'm not saying that. Or you don't have to be in a relationship is what I'm trying to say. But my point is that if you do desire a relationship, you want to be with someone, then it's important to listen to these different types of conversations and to understand them. And someone said it perfectly. There are always nuances, right? So we're going to go through this series real quick. I hope it's not too long. Okay, we're only here 1 hour. I'm trying my best to only do this stream for 3 hours. So yeah, we 3 hours and a half probably. I'm gonna breeze through this. So let me hear what sis got to say.
Right, to like actually pay attention and listen to understand instead of listening to respond out of emotion. If I have triggered you, right, this video is not for you. Okay, I am seeing this come across my FYP so much, and it cracks me up in a way because of the fact that I am one black woman who used to date white men. And sometimes when I see some of you black girls that come on this app and y'all are showing off your little white men, right? I can peep very much who's doing it out of a materialistic thing to just show off the fact that like, hey, I got chosen by a white man. I'm good over here, whatever the case may be, right? But you're actually not coming from a genuine place of love. Oop, I said it.
Red flag. Sis, how you know though? You don't know that though. You see, this is what I'm talking about. You don't know that. You don't know. You have no idea. They could just be happy to be with the guy they're with. You don't know. This is where the projecting comes from. Now, I could understand if she saw the person's entire content and she went in individually again. Again. If you look at, that's why I do long form videos. I have to keep saying that. This is for this reason, because one video is not going to determine what I think or form my opinion. You know what's going to form my opinion? Is multiple videos. I got to research this person. You can't just say it based off of one social media video. That's actually not a good thing to do. Because then you're looking at it as, oh, yeah, she must. No, you don't know. But if I go through her content and then I see it, and then I'm like, whoa, every other video is the same thing, same, then I know there's a pattern. And that's when I can start and have my opinion. It's a pattern, guys. Pattern. Not just one individual video. So I have to give her a red flag for that.
I don't think a lot of you guys really actually understand white men and how they view us as black women.
You see, another projection. Red flag. Because she got into a bad relationship with a white man. So now she feels like she understands and can tell you how white men operate. And she's saying it as a collective. That's what I'm hearing from her. She said, I don't think you understand white men like I do. Because I was with one. But that's what I'm talking about, the collective. That's how they are. That's what she's talking about.
I'll be the first to admit it. Like I said before, I've been around white men my entire life. Mm-hmm. I've heard some things. I've seen some things.
From your city. Very important to note, your city, your environment. Because let me tell y'all, I'm going to break it down for y'all. Let's take white men out of the equation. Let's give them a break a little bit because they got a little bit of lashing a little bit. So, our black men, and she's from America, so I'm going to talk to you in America, and I'm going to talk to, I see some of you are from the continent too. If you're from Canada, you're going to understand what I'm saying too. So I'm going to give y'all some examples. Are white men in, let me think of a state, Florida. Are white men in Florida the same as white men in New York? Y'all going to answer me. Are black men in Tennessee, Memphis, the same as black men in, let me think of a state. As black men in North Carolina. Are black men in Tennessee the same as black men in Carolina? That's what we're going to talk about. Next, in Canada, are black men from Toronto the same as black men from BC? Are white men from BC the same as white men from Quebec or Toronto? On the continent, are black men from Nigeria the same as black men from South Africa? Y'all gonna tell me. Or Ghana. Or Ethiopia. Y'all gonna let me know. And then if we're in Latin America, if anybody's from Latin America, are men in Brazil the same as men from Argentina? Y'all gonna let me know. They're not. Because let me tell you something. Morehouse University. Morehouse, and you have Spelman, right? You have a lot of HBCUs. You have men from all over, black men. There are different culture, different aspects. That's what I'm saying. So she's talking about the white men from her city, her town, wherever she grew up in. You cannot compare them to the white men in Florida or the white men in California. You can't. It's different. Just like a lot of people tell me the black men in California, they only date non-black women. That is that can be true in their experience. They tell me that. They say, hey, a lot of the black men here, they're not checking for us black girls here. And I could be like, okay, that's true. But what about New Orleans? What about Houston? What about North Carolina, South Carolina? What about Alabama? Minnesota? I don't know. I'm just picking states randomly. New York? Probably a little different. But what about those states? I don't know. What about Chicago? Oh, no, Chicago probably not a good idea. Yeah, Chicago a little. What about Ohio? I don't know these states, right? So they're so different, right? So same thing with Florida. I remember I did a Love Island case study on Sierra live stream. And I said that Nick is from Florida. He's from Jacksonville. He is different from the type of white guys that Sierra has probably dealt with in Arizona. I said that specifically. Why? Because he's more cultured. He is a little bit more cultured. You can see that. He is comfortable around black people. Not uncomfortable at all. He is comfortable talking about diverse topics. He can talk about Metallica the same way that he can talk about Kodak Black. He has culture. He's been around different types of people. So I cannot compare him to a white man in Arizona who's probably been only around his type of people. Just like Korea. I cannot compare a Korean man from California versus a Korean man from Korea is completely different. The mindset is different. That's why I'm saying, but aren't they both from the same origin? You got to be careful with these all or nothings. I'm telling you, it all depends on where they were raised, how they were raised, environment. That matters too, not just their race. That's just one layer. Race is first. That's the first thing you're going to see. Then after that, where were you raised? Who were you raised around? That's what I'm talking about. And matter of fact, her ex was from Serbia, y'all. Serbia. Do you think that this man has been around black folk like that? I don't think so. He's from Serbia. There's a difference.
I know some things, okay? And of course, I know some of y'all gonna be like, well, not all white men, da, da, da. It's the same shit y'all do when it comes to black men. So don't even come in my comment section trying to be like that, okay? Because I'm gonna call you out and you're gonna look real.
No, sis. Just because other people do it doesn't mean you have to do it. That's the point. So now that's the point. Just because other people do it doesn't mean you have to do it. They're trying to make you realize that they're trying to make you realize that it depends on where the guy's from. That's what they're saying. The same way that you don't want people to categorize all black men. I know all black men are not trash. I know that. For every future, there's a Russell Wilson, obviously. I know that. We all know that. That is why I am very careful to speak in absolutes. I talk about individuals. Especially when I do case studies, we talk about individuals. I don't talk about their race. I talk about them, who they are, how they were raised, where they were raised. Not what you talking about here. So yeah, you see, she already had, I don't know, sis, again, I could see she already has a little bit of tension here. So let's go.
They're real stupid, okay? Going into what I'm talking about, because I'm talking about white men right now and black women. I'm not even talking about black men. Don't even bring them in my comment section.
We need to, though. We have to. We have to. We must. Because if we're going to have a conversation, we're going to have a real conversation. But you see, deflecting. Oh, don't talk about black men. We talking about white men now. Okay, we talking about white men, and black men could be included in that too. And add Asian men and Hispanic. Add all of them in there. Because we're not talking about a specific black man. You're talking collective right now. So that's different. We're talking about a collective. And then we have to compare.
I'm about white men and black women, okay? Some of y'all don't even know why y'all have been picked by white men because of the fact that you come from such a low vibrational, low functioning, right? Wanting to be chosen.
Red flag, sis. Hold up. That's not how you lead with love. Now I understand why you guys keep saying to me like, oh, you like that I don't judge people or I don't make them feel bad or victim shame them. Okay, I get it now. Because then I feel attacked and I'm not even one of them. Why are you attacking them like that? Low vibration. Why? And you're putting them as a collective. You're not talking about one person. You're talking about the whole cohort. So if you're a black woman dating a white man, she's talking about you. That's what it sounds like.
An unhealed version of yourself, and they can spot that shit fucking miles away.
That's all men. All. Every single one of them. I have stories, y'all. And that's my personal life. That you include Asian men in there. I dated Asian men. Black men. No, not as much. But I've dated men. Let's just put it that way. And they did the same thing. So what you trying to say, sis? This is why it's dangerous. This is why I'm playing these videos. It's very dangerous.
How many of y'all continuously say, who is dealing with white men? How many of y'all have said, oh my God, a white man treats me better than a black man?
They shouldn't say that,
It's
to be honest with you.
They know what to do. That's going to get you to crawl for them. They know what to say. That's going to get you to submit to them. I'm so glad that this black man brought this to my attention and gave me even a bigger perspective.
So wait, red flag. A black man brought this to your attention. Pack it up. Pack this up. Pack it up. So a black man who probably has the same mindset as you brought this to your attention. And he's part of the male species. What he had to say, sis. Because what you saying right now, everything you said is applicable to so many races of men. So that's why I'm perplexed right now.
On how some of y'all really do move and think when it comes to y'all dealing with white men. Because unfortunately, we do have a lot of y'all in the black community, I'm talking to black women, who think that white men are better than black men because of how you're being treated. But you actually don't understand the actual history and why this white man is treating you the way that you are wanting to be treated.
What?
The ones that come on this app and they talk about their experience, or they even are talking about them as they are dating a white person, a white man, and the things that they say that this white man is doing, you can just tell in the face that they act like he came to a gift from God, right?
Red flag. Y'all, I'm laughing because this is crazy to me. Okay. Sis, they're talking about their white man, that white man. But yes, they shouldn't speak generally. They should just say the white man I'm with, or the guy that I'm with, the man that I'm with. That is true. I will give you that. But at the same time, they're just saying their experience with that guy. You see, this is why I had a problem with I keep bringing him up, but that's the closest one I could think of. The live stream last week, the one who said all his Korean exes were bad and then all the foreign ones were good. That is dangerous. So I agree with her on that. You cannot just say, oh, because this white man's treating me good, that means all white men are the same. Absolutely not. There are some monsters out there. Monsters. At the end of the day, we talking about men, y'all. Men.
He just dropped down the sky and this white man is the best white man and whatever the case may be. And y'all don't realize the fact that it's all part of the fucking game that they play towards black women. Mm-hmm. White men know our history as black women.
So do black men, and they do the same thing. Red flag. They all do. They all do. They all do. They all do. We gonna play this through, y'all. They all do. What you're saying right now is applicable to all men. They know how to game the system. Absolutely, they do. They do. How many men have you guys dated that she described like this? If you've been in a bad relationship, you can probably pinpoint your exes, and I can almost guarantee you that I can also put my exes in there, and they were not black. Hello. They weren't even white either. Okay?
White men know what we truly desire and how we are when it comes to black men and them not giving us what we truly desire, right? Y'all come on this app constantly on a day-to-day basis and spew the negativity about black men so that white men, right, are peeping this shit, right? And they're like, oh, well, all I got to do is just do this part. Oh my God, he opened the door for me. Oh my God, he took me to Barbados. Oh my God, he brought me a Rolex. Oh my God, he brought me a Range Rover, right? These white men know that a lot of y'all have not had this, right? So they use it to get to you. I don't know how many white men would try to give me materialistic things, and I'm looking at them like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, I thought, you would really like this. I've been on a cruise. You don't need to give me a cruise.
Sis, no. Red flag. She's hurt, y'all. She needs to heal. What is wrong with a man giving you something? That's how men show their love. Actually, men who care about you. I even showed you guys I did I did a live stream on when a man loves a woman. He's really going to do his best to build for you and to give you stuff and to provide for you. Not all materialistic things are bad. It's not like he's trying to buy your love. Sometimes they just really like you and they want to provide for you. You have to let a man be a provider. What is wrong with him providing a cruise? Hell, I would want a cruise. What you talking about? Give it to me. Why wouldn't I want? That's like you telling my husband not to give me a cruise ticket. I'll take it. We have to stop thinking with that mindset that when a man gives you something, it's with an ulterior motive. There are patterns. Yes, there are some men who do it to control you. Absolutely. However, I have not heard that. She's just talking about her white man who she was with, but not all men do that. This is craziness. Like, I'm not saying she's crazy, but I'm just saying the mindset. Like, yes, maybe he was raised in a house where he saw his dad give his mom gifts and he wants to give it to you. it doesn't mean that he is going to use it as a way to control you. There's a pattern that's attached to that. Now, if he gives you a gift and then he's threatening to take it back, that's when I could say, yeah, that's a red flag. But then again, that applies to any man, not just white men.
Like, I've been, oh, you have? Why are you shocked that I've been on a fucking cruise? What did you think I...
Wait, the sound is so... Oh, this sounds so sad. I thought you said the sound is so sad. I was like, oh, what's wrong with the sound? Sorry.
Lived. In the cotton fields? Like, come on, let's keep it a buck.
Wait.
You don't need to give me a cruise. Like, I've been... Oh, you have? Why are you shocked that I've been on a fucking cruise? Where did you think I lived? In the cotton fields? Like, come on, let's keep it a buck. And I'm not saying this as an ungrateful thing, but I'm saying this as a way that a lot of y'all don't even peep the fact that they're giving this shit because they think that you've never even had it.
That's not true.
They think that you are so...
That's not true at all, y'all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I have to call a flag where it is. Not at all, y'all. Not at all. Not at all. Y'all want to know something? I'm going to tell y'all something. It's so funny. When I first met Dom on our first date, he gave me a tour of Myeongdong, right? And I had already been to Myeongdong. I've been to Myeongdong many times. Remember, I lived in Korea at least, hold on, I came in 2017, 18, 19, 20. I lived in Korea 3 years before I met Dom. You think I didn't know about that area? I knew everything about that area. But guess what? When he said, I'm going to give you a tour of the area, he wanted to really show me around. I acted like I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Thank you so much. I was like, I've been here before, but I've never seen this. Like, or I was just basically saying like, thank you so much. Like, this is awesome. I didn't know all this information, and I didn't. I could have easily been like, why you taking me on a tour? I've been in Korea for 3 years. You think I don't know Korean culture? I could have said that. Yeah, I could have said, why you buying me stuff? Why you feel like... No, I was just so grateful. I was just like, oh my God, this is so cute. Oh, he thought about that for me. Oh my God, he gave me this whole like personalized tour, took me to places, bought me stuff. Imagine if I had that attitude. Imagine. This is too much. No, sis, no, this is too much. There's nothing wrong with the man giving you gifts, like I said. It depends on the motive.
Low, right? That you've never even seen what a white person can do for you. Every single time I come on this app and I see a interracial couple, as far as a black woman and a white man, the first thing I notice is always it's materialistic. The way that she's dressed, right? The type of background that she's in, right? The fucking video that she used that, you know. I just came across a woman who was talking about my man gave me pasta and lobster, and she has a white man. Hello? Y'all talk about being oppressed so much, but yet y'all continue to feed into the oppressor and what the oppressor is giving you because of the fact that y'all think y'all are so oppressed and he's paying attention to you. Oh.
He's giving her the love she deserves. Red flag. She wants that. That's what she likes. I can't be mad at a woman if she likes expensive things and a man is providing it for her. As long as he's not using it as a way to control her, I'm all for it. Go have at it. I just don't like when people have that expectation on everyone else. I don't like materialistic things, to tell you the truth. I don't. If Dom came to me today and gave me a $500 handbag, that handbag would stay in the closet. I would rather wear my little tote bag. I love tote bags. I like small items like this. This is what makes me shake. I love little, coin purses like this. Matter of fact, I prefer books. I prefer trips. I would want that. Instead of that $500 handbag, I wish we had bought tickets to Jamaica. Or we bought tickets to Mexico or something. I would rather spend money on that. That's what I like, though. That's me. But that sister that she talking about, maybe she likes to get expensive stuff. And so what? He's giving it to her. And I don't see the problem. Now, again, if he's giving it to her with the expectation that she is going to be subservient to him and he's using it as a way to dangle it on her, or whatever, then that's different. But if she likes it and he's giving her what she wants and that's her, that makes her happy and he's trying to make her happy, what is the issue? Is my problem. What's the problem? I don't hear anything. I don't hear y'all.
A black man never opened the door for you. Oh, a black man never, really told you you're beautiful. Oh, a black man, da-da-da. Okay, I know exactly what to do to get to y'all. And y'all fucking are weak in the knees. I've been around so many black women that as soon as a white man gives her a compliment, oh my God. you would have thought the Nile River woke up.
You know why though? Probably because she hasn't received it yet. Now, I could understand her point if black men gave her compliments and then she was ignoring them, and then when the white man did it, then she was really happy and weak in the knees. I get that. But what if the woman has not heard anyone compliment her like that and she's just happy to just get a compliment? Sometimes it's just a compliment. Somebody said, "Oh, you look beautiful today. Thank you. I'm happy." And that's it. There's nothing more to it. I don't think the woman was thinking anything of it. She's probably like, "Oh my God, thank you so much for complimenting me." That's it. It ain't gotta be anything. Lord, she's upset, y'all. And that's okay. Everyone goes through their healing journey. So again, like, this is just her expressing her opinion. I'm just telling you guys, just that perspective is hard because you can tell that she has a lot of, I don't want to say anger. It's not anger. It's more bitterness, I would say. Bitterness.
Like, it's insane. But as soon as a black man was to give her a compliment, it's thank you with an attitude. Like,
but how do you know? Did that woman do that? Do we have proof? Did somebody do that for real? How would you know? You don't know that. You're just assuming. Did somebody actually do this? Like, did somebody do this in real life? Like, you actually saw a video of a black man giving a black woman a compliment and she ignored him or said thank you, like this, a dry thank you. And then you saw a white man, was this a social experiment? Because that's different. But you're just speaking in assumptions right now. You're just, I don't know. Are you talking about somebody in particular or are you just saying in general? I don't understand that. Because if anything, I've seen black women down bad for black men more than anything. That's just my personal experience. But then again, I don't know what sis is talking about here.
Y'all haven't peeped this shit yet, and then maybe a lot of y'all don't want to because of the fact that y'all want to continue to think that they're the ones that are going to save y'all. I hate to break it to a lot of y'all, but these white men do not like y'all. Like, they don't really like y'all.
Red flag, sis. Okay, so what are we talking about? Collective or individually? Because, again, like I said, if we're going by the same logic, Korean men don't like us either. But yet, Korean men don't like us. Remember, Asian men don't like black women. Yeah.
They like the fact that they have somebody who looks at them as if they're all, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of y'all do look at, especially if you're in a relationship with them, a lot of y'all do look at them as if they are the top of the top, right? And if we know our fucking history, they've always thought that they were the top of the top.
That is true when you idolize a race. And this is why I say look at men for characters, not because of their race, because they will all disappoint you if you go and do that. Do not idolize any man of any race. Now, I'm not saying that Asians as a race have not had a historical bias and racism against black people. But again, I'm not talking about the collective here. We're talking about a black woman, that individual black woman who is dating an individual white man. Or me as an individual black woman dating this individual Korean man. It changes. This is where it changes.
So the fact that a white man has a black woman who is actually making them feel and look as if they are the top of the top, how do you fucking think that that white man's going to treat you and continuously treat you to have you stay stuck with your oppressor? This is going to ruffle some feathers. I already know. But I'm going to talk about this a lot more because it needs to be talked about. Because I am one black woman who has dealt with white men. And a lot of the shit that I can tell y'all, I hope a lot opens up your guys' fucking minds. Because it's not what y'all think it is. Mm-hmm. And the ones that come on this app and those type of relationships, I'm not saying that I know them, but I'm telling y'all, it's not what you think it is.
I agree with her on this. And again, that's why I said idolization. Idolizing a group of men thinking they're going to treat you better than the men that of your culture or of your race. That's you're in for a sad world of disappointment. Because then you're going to think all Blank men operate this way. So I agree with her on that. Again, I will keep it that way, but I will say though that some of the things that she said was very, like, it was projecting a lot. So if we're going to give advice to our sisters and we're going to try to help them out, this is not the way to deliver a message. I'm just being honest. And I was trying to just choose my words wisely, but I have to be honest. This is not the right way to deliver a message, in my opinion. Maybe it'll work for some people, but I'm just saying that if I were to listen to this message, I would not think that you're coming from a place of love. You seem like you are upset and that you are basically projecting, like someone said in the comments, your experiences onto others. If you want to educate, then let it be a way where people are receptive to it. Because in order for you to educate people, they have to be receptive to listening to the message. And if you're already coming at people this way, they're not going to listen to you. They're automatically going to shut you down because they're going to feel as if you are attacking them and their choices. So if you want to educate the black women out there who are idolizing white men, then I would highly recommend, sis, and I'm going to be honest, I highly recommend that you change your approach, because this is not going to work out for you. They are just going to respond to dispute whatever you're saying, but they're not going to try to learn and understand it because they feel like you're attacking them. That's the problem. So that's what I'm going to say about this. Now, the next video real quick, because she did come out with this series too. Her softness is racial. So I'm going to play this one too. Let me read a few comments though. Who is she talking about, Rosa? I have no idea. She's talking about black women in general. Black women in general, the ones that she sees on social media. Devonta Pittman says some black women be begging black women for compliments to be treated right. Yeah, I think you meant black men, right? Probably, but yeah. Some black women are bullied by black men and don't want to be nice to their oppressors. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's different... Everyone is not the same. We're all different. All different. Des now said, if you date someone simply because of their race, you deserve whatever comes your way. Stop being crazy. My autism has always made me too logical to even look at someone's race is the last thing. Absolutely. You know what? Us you neurodivergent girlies, I think we are A-okay because we just be suspicious right out the gate. I'm like, who are you? Who are you, right? But I'm not saying only neurodivergent people, but I have noticed that we're very highly suspicious. I don't know why. It's just I'm always very, very wary of that. Oh yeah, okay, you meant black men. Yep. It's the same thing. That's why I said the whole black love, I have a lot to say about that, but you guys already know my opinion. I don't think that, again, you should idolize. Of course, you should celebrate men of your race. Don't get me wrong. Celebrate them. Make them, say that, hey, the men of my race, yes, you can celebrate them all you want to. But at the end of the day, like, when they don't even celebrate you, it's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem. It just looks backwards. I'll just say that. If they're treating you the worst and you're out here caping for them and celebrating them, that's not logical, in my opinion. That's not a wise thing to do, in my opinion. 100% Des now. Race should be the last thing you think of when dating someone. Exactly. Pattern recognition is very real. 100%. 100%. Yep. Princess Amani. Yep. Our head is always on a swivel. I think it's our intuition. We are tapped in. Absolutely. I've been like this since I was younger. I mean, I since my whole childhood, I've always been like that. I've always been suspicious of everything. Like even with my parents, whenever they would tell me to do things, they used to hate it. They used to be like, you would be a good lawyer. That's what they used to always tell me, because I'd be like, why? Why do I have to do it? Why do I have to do it? Because you said so. Is there a reason? Because it was nonsensical. Red flag. Why are you telling your kids to do stuff and you don't even know why? Don't make no damn sense. And they'd be like, I'm the parent, I'm the adult, you're the child. They used to always tell me that. Always. Or if you're Haitian, I'm going to speak a little Creole, you're going to understand what I'm saying. Mete glou nan di vin. That means put water in your wine. That means chill. That's basically what that means. My parents used to always say that to me. Because I used to always ask questions. Always. Always question everything, y'all. Don't just take things at face value. You should always be inquisitive and question everything. 100%. Yup. Don't ever put your guard. Always be hyper vigilant. And the times that I wasn't, I promise you, I always regretted it. Every single time. Every single time. Namaya said, I agree with her that specifically new immigrants idolize white men a lot just because of their race. It's already assumed they are better. Absolutely. And that's what I was saying. I agree with her on that. 100%. Because I've seen it. I've seen it so many times. But at the same time, this is not how you deliver the message. If you want people to learn, then there's another way you can do it, is my point. Now, I'm not going to, that's her way of doing it, and maybe the message is spread better that way. Maybe that's how she wants to do it. But if you really want people to learn, then you have to approach it in a different way. However, that's just my opinion. Again, everyone can disagree. Maybe they like her teaching style. It's all about style, right? But I will say that, yes, I have seen that. It's very problematic. I agree. And you can't idolize one race. It's always going to get you caught up. Always. And I can say that absolutely it will. Let's play this video real quick.
Finger to my haters, are you bitch jealous?
I totally understand your frustration, and I'm so sorry that you feel that way.
So you know how to not be rah-rah with the black man, but as soon as you get with the white man, you want to try to act calmly. And
red flag! Red flag! Okay, so why are we assuming that this woman's personality is always rah-rah with a black man? So I'm going to wait and see if she can show us proof that this creator that she clipped in her video, the creator that we saw at the beginning, this one right here, we're going to check her page. Just give me 1 second. So, okay, this person's mixed and fit. Okay, let me see if I can find this video. We're going to investigate. Actually, let me watch her video first, because maybe she adds a clip of when this woman is rah-rah with a black man and not with her white man. So let me wait a little bit. If we can't find it, mixed and fit. We're going to see through her TikTok history. We're going to investigate and see if she had the same behavior with a black man. There was a video about it or a video on it. And she treated the black man bad, but treated the white man better. We're going to see.
Middle finger to my haters, are you bitch jealous?
I totally understand your frustration, and I'm so sorry that you feel that way.
So you know how to not be rah-rah with the black man, but as soon as you get with the white man, you want to try to act calmly in your communication skills. Make that make sense, please. Because y'all are looking at it as if you don't know how to communicate with a black man because of the fact that you are getting checked by a black man, and a white man don't know how to check you because he doesn't have the cultural context and depth to even know how to come for you when you need to be come for. But I really just have a question for you, black women, is why is it that when a white man is doing the exact same shit that a black man does, especially when he is portraying a black man's persona, a black man's energy, y'all all ready to be like, ooh, drop your fucking panties. Please make that make sense. Because when a white boy is listening to the exact same music as a fucking black boy, all of a sudden, he's swagged, he's cultured, right? He gets me, right? We tapped in, right? But when you hear a black man doing the exact same thing, oh my God, he's ghetto. Oh my God, he needs to grow up. Oh my God, he needs to be educated. This, that, and the third. What? The fact that some of you black women don't realize how anti-black you are, because it doesn't make sense when y'all sit here and talk about, I love my black skin, right? I love being a black girl, whatever the case may be. But then you go after white boys that are literally pursuing the fucking black energy. I'm going to keep it a buck with y'all. Y'all are not being soft with these white men because they're treating you better. You're only being soft with these white men because they're white and you expect them to treat you better. But you're not even realizing that this white man got his whole entire personality off of a black man. I'm going to say something hella controversial.
I let her cook. Okay, she cooked. All right, y'all. Let's see. I'm more interested in the mixed and fit girl. Hold on.
Video and then we'll talk about it.
So she said that you're only interested in white men who imitate black men. And if you really love your black skin, why are you chasing a white man who is imitating a black man? Okay, so let's just get this right. All right, so, oh my God, they're so cute. All right, What is it called? Mixed and Fit. This is the creator she's talking about, y'all. Is this her? Yes, Mixed and Fit. All right, cool. First of all, this woman is biracial. Red flag. She's half white. Why are you projecting your issues with her dating black men when she's half white? This one drop rule really needs to be gone. It doesn't make sense. This woman is biracial, mixed and fit. Is she biracial? Hold on. Okay, wait, I lied. Is she talking about her men are mixed and fit? Okay, my bad, y'all, my bad. Okay, I retract the red flag. Retraction. I thought she was mixed. Okay. Now let's get to it, y'all. We're going to check this woman's page. So mixed and fit. Is she talking about a mixed relationship or is she mixed? I don't know. Is she biracial? Let me find out. I'm going to go through this one. And mixed and fit, I'm only going through your video because sis used it. Okay, let's see her videos. Oh, sorry. Okay. My bad, y'all. Alright, I retract my red flag. I thought she was biracial. If she is biracial, the red flag stands. If she's not biracial, I retract the red flag. Because I don't know if she's saying she's mixed or mixed because they're white and black couple. I have no idea. Okay, so I see this guy. He knows the words to a song you weren't expecting him to. They're kissing at the gym. Okay, they're just doing couple content. I don't see anything with black men. I just see her and her white man on the page. He looked like Travis Kelce to me. That's who he looks like to me. Okay, they're talking about electric car. When you tell him how much to send for your bills, but he sends a few hundred extra with a note, bills, and nails. Okay, he pays for her. All right, he pays. It looks like she's getting treated well with the money. Let's see if he's emotionally treating her well. I will never forget our first date right before COVID and not knowing I was going to love you so much. Okay, they met in 2020. All right. The girls that get it, get it. Okay. Realizing I changed my emergency contact from my mom to this man who flinches at the screen when I'm trying to take a cute video. Okay. Sunday checklist, take care of my man, coffee, grocery, steps, meal prep, football. I still don't see her being upset about a black man. I don't get it. Anytime my boyfriend takes me back to his small town in Montana, he has to remind me that, okay? Let's continue. He's 6 foot, tatted, fit, no kids, make 6 figures. Again, I don't know how he's treating her in the background, but he's 6 feet, tatted, fit, no kids, 6 figures. That works for her. She loves it. I love it for her. He seems like he's treating her pretty well, as far as I can see. Again, we never know the background of these situations. But until I see her come out and say that he treating her wrong, I can't assume. I cannot assume. So here, she gets treated. He does everything for her. This is the one she referenced here. Okay. I don't see a black man, not a black man in sight, y'all. Not a black man in sight, y'all. Not one. At all. Oh, and she's very fit. I think she's a figure competitor. Oh, she is. Okay, she's a bodybuilder. Okay, sis. You know what? I'm gonna like this video. I can't like it here because I'm not signed in, but let me. Oh my goodness. Okay, I can't play the song, but she's a fitness woman. Yo, you know how much discipline and dedication you need to get a body like that? It's very difficult. So the fact that she can do that and he's supporting her, that's actually really good. That's why she needs him to have money, y'all. These shows are not, they're expensive. Okay, I'm speaking from experience as somebody who's married to a man who has done these type of competitions. It is expensive, y'all. It is expensive. So the fact that he has money and he spends money, that's why she has to get her nails done, because when you're in competition and competition season, you have to, like, especially when you're gonna do a show, you have to get your hair done, makeup, nails, all that. And these little outfits, the outfit she's wearing, the bikinis, they're expensive, y'all. They have to special order them. This is not a cheap, it's not a cheap lifestyle to be a bodybuilder and to plan your meals. You have to have certain type of meals. She looks amazing to me. So the fact that she can do all that and he takes care of her, I don't understand what the problem is. You see, when I go backstage and he lets me carry his duffel bag so I can be with him in some way. There you go. So, okay, he supports her in her endeavors. That's all I see. He picks her up. I guess they do, doing couples content. Here you go. Okay. Hold on, let me see this one. When he takes dating a black girl a little too serious. What does that mean? Hold up. I don't know. This one might be a red flag. Let me get this. Hold on a second. Who said that? Dang. Oh, okay. I thought. Oh my God. Why did I read another word? I thought you said so much. I was about to say, what did you just say? Okay. Let me listen. I'm scared. There's like copyright music.
Yeah. Been knew I was that bitch.
Oh, okay. He's just dancing the gorilla. What is the problem, sis? What's the problem with these folks? I don't see any problem. Now, let me tell you something. I understand where she's coming from. There are a lot of couples channels that do exploit their relationship, 100%. I can't even lie and say that they don't. But she's talking, you see, she put somebody's face there. When you put someone's face here, hold on, here, she put her video there, y'all. This is not right. If you want to talk generally, you going to talk generally all you want to, but why this specific creator? I don't see not one video of her talking about a black man. If anything, all she's doing is talking about her white man and how he treats her. That's it. I don't see nothing about her talking about black men, nothing. Nothing at all. But yeah, you put this sister's video as a point for what? This is what I'm talking about. This is not right, y'all. Yeah, kudos to at Mixed and Fit. I really admire the fact that she's able. I'm telling y'all, it's so hard to be a competitor and to be a bodybuilder, especially a woman. So kudos to her and hats off to her for being so disciplined. I actually admire that. Oh Lord. All right, let's see what else she could tell us. Oh no, not her. She's someone else. She's someone else I want us to watch. We gonna watch her again. Let's see who else she calls out. we gonna call it out here.
I'm hella about to ruffle some feathers with this video, but let's get into it and we gonna talk about it, okay? Disclaimer, I don't give a damn about what anybody says. I'm saying what I say and I mean what I say, okay? Let's watch this video.
As members of the Soft Black Wives Club, we just celebrate anything. And tonight, we celebrate the fact that we're both believers. We're both beautiful black women in interracial marriage. We're both soft black wives, stress-free, put up and out the way. Ain't nobody coming to us as a woman about our husbands. Keisha wants us to find more friends for the club. I personally think it should be all interracial couples or age gap. I tell her, girl, a lot of women don't like the women that live a soft life. So they gotta be living a soft life too. So if we want to join our club, we can do like a group date to all the best persons in Las Vegas. We can meet at the country club for golf, tennis, or pickleball.
All right, let me ask y'all a question. So why?
Okay, for this one, I'm going to lean on her side here. This one, I could kind of see it because they said a few problematic things that I do not agree with. So actually, I'm going to play this video. I have to use the restroom. I'll let this video play in its entirety while I use the washroom, and then I'll come right back and dissect it, okay? So just give me a moment.
Is it that resistance shows up when he's black, but submission shows up when he's white? Because if a white man tells you, I got it, you don't have to worry about it, y'all just sit back all giggly and be like, ooh, that's bae, right? But when a black man says, I got it, you don't have to worry about it, y'all want to sit there and talk about, I don't need no man, I'm independent. So y'all are feminists until Brad the bare minimum shows up. Got it. There's oftentimes this unspoken power dynamic between black men and black women just based off the fact that how society has put us underneath this pressure cooker of racism, gender roles, and all this stuff. So we're always constantly kind of looking at each other for that control, that validation, that respect, or whatever the case may be. But when a black man steps into leadership, y'all don't see protection, y'all see actual competition. Let's talk about it. Because I don't think a lot of you guys realize that nobody's trying to control you, sis. You just not used to someone else being in the front view of your own reflection. But all of a sudden, when you get with a white man, submission looks like softness and control looks like security. It's not always about what's being said, it's about who's saying it. Let's be all the way fucking for real. And be honest with yourself. Is it safety or is it supremacy in the soft voice that y'all getting it from? Soft life isn't something that's wrapped in European. Let me make that very fucking clear, right? You don't get femininity off of just being with a white boy. Let me make that very fucking clear, okay? Femininity isn't something that white men just unlock, okay? Y'all be handing this over to white people because you think the power dynamic between them is going to benefit you more than it is with the black man. Let's be all the way fucking for real, right? The real challenge is a lot of you black women don't know how to be soft with someone who reflects your struggles, but instead y'all try to go after someone who gives you the escape. So when y'all date a black man, she have that shared trauma, the same struggle, or whatever the case may be, right? So it's not love that you're seeing, it's survival that you're seeing. And a lot of y'all start to battle with that control because you've never felt safe in your blackness. But a white man doesn't reflect your wounds. He reflects access. He reflects peace. He reflects safety, right? So y'all feel like y'all live in the soft life, not because he's better, but because of his whiteness is what y'all equate to safety. He's not softer, sis. I hate to break it to you. It's the fact that y'all don't expect him to hurt you the exact same way. So y'all associate whiteness with worthiness and blackness with battle. But let me ask y'all, why is submission so easy when the skin is pale, but he's got to work 10 times hard like he's got to get a degree when his skin is melon?
That is not true. Red flag. That's a very... Okay, let me play it through.
So it's not even about the man. It's about what you assume his intentions mean just based off of his skin color. So if your softness is dependent on his whiteness, is it truly softness or is it internalized survival mode dressed up in femininity? Y'all not healed, sis. Y'all just taking a vacation from your own reflection.
Okay, let's go back. Ooh, Lord. Uh-oh. What did I do? Okay, here we go. All right. Let me break it down now because I had to use the washroom. I was gone. All right, let's do this.
Video, but let's get into it and we're going to talk about it, okay? Disclaimer, I don't give a damn about what anybody says. I'm saying what I say and I mean what I say, okay?
Okay.
Let's watch this video.
As members of the Soft Black Wives Club, we just celebrate anything. And tonight, we celebrate the fact that we're both Libras.
Okay, they're celebrating the fact that they're both Libras.
We're both beautiful black women.
Both beautiful black women.
In an interracial marriage.
In an interracial marriage.
We're both soft life wives.
Both soft life wives.
Stress-free.
Stress-free.
Put up and out the way. Ain't nobody coming to us as a woman about our husbands. Keisha wants us to...
Okay, can't nobody say nothing about their husbands. All right, so she was going down, basically down the list of what they have in common. All right, so I'm not going to give them a red flag for that. I mean, it's the truth. They're both in interracial marriages. She believes that they're both living a soft life. And they're both Libras. And they're both black women. So she listed all of that. All right, so we going to let that go.
I'm friends with the club. I personally think it should be all interracial couples.
Okay, now this is the problem. I personally think what?
All interracial couples. Or age gap.
Hold up. This is where she going to get a red flag. She talking too fast.
I personally think it...
Hold on. This is where she gonna get a red flag. 1 second, y'all. It's too fast.
Ain't nobody coming to us as a woman about our husbands.
Ain't nobody coming something about their husbands. I don't know.
Keisha wants us to find...
You know what? Let's go to their video. Shayla Ray World. I'm tired. She sped it up too much and I'm not good with sped up stuff, y'all. I'm too slow. What's the name again? Shayla Ray World. Okay. Here we go. I think is this the one? Okay. Oh, she looks amazing. Why she look like this? She looks like she's a model. Wow, she looks amazing. Okay. Which one is this one? Latest? Okay, I have to check. I don't know. Her TikTok is done in a certain way. Oh, she married an older man. Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to watch some of her content. Let's see. Where's the video? Sorry, I'm trying to find that video. She has a nice style. Okay, here we go. That's the video. Ooh, it was too sped up. Lord. All right, we're going to watch this video now.
Of the Soft Life Wives Club. We just celebrate anything. And tonight, we're celebrating the fact that we're both Libras. We're both beautiful black women in an interracial marriage.
Yep.
We're both soft life wives.
Okay.
Stress-free. Put up and out the way.
Oh, put up and out the way. That's what she said.
Ain't nobody coming to us as a woman about our husbands.
Okay.
Keisha wants us to find more friends for the club. I personally think it should be all interracial couples.
Red flag. Okay, this is where you're going to get a red flag, sis. Keisha said we should have more men, or we should find more friends for the club, and it should all be interracial. Now, I get it. You know, y'all all want to have the black woman with the white man aesthetic. However, this is where I give you the red flag, sis. Why is there a quota? Why is there a quota? What if there's a sister out there who has a black man tricking on her like this, and he's spending money on her? I don't want to say tricking on her because she married to him. But what if she has a black man, or not Asian man? What if she has a black man? It has to be a black man actually, because that does not qualify as interracial dating. So what if she has a Nigerian man? What if he has oil tycoon money? And what if that? What if she has a man who has money? And he's able to provide that life for her. Then what? Yeah, it's too wild. Let me show y'all somebody who I follow on TikTok. I love their family. And this is why when people say, I don't know why, it always stays on Nick and Alandra. Not that I have a problem, but I don't want y'all to think that this is all it just stays on this channel. I guess my TikTok here is a Nick Alandria. It just loves to be in this setting. All right, Shansay. I really hope I spell her name right. Shansay. No, I think her name is Shansay. Shansay. Hold on. Accent French. She has a French name. Here we go. I think her name is Shansay with this. She's a black woman married to a black man, and she stays at home. She has a very nice life. I hope I can find her. Oh my god, I hope I can find her. Okay, let me see if I can find her. Stay at home, mom. If I can't find her, that's okay. Oh no. Hold on, let me try to find her on my TikTok. But anyways, let's get back to the video. Yeah, interracial only is a red flag, y'all. Red flag, big red flag. I'm gonna try to find the woman that I believe would fit well into their club. And she's married to a black man, y'all. Okay, here. That was her name, but I found her page. Here. I'm going to show y'all. He treats her like, I mean, as far as I can see, he treats her very well. And then not only that, but he takes care of her. And she doesn't have to want for anything. He gives, like, she has money. Like, it's not like she just, you know, her husband is like controlling her or anything. So let me see if I can find a video where she talked about staying at home. I'm gonna find it for y'all because I have to prove a point here. Here we go. Here we go. I found the video. All right. Here, I'm gonna show y'all who I think would be a perfect candidate to be part of their friend group. And she's married to a black man. Just letting y'all know.
Of the stay-at-home mom asking if it's normal that her husband of, I think, 12 years controls all the finances. That she has to essentially ask before she spends.
You said don't be shy. I love them too, don't get me wrong. But it made me look like I was a stan or something. Like I have all the Nick and the Landry. I'm like, well, damn. But I was just to say that, damn, I'm not that obsessed. I mean, I am obsessed with them, don't get me wrong, but not that much where I'm only looking at their stuff,
any
right?
money at all, and that she has no access to any of the bank accounts because he works and she stays at home. The answer is no. It is obviously not normal. This video has made me realize is how often we don't talk about the number 2 most common form of abuse when it comes to stay-at-home mom or married women in general. And that is financial abuse. Financial abuse is not only dangerous, not only does it happen very often and more often often than we can think. Most people don't even know how it actually looks like, especially with the rise of the soft life era where women are supposed to essentially not know anything at all and their husband's supposed to take care of everything and they're just supposed to sit there and be essentially brainless. Sexual abuse looks like restriction. You're not allowed to have your own bank account. Only he has a bank account. It also looks like surveillance. He checks all the receipts to make sure that you spent the exact amount he wanted you to spend on what he wanted you to spend it on. Like blocking, you are discouraged or even told you cannot work and make your own money for whatever reason it may be. As stay-at-home moms, it's typically because, well, you're not even going to make enough money to counter childcare or whatever the reason is that they give. Looks like using money to control you or your movement, maybe telling you that, you know what, if you don't do this, then I'm going to stop paying the bills. If you don't do this, then I'm going to stop buying groceries. If you don't do this, I'm going to stop paying for something that you may like, maybe getting your nails done. These are all ways that financial abuse can show up. Sometimes it's all of this combined. Sometimes it's one of these or a couple of these combined. But financial abuse is abuse nonetheless, and it's not okay and it is not normal. And I hate that it's been normalized for so many women. I'm saying this again because I really grew up saying this, especially in our African culture where we are thought that a man is supposed to handle everything when it comes to finances, and us as women shouldn't even have access, shouldn't even know what he makes. It is so dangerous to put your entire financial future in the hands of just one person. There's a huge difference between transparency and secrecy when it comes to finances, and it is so important that you know where the finances are coming from and where they're going every single time.
Okay, so I played that video just so you could see the type of household that she has. So she's not in a financially abusive household. This is her husband. Treats her like a queen.
Hi, my name is Julian, and I make sure my wife and daughters have fresh flowers every week.
There you go.
My name is Shansei.
My name is Julian, and I built my wife a home gym because she hates people.
My name is Shansei.
Hi, my name is Julian, and I take out all the boxes for my wife's purchases. Daily purchases. Oh, wait. There's more.
My name is Shansei.
Hey, I'm Julian. I'm staying home to watch our kids while my wife goes to a winery.
Hi, my name is Shansei.
Hi, my name is Julian, and I order my wife's Ubers, or I just drive her myself.
Hi, my name is Shansei.
Okay, so there you go. She should be part of the club, but she's not included according to these sisters. All right, let's continue. I believe she should be part of the club. And there's other black women married to black men I could show y'all, but I just wanted to give y'all an example, the first one that came to mind.
Or age gap. I told her, girl, a lot of women don't like the women that live a soft life. So they gotta be living a soft life too. So who wanna join our club? We can do like a group date to all the best restaurants in Las Vegas. We can meet at the country club for golf, tennis, or pickleball. And just celebrate the fact that us beautiful black women are being catered to. We finally found somebody that really like us in real life. One of the trolls said he happy my nappy-headed ass married that white man. He didn't want me no way. Okay, no, but seriously, if y'all want to be in the club, contact Keisha.
Red flag.
So you gotta have a...
The troll said he happy her nappy headed behind it and want a black man. This is craziness.
Passport.
Okay, so yes, I have to agree. That was wild, y'all. That was wild talking about it has to be an interracial couple. However, let's see if sis talks about them, that woman in that video, and not about all black women and white men. Okay, let's fast forward.
Black, but submission shows up when he's white.
That's not true, because I just showed y'all Shansei's channel, TikTok. She is very submissive to her black man. He identifies as black too, and he looks black to me, just light skin. So, sis, that goes out the window. Oh, is it because he's light skinned? Let me find a dark skinned black woman.
Because if
dark skinned black man, sorry.
Don't worry about it. Y'all just sit back all giggly and be like, ooh, that's bae, right? But when a black man says, I got it, you don't have to worry about it. Y'all want to sit there and talk about, I don't need no man, I'm independent.
That's not true. Hello? We have a lot of examples here. She's not the only one either. Let me see if I can remember somebody else who has a black husband. Oh, what's her name? But she's a preference. Never mind. I gotta find a dark-skinned black woman. I gotta find a dark-skinned black woman with a dark-skinned black man. Because, you know, some people are like, well, he light-skinned. Okay. I'm gonna have to find somebody. But nah, sis.
So y'all are feminists until Brad the Bare Minimum shows up. Got it. There's oftentimes this unspoken power dynamic between black men and black women just based off the fact that how society has put us underneath this pressure cooker of racism, gender roles, and all this stuff. So we're always constantly kind of looking at each other for that.
Absolutely, Princess Amani. Let's redefine it. Only when she's being treated well. I love this type of black love relationship. This is where I would say yes. Absolutely. I love her. I love her content. I love how her husband treats her. He treats her like the queen that she is. No issues whatsoever. Beautiful family. Big ups to her. Beautiful. But I don't know why she this one is projecting here.
Control, that validation, that respect, or whatever the case may be. But when a black man steps into leadership, y'all don't see protection, y'all see actual competition. Let's talk about it. Because I don't think a lot of you guys realize that nobody's trying to control you, sis. You just not used to someone else being in the front view.
That's not true. That's not true at all. You know what the problem is that, okay, that's not true at all. I will say that. The reason why a lot of women have a problem putting men into leadership, and of course I'm not saying all women, because there are some women who don't want a man to lead them, and that's fine. That does happen. However, in a relationship, and I'm speaking from personal experience, it's my personal experience, like I said, if you have a man who can't lead you and who wants to lead you because he wants you to be inferior to him, then you will have a problem following, especially if his rules are nonsensical. Listen to me because I'm a man. That's very nonsensical. And if you see that he's leading your family or you, and he's not leading you in the right direction, he is basically taking the wheel and leading you into whatever dark hole direction he's going, then no, you should not submit. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And to be quite honest with you, sis, if we're going to be really completely honest, if this so-called men that you're speaking about, because you're trying to say that white men or whatever man, whatever you're trying to say, you're basically trying to say black men. Since you're talking in collective, then I'm going to talk in collective right now. If you're talking about collectively, black men as a collective, they are not good leaders. I'm sorry. Not in this, again, they're not good leaders as a collective. As a collective. We have individual leaders, but as a collective, what are they leading? I'll wait. As far as in the United States, because remember, she's in the United States. Now, if you're on the continent, you're going to let me know, because I don't live in Africa, on the African continent, so I don't know. But I can tell you, as far as Haiti and my parents' country, no, it's not working. It's not working. In America, it's not working either. How do I know this? Because we don't own. That's what I'm saying. We don't own as a collective. We individually own, but not as a collective. We don't have economic power. And that's due to a lot of other issues. Of course, colonialism and slavery aside. But once a black man is a millionaire or billionaire, he does not take care of the community in the way that you think he will, is what I'm trying to say. He's going to care about his family, as he should. However, collectively, we don't have economic power. In North America, I should say. And also in Haiti. I could even say that. Look at how Haiti is right now. It's in shambles politically. And you want us to submit to this leadership as a collective. Because you're talking about collective now. So we got to talk about collective. Now, if we're talking individually, then I can say that, yes, if he is shown and proven to be a great leader, then you're going to decide what you want to do. If you feel like your man can lead your family in the right direction, then that's fine. But at the same time, I don't like this rhetoric, because it shouldn't be about him leading you or you leading him. It should be both of y'all working together and going in the same direction. That's my personal opinion and belief. So I will just say this, that no, I'm not going to submit to my husband and his leadership only. But I am going to respect my husband and his position as my husband in my life. But best believe every decision we make is always both of us. He never makes a decision without me, and I never make a decision without him. And my words hold weight, and his words hold weight. We actually work together. So I don't like this rhetoric of, oh, if he tells you to do something, no. What is he trying to tell me to do? You're not explaining anything. What is it? Well, he trying to get a 401k or trying to be in crypto? You talking about that? Or we talking about leadership as in the way he wants the family to run? What we talking about here? There's so many different variations, right? So
of your own reflection. But all of a sudden, when you get with a white man, submission looks like softness and control.
Because he gives her the environment to do that. Hello. He gives her the environment and opportunity. Where is sis? Oh, no, not her. This sis. Look at her page, y'all. Look at her page. She said, marry a provider that will kiss you from your wig to your toes daily. Here you go. He got her on a golf course, y'all. What did she say? A dusty. Oh, dusty fit check. Okay, I thought she was talking about something else. All right. She combs his hair. She takes care of him. It looks like she takes care of him. He takes care of her. Hold on. I need to hear this video. Yeah, I was supposed to watch this one. Let's watch this one.
Black women are very feminine. Black women are very feminine.
One of your fans want to know, how is it dating a black woman?
Yeah, everybody thinks you're my nurse or my.
I ain't gonna lie, I had a little feeling. I was like, is she taking care of him too? You're a little old in age, Graham, so that's okay. You know, sometimes the suspicions go up, but you see. But I'm not judging her because of that, because I don't know their story. That's why I didn't say that. But I ain't gonna lie, he did bring up a good point. Because I was like, yeah, it's a win-win. She takes care of him, he takes care of her. Why is that not a win-win?
I would say friends I have that also date black, married or engaged or dating women, a few of the conversations we've had is first femininity. Black women are very feminine, not ashamed of it and are not shy of it in any way. They're very feminine and very willing to express their femininity. That's very attractive to me and the men I know. And the black.
But hold on, red flag. So now I gotta also say a red flag. What do you mean by femininity, sir? What are we talking about? You see, this is the thing. When people talk about femininity, and this is why when I say feminine and masculine behavior, people automatically think that I'm talking about what he's talking about. He's talking about how she dresses and how she acts. He's talking more about the aesthetic of femininity. Like how you look, how you dress, but not like, I get where he's coming from. I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to show that we're not all rough. We're not all masculine, like manly, or like, you know, not feminine. But I don't know. I'm trying to see the direction that this is going, because it's giving me that he's talking about dolled up and that type of aspect. That's what I'm thinking femininity sounds like, and submissiveness. That's what I'm getting at here.
Women that my friends are involved with, and my wife Shayla, work very hard at keeping themselves in good spiritual and physical fit condition.
That is very important. It is very important to keep yourself in spiritual and physical fit condition. However, like I said, however, is this a deal breaker for you, sir? It sounds like I think he's giving us his standard, basically.
So that they can express their beauty. They just have more an extra way of expressing their beauty. Cleanliness, the obsession.
Very important.
Yes.
That's very important.
Yeah.
That's very important. You
Yeah.
love the way I feel and the way I smell.
Yes. Well, yeah, the way you smells. Black women are very feminine.
Okay.
One of your fans wants to know.
So this was a response to a fan. So again, the generalization is where I'm getting at. Is that you're going to find all different types of black women. However, the cleanliness is I will say that across all the cultures, all the black cultures, we do take cleanliness to another level. So I will agree with that. We do that. But as far as femininity goes, you're going to find different types of black women. So that's why I said don't speak in absolutes. You'll find way different ones. Okay, so now I'm not going to listen to sisters. Okay, there's another couple we got to go through. Okay, here she go using more proof. More proof here.
Just believe me, it's coming from a place of love, all right? Just breathe with me, okay?
Wait, what you mean Tyler Perry? If someone uses Tyler Perry as an example, I will shout. I ain't gonna lie, that's the only one they can use. But guess what? Tyler Perry has bigger fish to fry right now. He has a lot of fish to fry. A lot of fish to fry with that lawsuit he got coming his way. All right, let's listen to this one. How many hours I've been on here? Okay, one more hour, y'all. We're not gonna stay too long on this stream. I'm not gonna do 6 hours today.
Let's get into this video.
Because I have 2 more videos to go over.
I've never seen an unhappy black woman with a fine ass white man. I've never seen it. And we can talk about it more. Because the ones that be happy.
Okay, wait. I need to. Again, she speeds up the videos too much.
Just breathe with me, okay? Let's get into this video in comments and we'll talk about it.
Okay. What? I can't see the video. It's blocked. Dang it. Okay, she said, I've never seen an unhappy black woman with a fine ass. Okay, we gonna listen to it.
Never seen an unhappy black woman with a fine ass white man. I've never.
Red flag. That's false. That is very false. That is very false, ma'am. Whoever made this video, now I see where. Okay, this one we gonna see what sis talking about, because this one's a red flag.
And we can talk about it more. Because the ones that be happy with their white man, they get everything that they want. And that's gonna be me next.
What? She said the one that be happiest with their white men, and it's gonna be me next. Whatever. Anyway, she said she next in line. Sis, we gonna have an example for you. She said she never seen an unhappy black woman with a fine ass white man. Okay. What's her name? Kayla Nicole. Here we go. Here we go. She was happy, y'all. Was she happy in her relationship? This man wasted her damn time. That's what he did. This man right here wasted her entire time. And he's very handsome. He's not an ugly man. He would be considered a fine ass white man. Wasted her damn time. Here. Wasted her time. Her whole time. This man right here. Hold on. We're going to find another one. Here, this man, he'd be considered very handsome. He doesn't look ugly to me. Wasted her entire time. Red flag. Stop looking at race. Stop it. So I understand this one. Now let's see what sis said behind it.
Happily in love, living in life, and masculinity.
So now with this video, I actually am not going to say anything to her because that creator did generalize. And so now her response can be general. 100%.
They just open it. Where am I? I'm at the point where I'm still like I am. Y'all give nothing no more. So.
Somebody said, "Fine, where I'm done with you." The star that fell. I'm so done with you.
Alright, so this one says, notice it's not all about the money and material things. They bring respect, love, structure, provision, protection, problem solving, marriage, family values, morals. Did I say marriage? So you're basically saying that white men do this and black men don't do this. Okay, got it.
Okay, what? I'm sorry, it's going too fast for me. I'm a little too slow today. Okay. So she's talking about collectively white men, bring respect, love, structure, provision, protection, problem solving, marriage. No, that's not true. Red flag. That is very extremely generalized. That is very, any race of man can bring that individually as well. Collectively though, the white women are going through it with their white husbands. Hold up. Let's look at Cecilia Regina's page. Let's look at Cecilia Regina. Oh, not Ace. Oh, no. Stop. No. You in timeout, Ace. Hold up.
They like Ace in the boat.
No. Hold on. Wait. We went from Nicolandria to Ace. No. Okay, here. Sorry, y'all, if I was too loud. Hold up. So here we have a lot of white women are going through it, y'all. It's not easy for them. Let me show y'all what's going on here. White women be going through it too, y'all. Hold up. Let's find it. Hold up. White women be going through it too, y'all. Oh, you know what? Oh my god. My lighting almost fell. Okay. Let me see if I could find it. There's so many white women going through it. Here we go.
I'm just gonna stay home with her because I feel like we need to spend some more time together.
I want to spend some time with Carrie tonight. Yeah, of course. She has been working really hard since morning. Yeah, now she cooked really good lunch.
Hold on, it's going too fast. But I love her content. This one's going too fast. Hold on, I'm gonna find a slower one. There was one. Oh, a single list. I think that's her TikTok. Yeah, here we go. This woman right here, she crazy. If there's a woman behind the account, she literally goes through why you should be single. Now, of course, I don't agree with her, but I ain't gonna lie. She be cooking, though. She be cooking. All right, here's the single list. Oh, this is the backup. I want to get the real page because she be going in. Here, the original one. Is this one? Hold on. No, I'm gonna go. Okay, here. I don't know why it's the backup, but okay, we're gonna watch this one. Look.
So I'm currently getting divorced from this guy, but
who is this? Who is she? She's white, isn't she?
I'm sitting here right now. I'm building this shelving thing that I got. I keep thinking about how anytime that we had to build anything or do anything in this kind of realm of things, it was such a fucking fight. It was a nightmare. It was just, he would get overwhelmed so quickly and he would get angry and he would take it out on me, and like he would never listen to me. He would never listen to me about anything. Like I would be like, this is how you do it, this is what the instruction says, and he didn't give a fuck. He wouldn't listen. And I would just, eventually I learned, because I was with him for about 16 years, married 20 years together, and eventually I just learned just not to say anything. The thing that I'm the most frustrated about right now, he's at his mama's house. He's living at his mom's house.
I'm assuming she's with a white man. The reason why is because the lady who runs this channel is usually only white couples. I only see white couples.
He just built a patio.
Only white couples. Just letting y'all know.
Like with pavers in this old area that used to be like a sandbox area at his house. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't go over there. I don't know anything more than what my kids are telling me. And I'm just like, you know how I wanted him to do so many of these different types of things in our own home together, where we would be able to achieve that. Not even together. I just wanted him to be able to fucking do it. Like, I wanted a patio set. Like, we literally bought this awning that it has been in my garage now for 4 years. I'm not even kidding. It is still in the boxes, and it's taking up all of the space, and it's been in my garage for 4 years, and he just never did it.
Does it sound like a provider?
I was so excited to get it. Like, when we bought it, it was like over
a builder.
Fucking dollars. He didn't want to do it for me.
Mm-hmm.
That he didn't want to do it for us.
Oh, that's sad.
That he didn't want to fight for any of that.
Damn.
And I would see that, and I would see that, and I would see his potential, and I knew that he was capable of it, that he could be this amazing person, and he would be able to achieve all of these amazing things, and we would be able to live this life that we would. But he didn't want to do that with me because he just didn't like me.
Okay, I feel.
He wouldn't take time
really
off work because he didn't want to spend time with me.
That's not right.
He wouldn't do things for our family because he didn't want to spend time with us. But then when I left, he begged me, pleaded with me, said that he would change and do all of these things with me. And at that point, it was just too late.
Yeah, she does a whole list, y'all. She's on 261, y'all. This woman she be going in. This one too, like here, she's on 261. But anyway, these are the white men, y'all. The white women are going through it too. We're all going through it. That's why I said it's not the race of the man, y'all. All of them.
This one says, beautiful couple is not about money anymore. It's about respect and communication. So basically what you're saying is that y'all didn't know how to give respect and communication to a black man, but you know how to give respect and communication to a white man.
That's not what they saying, sis. That's not what they saying at all. But I mean, this is the problem. The creator that said, oh, ladies, get what you find, my white man, she's talking about collectively. And then this woman right here is talking collectively. And then those women in the comments are talking about their experiences. This is all a mess. It's all a mess.
Respect and communication back from a black man, the one that you chose to.
This is all a mess. This is why I said don't just idolize a race. This is a mess. One person's talking about collective. She's responding to that person talking about collective. Reading the comments, they talking about individuals. Just backwards.
It's because they are very understanding and value people's feelings. Where the fuck did y'all get that from? Because I don't know how y'all just completely...
They talking about the white men they dealt with, sis. But you see, you talking about absolutes. And then they responding, yeah, the ones I dated, yeah, they like that.
Completely forgot that they're out here fucking killing kids, shooting up schools.
Girl, don't even talk about that red flag. Sis. Let's not... Need I say more about our race? Let's be for real. Come on now, sis. Come on now. Let's do better than that. Because one thing I know for sure is at least they're not fighting and killing each other over blocks that they don't even own. Hello! Let's keep it real. They're not doing that. They're all doing that is what I'm trying to say. Sorry about that. They're all doing that. They're killing each other too. We're talking about men, y'all. We're talking about men.
Dismembering fucking black women's bodies and hiding them in all different types of places in the parks and shit with this, that, and the third. Like, what the fuck does that like? So black people don't have any understanding and value people's feelings? Is that what you're saying? Come on now. Some of y'all talking real fucking loud about white men are keeping black women happy. How you feel more free, more soft, or more protected?
They're talking about their white men, sis. They're white men.
And listen, I'm not here trying to police your passport to tell you who you should love or where to go or your preference or this, that, and the third, okay? Love who loves you, period. But let's not skip over accountability, okay? Because it's not always about a white man keeping a sister happy, okay? It's that some of y'all never gave healthy black love an actual genuine shot.
Red flag! Red flag! Even if they didn't, so what? Who are you to tell us who to date, sis? I don't care what you talking about. Don't tell me who to date. Do not tell me who to date. That's number one. Number two, you haven't given healthy black love a chance. All right, let's go with her theory. Okay, let's go with her theory. Okay, let's go with her theory. You haven't given healthy black love a chance. That's according to her. So let's talk about healthy black love now. And we're going to have to be honest about this conversation that I'm about to bring up. How many of you grew up seeing healthy black love in your families? You can say yes or no. I grew up seeing healthy black love with my parents. However, my parents were the exception. My uncles, Lord Jesus of Nazareth. My uncles, my aunties, cousins, not all, but majority is not the type of love that I would want. What is the criteria? Because for some people, it might be acceptable. So for you, it might be acceptable because I tell you, a lot of my family members are married to black men. I always tell y'all that. However, their type of love is not aligned with my standard of the type of love that I want. And I'm not saying that a black man couldn't provide it to me. It's just that the black man that I encountered in my life did not and could not provide it to me. Hello! I did date a good black man, what you would consider that. Or he would be a candidate to be a good black guy because we went to the same church. He was really nice. Everything was great. However, we didn't align on values. He was more of a person who was very fixed in life. I wanted to travel the world. I wanted to go abroad. I wanted to do different things. So I broke up with him. Why? Because I didn't want to limit myself. I was only 17, 18 at the time. I was like, no, I'm not going to limit myself. I want to grow. I want to go do different things. I don't want to just limit myself to this life. And so we broke up. Dated another black guy. Same thing. I wanted more. That was my preference. Unfortunately, they couldn't provide it to me. But guess what, sis? Some Asian men couldn't provide it to me either. And a Hispanic man couldn't provide it to me either. But guess who did provide it? A Korean man. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's depending on what you want. If that were the case, I would be with anybody. Because then I would lower my standards. And I refuse to do that. That is why I married so late in life. I didn't want that for myself. But I knew a lot of other black women who didn't mind lowering their standards. And that's great for them, but not for I. I don't want that. I never did. I was very strong and adamant about it. I said, I do not want that. Because I have a vision of what I want my family to look like. And that person has to align with my vision. And the man that's here in this house does. And so that's why we were able to move on. That's my point. So, no. Healthy black love is not enough. He has to align with my values. Has to. What if it's a healthy black love, but he doesn't politically believe in what I believe in? What should I do? I'm just gonna marry him? What if it's a healthy black love and he can't financially provide for me, but yeah, he's a great man, but he can't provide for me. He can't give me what I want, the lifestyle I want. So you want me to settle, like I said. What if it's a healthy black love? Like the guy, there's nothing wrong with him. He's a good man, according to standards, like societal standards. But he cannot emotionally take care of me. What if he's a good black man, quote unquote, but he's in high debt, can't even function, can't take care of me, can't do... That's what I'm saying. Like, it depends on where you are in life and what you want. Now, I'm not going to say it's all negative. Of course, there's some, like I showed y'all, there's some black women married to some amazing black men. But again, they didn't have what I wanted. And she has to stop thinking this way. It's really going to hold you back, sis. Because you're going to sit here and marry your black king based off of, find healthy black love. Does she have a man? I'm going to have to find that out. But anyways, point is, if you're not looking at your value system, then a healthy black love, you're just going to look for any black man. And then you're going to put that as healthy black love. No. There has to be more. Your race is not all end all be all. There has to be more to it.
Softness to an emotional, available black man.
And just because someone treats you well doesn't mean that their values are aligned with yours. Hello? He could be a good man, but just not good for you.
You gave your time to ones that were still fighting childhood trauma. And you gave your loyalty to men who don't even like themselves, let alone know how to even love you. And when it broke you, instead of asking, why do I keep choosing these type of men?
And then also, how do you know they're going to be attracted to you, sis? Because you talking a big game, but let's say he is what you want, and he values what you want, and you find the perfect man in court according to your standards, but he doesn't like to date black women. Then what? We gonna wait forever for this unicorn to come? Or are we gonna explore our options and find a man who can fit that standard? I don't know. You tell me what's the wisest thing to do. What's logically smart? Are you gonna stay at a job hoping to get the promotion? You gonna wait 24 years to hope that they finally pick you? They done picked everybody in your department but you. But I'ma still sit here and wait and pray. I'ma wait because this job is amazing. It's the best job I've ever had. Not even give you a raise. They don't even give you a raise, y'all. They haven't given you a promotion. They done promoted everybody else in your department but you. But then every other week they tell you, hey, you're a good worker, man. Just keep at it. One day it's going to be your turn. Okay, I'm going to wait. Let me wait. And then what? Are you going to wait for that promotion to come and that pay raise? Or are you going to go to the job that says, hey, we're going to offer you what you want, more than what you want, double, probably more. And we're also going to give you pay, vacation, everything. You ain't got to worry about that. And also, we're going to give you the role that you want. Which job you going to choose, y'all? Or you going to stay with your old, just wait for that promotion. Just keep waiting. Be your old fave. Oh, yeah, let me wait for that promotion. It's coming. It's coming. I'm just going to pray a little harder, dust the knees, get the Bible out. Is that what we going to do? Or if somebody's ready already, it's like, hey, we got the position already. It fits. We're both on the same page as far as your career. I want your career to go this way. Let's do it. Which one you gonna go to? Exactly.
And you look at it as black men don't know how to love. That's not fact, sis. That's your pattern. There are black men out here that are very soft-spoken and very self-aware, that want to spoil and love on their queen, who do the work, who listens, who love you in full sentences. But they don't come with the chaos some of y'all been stuck for chemistry.
It doesn't, sis, again, like I said, your statistics wise, one thing is, what's the percentage of black people in America? Let's put black men, because we're not going to put black people. Do they have a census? Okay, as of 2023, black men, 19.5 million. Okay, 19.5 million. Just remember that. Median age, 34. Okay, where's my pen? 19.5 million black men. Currently in the United States. We're not even talking about... Oh, yeah, let's look at percentage-wise. Yeah. Under 18 is 25%, y'all. That's crazy. So 29% between the ages of 35 to 64. Oh, dang. I gotta use 18 to 34 because I know some of y'all are in that age range. So we have this one. 25. Actually, I'm not gonna write it down. I'm just gonna leave this open. Okay. Wait, what did I look up now? Oh yeah. Black women. Okay. Percentage. There we go. Percentage of black women in America. Here we go. Let me see if there's... Okay, black women statistics. Here we go. Same place. Yes. Look at that, y'all. Black men, 19.5. Black women, 21.1 million. So let's calculate. Where my calculator at? Y'all know I gotta get this calculator. I got a big one here. This one. I like to use the old ones. So 21.1 minus 19.5. So that's a $2 million deficit right there. But again, we don't know the percentage, how it's split up. So let's look at the age range. So compared to females. Oh, it was compared to females. My bad. Okay, so that's why the percentage was low. Okay, I get it now. 19.5 males. This was in 2023, y'all. 2023, according to the census, ACS demographic data. And then women, 21.1. That's a 2 million difference. More women than men. Okay. Now, median age, 34.3. Median age, 37.6. So we live a little bit longer, I'm assuming. That's what they're talking about. All males is 165.7 million. All right. And then all women is 169.2. So already women outnumber men, whether it's black women or women of other races. So there's going to be a lot of women not having any men. So 169.2. Where my calculator at again? So we got 165.7. 169.2 minus 165.7. So that's a 4 million difference. That's when you calculate all races, right? Everything. There's already a deficit of 4 million. But then just within black women and black men, you already have a 2 million difference. You're already at a deficit here. You're already losing as a woman. Okay. Then, black males compared to women. Percent. 35 to 64. That's a large percentage here. 29%, y'all. 29% difference. Then here. Yeah, black women is 29% of the population of the 21.1. As of 2023, there were approximately 21.1 million black women in the U.S. This makes up 52% of the total black population, compared to 48% who are black men. So there's, and then again, I hate to bring this up, but this is true. And one sociologist had it. He was what was the book called? It was like oh my god, it was like Why You Should Date Out or something like that. I forgot the name of the book, but he spoke about that. Of that percentage, 48%, how many percent are incarcerated? Did I spell that right? Okay, here we go. So, Federal Bureau of Prisons. So this is a government website, y'all. I'm not just making this up. Y'all know I like to use stats. And I'm even going to cover my face for this. Hold on. Should we make this wide? No, actually, I'm going to leave it the way it was. I want to see what's going on here. All right, let's look at this. Y'all can see it. Inmate race. Asian, 1.6%. Black, 38.3%. White, 57.1%. So for people that say, majority of people in prison are black, there you go. Native American, 3%. And these are updated weekly, y'all. This is as of September 6th of 2025. Majority white men in prison. But then again, they make up a lot of the population of the U.S. majority. So that's why those stats don't matter to white women and who they date, right? So now, 38% though. That's a high number for a minority group. That's a high number, y'all. That's a high number. That's a pretty high number. 59,000. Not only that, let's keep going. The median age of black men was 34.3, about 4 years younger than 38.1 median for all males nationwide. Over time, black men are getting older. Their median age was 33 in 2018. So good, they're living longer. That's great. All right. So 25% of black males were under 18, slightly more than 22% of all males. But by the time they reach older age groups, the percentage of black men drops faster than it does for other men. This is a problem. Crime. So prison, crime. That already eliminates so many men. And you're already starting off behind in the race because you're 2 million less men for women. If every black woman and black woman paired up, there will be 2 million without a mate. So this is why women are fighting over the same men. This is the reason why. This is the reason why. Wait, that the rates that black people are exonerated. Oh, that's what it was? Hold up. My bad, y'all. Exonerated. Hold on. Let me check the comments. The rates that black people are exonerated, though. Wait, what does that mean, y'all? You're going to tell me. Exonerated from prison? It says inmate race. Did I read it wrong? Oh, release numbers. Okay, let's see that. Oh, but that goes by... I can't do that. That goes by state. Offenses. Let's check. What? Offenses? 60... Whoa, everybody is... The highest offense is E. Drug? That's a high number of people in prison for drug offenses. Red flag. That's too much. There are more people in jail for drug offenses than... Where's murder? Where's unaliving? Where is that? Okay, that's G. Only 5,000? And a lot of people... That's a problem. Why are people in jail for drug offenses? That don't make no dang on sense. This is craziness. Wow, I'm shocked. What is going on here? There are more people in jail for drug offenses? I'm not joking. Look at that. 43%. For what? Unaliving is only 3. Wait. Extortion 3.9. 3 point. That don't make no dang on sense. Red flag. What is going on here? 22% for weapons? Oh, so that's how they're making their money, y'all. That's how they're making their money. How are people in jail for drug offenses? What are we talking about drug offenses? We talking about what? Having a little... What are we talking about? Having coke or something? Like selling it? What is going on here? What is happening? How did I get down this rabbit hole? That's what I want to know. I'm shocked. I really thought it was unaliving. How about L? That's a lot for sex offenses, though. This is quite high. The lowest percentage is banking embezzlement. Of course it is. This is why Wall Street is running amok. Only 0.1% of people are in prison for banking. Interesting. They should be in jail, causing people to lose homes and their livelihoods. Burglary is only 5%. Nah, this is craziness. So y'all go to jail for drug offenses? That's wild. That's wild. That's wild to me. Okay, I wasn't supposed to go this deep, y'all. That's another conversation. This is craziness. But anywho, 38% in prison. Let's get back to the topic. I'm shocked right now, y'all. Let's look at education. Where do black men stand as a collective, again, not individually. Less than high school diploma, 13%. High school graduation, 29%. Some colleges pretty good, 22%. That's actually a pretty good number. Bachelor's degree, 15%. Red flag. This is too low. This is way too low. Way too low. Bachelor's degree or higher, 23%. That doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Oh, or higher. Okay, including masters. Attended college. Okay, let's get to the women. Educational. 29%. Bachelor's degree and higher. We are lower? That doesn't make sense. Is this stat proper? 17% bachelor's degree. I thought we were more. Okay. 65% attended college. We're actually at parity, though, with other races of women, which is pretty good. This is a really good achievement. 65%. 59% attended college. I'm going to need to know how they did these statistics. But we're going to believe it. 23% of black men held bachelor's degree or higher compared to 35% of all men. Uh-oh. So when we compare them to other men, it's not good. It's not good. 8% earned graduate or professional degrees. All right, let's get into it. What about women? Okay, there we go. This is the right statistics. In 2023, 65% of black women aged 25 and older had attended college. 65%. That's a large percentage. That's a large percentage. So I think they were just breaking it up here, but I don't understand. But anyway, 65% of black women versus 23% of black men. But that's bachelor's degree or higher. Yeah. 15% of black men earned bachelor's degrees while 21% of all men did. Yeah, they're not making it. 8% graduate degrees, 14%. So if you are a high income earner, you're a professional woman, you only have 8% to work with. While other races of men, the national average is 14%. Just letting y'all know. Just letting y'all know. And black women were still lower than other women. 29% of black women had a bachelor's degree compared to 37% of all women. 17% of black women held a bachelor's degree while 13% held a graduate or professional degree. That is actually very well. Also, we have 17% of black women held a bachelor's degree while 13% held a graduate or professional degree. Okay. Yeah, that's really good. We need to do more, though. We got to get higher on that number. 10% had an associate's degree. Okay. Compared to black men, black women continue to have a higher college completion rate. Black women continue to have higher college completion rates than black men. As of 2023, 29% of black women had a bachelor's degree or higher compared to 23% of black men. And then let's look at marital status. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, black women are the highest educated as a group. We are. Yeah. I have to find the stat for that, because remember, this is in 2023, so definitely it has gone up from there. Marital status. Black women never married, 49%. Other races of women, 31%. This is where that's why I told you, you're already starting at minus 2 million. This is bound to happen. This is bound to happen. You're already starting minus 2 million. And then if you only stick to black love, this is going to happen. This is why the rate is so high. Here, 49%. 31% of other women. Next, now married, except separated. So they're married now. 27% versus 47% of other women. This is this half. Whew. So there we go. There we go. Now married, 27%. That's not that much to work with, y'all. And then we don't know how many of these women are part of the interracial dating crew. We don't know. We can just go by numbers. It didn't say black women married to black men. So I don't know. But that's still a low number compared to other women. They're getting married way more. And that, again, aligns with the economics, like I was telling y'all. And notice, a lot of women of other races, especially white women, they get divorced and they get married and divorced quickly, with the quickness, because they understand. They get it. They get the fact that that's how you keep the money flowing. You get married, you get tax breaks. That's why they get married. So that's why you always look at your friends' parents like, you have a stepdad already? You see them in 2, 3, 4 marriages. They understand it. They understand the tax breaks. Separated 3%, all women 2%. Dang, we have a higher separation rate? That's crazy. Widowed, same percent. Okay, we're all the same. Divorce, 13%. We get higher rates of divorce too. This is interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. And this is America, y'all. This is America because the creator's from America. So that's why I'm doing American statistics. There are 364,000 more black men who are married than black women. Oh, so who are they married to? Red flag. Who they married to though? Who they married to? They're married more than us. Of course, that makes sense though, because we're already starting at a 2 million deficit. So that already lets me know that some of y'all not gonna get chosen. So you said, I told you the job with the promotion, you just waiting, but you don't know in the background that they don't have the money for it. They don't have the money for the position. They don't get everybody else a position, but for you, they don't have the money for it. Interracial. Ooh, this is good. Interracial marriage trend. In 2021, about 94% of married black women were married to black men. Okay, that's a high percentage. But remember, 94% of this percentage, 27%. So majority of the 27% are married to black men, but guess what? It's still a low percentage compared to other women, 47%. And then about 86% of married black men, look at that, 94% of married black women, but 86% of married black men. What's the different percentage? 8% difference. So they marrying people who are not black at a higher rate. We already knew that though. We already knew that. Earnings and employment. Earnings and employment. Ages 16 to 64. So percent who are in the labor force. There are more of us in the labor force than other races of women. 75%. That checks out. We've been working forever. Forever. Since they bought us from the continent, we've been working. Percent of labor force who are employed, 91% compared to 94. That's not that big of a difference. So we're doing pretty good there. Okay. Below poverty rate, this is where it makes a difference. 22% versus 14%. And this makes sense. Why? Because, so imagine, we are almost not that much different from other races of women, especially when it comes to education, especially when it comes to other things, right? But then when it comes to poverty rate, we are more impoverished. And again, you know why? And I have to say this again, I'm not saying all, because I know it's a very sensitive topic what I'm about to say. So, and you can disagree. So you guys can go in the comments, let me know, whatever. But I'm just speaking from my experience, my perspective, and from research. When you are raising children in single parent homes, and it's not just single parent homes, but specifically single parent homes, especially because, again, we already figured out that there's not enough black men for black women. That's already a fact. And then some of them, again, if you take away incarceration, you minus homicide rates, you minus all that stuff. Okay, we already know that it makes the number even higher, right? So now you're competing for the one man. So that's why you have a lot of women always like competing for the same type of black man, right? And if you're having multiple children and he's not in the household or he's not providing for you, even if you're separated, just think about it logically, from a logical perspective. And I'm not shaming single mothers because I understand you cannot sometimes, you know better when you do better. My point is just bringing out the facts. You have two households. He is only sending you a percentage of his payment if he's on child support. If he's not on child support, good luck. Now, let's say that he does give you child support. That's one scenario. You still have to manage majority of the household yourself, because that child support is only supposed to be for your child. It's not supposed to be for you to survive. It's for your child to survive. And you still have to pay the rent. You have to pay car note. You have to pay everything on your own. If you are not making a certain amount of money, what's the average cost of living in the USA? Here. Cost of living index by state. Okay, here we go. Depending on which state you live in. All right, let me see if they have the it just tells you the index. I want to see the actual numbers. If you live in Hawaii, good luck. You need a really good job. Basically, it's going from the highest to the lowest. Most expensive state to live in to the least expensive, basically. So if you live in these states, major cities, good luck. So you need to have a good job. And if you're a single parent, then your job has to provide for you and your child. You don't have extra supplement income to help you. So basically, you are the household provider and everything. So you always have to make sure that you're working and you have a really, really stable job. Because if you don't, this is what's going to happen. Now, my point is this. Sorry, I was in the wrong thing. My point is this. It is difficult to build income if you don't have a high income as a single earner. I'm being honest with y'all. Even if you're a single mother or not. Now, the reason why people do get married, and I'm not saying that's the sole reason, but the reason why you see a lot of the other races of folks get married, because they understand the concept that the more income you have coming into the household and the less that is going out, the more you can save. That's fundamental math, especially with the rising cost of living. This is why you see people stay in relationships for a long time and get into roommate situations, because the cost of living is going higher. Your income, your wage cannot catch up. And unfortunately, our wages have stayed stagnant for the last 20-something years, at least a majority of industries. So unless you're a six-figure earner or you're an executive, it is going to be very difficult for you to sustain living by yourself with the rate that the high cost of living is going, unless you get 2 jobs, 3 jobs, 4 jobs. And unfortunately, a lot of our sisters, they haven't gotten the memo to stop having kids they can't afford. So then this is why we are always going to be at an economic disadvantage. I'll be honest with you. This is one of the major reasons why. And unfortunately, you're having kids with men who can't even, some of them don't even pay child support, don't even got a pot to piss in. Can't help you at all. Nothing. So you have to do it all on your own. And if you're able to save and do all of that and be a single parent, you're amazing. Hats off to you, because you are part of the minority. But majority of the working class, they are unable to sustain that type of lifestyle. Or it's going to be a struggle and they cannot save for the future. And if they lose that job, it's game over. Especially in an economy like this. So this is why people are being very vigilant and being that's why. People are uneasy right now. Because if you have an economy that is the economy that we have right now, and especially if you're the sole provider of your household, it is going to be very stressful. And I hope you guys are not stressed if you're in that situation, but I'm just saying what it is. This is statistically speaking. So this is why the other races of women, they get married off quickly. They understand that concept. They get it. Now, am I saying that you should do the same? Absolutely not. I'm not saying that you should. Absolutely not. But if you're single and you don't have children, please keep it that way. Keep it that way. Keep it. Because having a mouth to feed in this economy, especially if you're not stable and you can't afford it, I wouldn't recommend you do that. I would not recommend it. I don't think it's a wise decision. It's not wise. Yep, living paycheck to paycheck. That's what we have to understand the reality of it. Now, I'm not saying that people who live together or couples who live together are not struggling, but more chances than not, when I see a struggling couple, the first question I'm going to ask is, one, where your kids at? Because I know you got kids. 100, I already can feel it. It is very difficult for two people, a married couple who don't have children, to be struggling that hard. Yes, you can still struggle. You can still have debt. I have student loan debt I still have to pay off, but guess what? I don't have an extra mouth to feed. So I'm going to be able to pay off that debt quickly. Now, if I have a child, this is where things get real, because then I got to think about my baby. And Dom has to think about our child too. And then we have an extra mouth to feed. That's going to be expensive in the long run, right? Kids are expensive. Y'all, formula is expensive. We went to Walmart. We were looking at formula like, how do people afford this? Diapers, school, clothing, upkeep. Don't let people fool you. It costs money. Now let's look at the income. I done went through this spiel. I don't know how we got here, but I'm glad we did. How much time we got? Okay, I'm still at 4 hours. I'm going to be finished soon. Worked full-time, 16 and up, black women, 43%. All women, 38%. We work a lot more, y'all. But look at the median earnings. Full-time in 2023. This is the average wage. Average, y'all. 46,000. Other races of women, 52,000. That's already a bad red flag. This is a red flag. Okay, so now let's look at here. No earnings all year. We're actually lower. That's good. So we make money either way. Okay, so 50,000 or more, 47%. We're at parity as other women. So that's actually really good. If you're single. If you're single. How much do you need? What is the, let me put average income. Again, it's state by state. Okay, so salary needed to live comfortably in the U.S. This was a 2025 study, y'all. Let's go through it. The national median household income is $80,000, according to the most recent census data. But the largest U.S. cities, a single adult needs at least $85,000 to sustain a comfortable lifestyle, while a family of 4 requires $200,000. Red flag. What is going on in our economy? Here, y'all. Salary needed to live comfortably in the U.S. This was written this year, y'all. Key findings. So they got this from a research. The median household income is $80,000. But you need, as a single person, $85,000 to sustain a comfortable lifestyle. And let's look in 2023. What was it? 50,000 or more. We got to check how much is what's the percentage. And then look at the type. White collar, 65%. That's good. A lot of us have office jobs. 10% blue collar, 25% service. 73% of other women. Let's get into this. This is very interesting, y'all. $80,000. Let me check the median. Let me check black women salary for. I want to see black demographics. Why don't they have 2025? Let me see if they have 2025. Let me go to their homepage. 2025. Maybe I can find. I want a more recent statistic. Oh, this makes sense. The jobless divide for black women is it's widening, y'all. You know what? I'm going to spend more time on this. I had one more video to show y'all, but we're going to show it next week. I think this is more important. This is more important. So next week, we're going to go through the interracial, this video. So sorry, y'all, if I put in a thumbnail. I only date white men. Do I have time? Yeah, I have a little bit. Actually, we're going to go through it today. I got some time. I got at least 2 more hours. I can stay 2 more hours. Okay. So let's see here. let's go through the stats. Hold on. I'm going to X this out because, and X the, I still can't believe I'm floored about the drug charges. That's wild. All right. So here, 2025 jobless divide. Black women, the rate is higher than white women. Of course, look at the administration that's in office today. This is why I agreed with the sister, the first one who was talking about that. She was spitting facts, but the only problem I had with her is that she was generalizing the collective. But she was spitting facts when she was talking about the administration. She's right. Look at this. Black women, white women here. Unemployed, y'all. Unemployed. So in January, that's when your president got elected. 5.4%. It jumped to 7.5%. Look at that. And then the other race, the white women stayed the same. Almost the same. It actually went lower. White women was 3.7 in January. Now it's 3.5. Black women, 7.5. Red flag. What is going on? What is going on? What's happening? What is happening? In August, Black women's unemployment hit 7.5% and coverage tied the spike to federal workforce. Remember, a lot of federal workers got unemployed or they were laid off. So this is why if you were happy that they got laid off and you thought they were lazy and not doing anything, you are hurting your own. If you're black, you are hurting black folks. These are the people that got booted off. Let's check unemployment black women. Lovely T did a video on that recently too. I remember she did. Here, let's check here.
Welcome back. Well, there is a troubling shift in the American workforce that is hitting close to home.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 300,000 black women have left their jobs over the past 3 months, and experts are calling it a silent crisis.
That's right. So 11 Alive's race, culture, and religion reporter Danielle Nottingham dug more into this report. Danielle, you spoke to women who are experiencing this loss. I mean, 300,000, that's a huge number. What are you learning?
The numbers are very, very shocking. And what I was learning about the women I spoke to today, is that they feel like this is another moment where black women have gotten the short end of the stick. And just to look at some numbers, the national unemployment rate right now is 4.2%. For black women, it's 6.3%.
It's higher. According to this website, it's 7.5%. So I don't know where this website is getting their stats, but I'm going to have to trust that U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, that's where they got their source from. So I believe it. And this was a month ago. This video was published. So we don't know when they did their research, but it's 7.5 now, within a month. Okay.
So we've heard the numbers, and I think now it's time that we put a face to the crisis.
300,000 black women gone in just 90 days. And behind the numbers are real people like Jamie Pleasant.
It is disturbing. It's beyond surprising. It's extremely disturbing. When people looked at the list, it was all people who look like me. It was pretty much, I won't say all of them, but it was predominant. The majority of us look like me.
Jamie worked at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and says her dismissal in May wasn't just unexpected, it felt targeted.
You want to believe in this day and age that things like that are still not going on, that we are targeted, given the impact that we make, given what we bring to the table, given our education, given our expertise, given our commitment to the roles. But at the end of the day, if it has to be me and Sally, it's Sally.
Allison Todd tells a similar story. She was let go from the United Way in June after 10 years. Another highly qualified professional suddenly without a job.
We have a bright light. Most of us have double degree, advanced degree. I have my graduate degree. We have experience beyond experience.
Experts say the mass exit is driven in part by budget cuts in the federal and public sectors and the dismantling of DEI programs.
Whoever said that in the chat, correct. You said it. Anita Toussaint is related to DEI. Exactly.
Where black women historically have held positions.
A black woman is resilient, no matter what she's been through. As a black woman, Absolutely. You have to be. And what I found was a lot of us were managing up. Is that what it is when you manage the people who are in charge?
Yup, I told y'all we're the best leaders. I said that at the beginning of the chat, the live stream. We were raised to be leaders. Why? Because we were raised to be everything when we were younger. The men, that's why I said it's flipped. The men in our families, at least in my family, my personal experience, the men, the boys at the time, my brothers did not have as much to do as I did, and my sister. We had more expectations on us. But I will say that my mom did like kind of let us kind of not really do much housework. I'm not gonna lie, because she did everything for us, and my father didn't expect us to have that role either. But what I'm trying to say is that when it came to education though, the expectations were higher on me and my sister than my brothers. I will say that for sure. And also we were expected to conduct ourselves in a different way. We had to take care of our younger brothers, especially I remember when I was my younger brother's 3. I have 3 younger brothers. 2, 3? Yeah, 3 younger brothers. Sorry, my bad. One is so close in age to me, I'll be forgetting. 3 younger brothers. And I used to have to pick up one of the youngest from school and then bring all of them back home, make sure they ate, make sure they had everything. And then when my mom came home, she would take over. I had to make sure the meat was outside of the freezer, all of that. All of that. I was responsible, and I was young at the time. Imagine, I had to walk my brothers to school safely, walk them back home safely because we couldn't take the bus. We lived too close to the school, and the school was at least a 20-minute walk, y'all. You know how hard it is to walk 3 boys to school as a young girl? I had to manage them. And not only that, when my cousins used to come over or kids in the church, I had to be responsible to babysit them. I was a babysitter at a young age, changing diapers and everything. That's why I'm saying, like, those responsibilities were already placed on us when we were younger. So that's why it doesn't surprise me that we're quick thinking, a lot of us anyways, and we are leaders naturally because that's what we were expected to do when we were younger.
Of you sharing information with them, onboarding them so they could successfully let us go.
Allison is now turning to entrepreneurship, helping business owners build their own companies. And Jamie is returning to the job market, optimistic for her future.
I just want to encourage those out there in my same situation to, don't give up hope. There's still a need for us. Just wake up with a purpose every day of knowing that you bring value.
And it's also worth noting that Jamie graduated from Clark Atlanta University and has a master's in public health with epidemiology as her specialty. So we're talking about very qualified, very educated women who are finding themselves on the sidelines when it comes to employment.
Yeah, and especially after spending much time and so many years in those fields, either you have to pivot or if it's specialized, where do you go? So it does create quite a quandary.
Yeah, one of the things Allison said that did not make this piece is that, when we have a birthday in the office, they give you a cupcake, they cheer you on. And she was like, my last day, everyone was just distant. It was like I didn't even exist.
Wow.
Yeah.
Red flag! What the hell's wrong with your coworkers?
Even in better positions than ever before.
Yeah, definitely.
Danielle, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, that's crazy. They didn't even have a party for her. And then there's a lot of black women moving abroad too, y'all. There's a lot of black women who are moving abroad. Hold on, let's listen to this one. 12 minutes, that's a lot, y'all. Okay, we gonna play it. This is important conversation.
Americans are grappling with the economy facing rising prices and a slowdown in hiring, fueled in part by President Trump's tariffs on imported goods. Economists expected the U.S. to add 75,000 net new jobs in August, which would have been alarmingly low. Instead, only 22,000 materialized, and the unemployment rate rose to 4.3%. That was a slight jump from July. But black Americans have seen their jobless rate jump even faster. At 7.5%, they currently face the highest unemployment rate of any racial.
There it is. Yeah, 75%. So that stat, the black stat was correct. 7.5%. Correct. Look at the rate of unemployed black people. Red flag! Why y'all targeting us? What is the agenda to make us more in poverty? I told you, in capitalism, there has to be a superior race and an inferior race. And unfortunately, we've been the punching bag for many years. And we're going to continue to be. Unfortunately, I will say. Collectively, if we don't have our economics in check. And unfortunately, again, like I said, if you don't make wise decisions of how you're, moving in life, this is what's going to happen. This is sad, y'all. This is sad. This is very sad. I'm very sad because it's like maybe this is going to be the pivotal moment where we wake up. This is why. This is exactly why they say what was it say? Marry before carry. Sorry. This is why you have to make a really good choice about who you marry, who you procreate with, who you have children with, all that. This is the reason why. This is the reason why. This right here. Be careful where I'm telling y'all, every decision you make makes a big difference. And again, I'm not advocating that you just marry anybody or you just be with anybody. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that imagine if you're part of this statistic and you have a child and you don't have anyone else to help you care for the child. That's number one. So you saw those women, the two older ones. I don't know what their financial situation is or their marital situation, but one was able to pivot right away. She said she's helping, businesses. So she found her niche, right? The other one is waiting to get into the workforce. But that little time that they're spending unemployed, or one of them anyways, so that one person who is still waiting for a job and is unemployed, the longer you stay unemployed, the harder it's going to be to get back to it. Because that year of unemployment, once it's out, I don't know how long you have unemployment in the US. I know in Canada it's 1 year. After that 1 year, you got to go on welfare. And if you can't find a good job or the same type of job or higher within that 1 year, then you're going to have to settle for a lower paying job or settle for a job where you're getting less. And they are older, y'all. Unfortunately, there's also ageism involved. So racism, ageism, there's all that involved in it. So then now, imagine if you have children. These two women, they were a little older, so their situation might not be as bad. But imagine if you have children to feed and you are on unemployment, and then you don't have someone or anyone to help you out financially with those kids. It's going to be tough. And this is a life you chose, because it's different for a widowed woman, is what I'm saying. It would be different if her husband passed away and then she has to survive and take care of her kids. Unfortunately, I have to keep it real. A lot of us make really bad decisions. And then on top of that, we chose that. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say when you chose that life, you chose that man, unfortunately. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that things can't happen where he shows who he is afterwards, but chances more often than not, we are not taught to recognize the patterns. I'm telling y'all, it's real out here. It's scary too. So on top of you having to worry, imagine having to worry about who you're choosing. If you choose the wrong person, you have to worry about being unalived by that person, being abused, mistreated. That can also happen if you don't choose wisely. That's all three. And then on top of that, economically, you also have to worry about that too. What if both of you get unemployed? That's what I'm saying. There's just so much to think about. But a lot of us are not taught to plan. We're just taught to just be on autopilot. Just have kids. Just get married. Just have kids. Just get married. But then again, we don't plan it properly. And that's one thing that I did notice, my opinion, my observation from my experience. Other races of people, especially in Asia, they plan their children, y'all. They plan when they gonna have, there's no oopsie baby. It's very small percentage that has a oops baby. Many married couples, when I ask them, they're like, oh yeah, we decided it was time to have a kid. That's what they all say. We decided it was time to have a kid. It wasn't like, oh dang, we gotta get married now. Oh yeah. No, you can't live like that, y'all. They want to bring slavery back. Girl, that's what it's looking like. What is going on? Because remember, he said, bring the black jobs back. What he talking about? Farming? Picking cotton? Is that what he talking about? Because I was trying to figure that out too.
Group higher than the white population at 3.7%, higher than Asians at 3.6%. Both groups have jobless rates, by the way, which are below the overall population unemployment rate of 4.3%. But if you dig deeper, the sharpest spike even there is happening among black women.
There you go. Black women specifically. And remember, I said that we're outpacing other races of women now to be more educated. So of course they're going to do something to put you back at the bottom. It's all by design, y'all.
Look at this graph. In February, when President Trump was settling down into the White House again, there were more than 10.5 million black women working in the labor force. But according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 306,000.
Look at that. This was in February. Look how low. This is scary, y'all. This is craziness.
Lost their jobs since then, stripping around $37 billion from the U.S. economy, according to the gender economist Katika Roy. Many economists point to Trump's massive cuts to the federal workforce as the driving factor. This is interesting. Black women alone make up over 12% of federal employees. That's nearly double their share of the labor force overall. Mm-hmm. And that's not by accident. For decades, black women have pursued public sector jobs as a pathway to the middle class. Government jobs often come with civil service protections against discrimination and pay inequity.
That is very true.
Which is critical because black women still face the largest wage gap in America even today. But those protections are evaporating. Many of the agencies that Donald Trump targeted in his budget cuts are agencies where black women make up a larger share of the staff. For example, the Department of Education. 28% of employees were black women. The department staff was cut by nearly 46%.
Red flag! What is going on? Well, I already know what's going on, but that's a red flag. This is targeted. This is not a conspiracy theory. The numbers don't lie. It's not just conspiracy. The numbers don't lie.
By contrast, agencies with largely white staff, like the Department of Energy and Justice, saw cuts of just 13% and 1%, respectively, according to government data. But even black women who work in the private sector are being targeted. They make up a large share of the country's diversity, equity, and inclusion officers. And as more companies bow to political pressure to roll back DEI initiatives, these women are being pushed out of the workforce.
Y'all, sorry. I'm so sorry.
DEI initiative.
Y'all, this was published 7 days ago. Just a week ago. Just letting y'all know. Just a week ago.
These women are being pushed out of the workforce as well. Here's the thing. Even if you're not a black woman, all of this should alarm you. Economic policy expert Jessica.
Yep, that's exactly why I'm sounding the alarm right now. I don't know how we got to this rabbit hole, but thank you. You know what? This sister, no, not this sister. Sorry, love you too, girl, but not you. This sister, Simply Charlene. Thank you. You did something today. You made us go through all of these videos. So for that, I'm going to say thank you, sis. Thank you. You're the reason why I'm doing all of this, because I did not plan on going down this rabbit hole, but I'm glad that you let this happen.
And explains that a sharp jump in black women's joblessness may foreshadow an impending slowdown for other groups, too. She says black women, quote, show up as a canary in the coal mine, giving a picture of what may happen to everyone else later, end quote. Katika Roy goes further, calling these cuts a strategic failure with long-term consequences that robs the country of leadership, innovation, and entrepreneurial capacity. Because when over 300,000 people from one particular demographic drop out of the workforce in a matter of months, that's not one community's problem. It's a structural problem for the U.S. economy. Joining me now, Derek Hamilton. He's the chief economist at the AFL-CIO, the nation's largest labor federation. Hamilton is also a professor of economics and urban policy at the New School. I'm also here with the Democratic Congresswoman from Wisconsin, Gwen Moore. Gwen Moore is she serves on the House Ways and Means Committee. She has a unique experience in this. Her father was a union factory worker. Her mother was a public school teacher. They're both great friends of the show. Welcome to both of you. Congresswoman, thank you. Let me start with you because you and I have had this discussion before. And you can go back to sort of the end of slavery all the way through the Great Migration. There were protections in the public service that did not yet exist in the private sector, which attracted a lot of black women and black people into these jobs. So when these kinds of cuts happen, they're going to hit black people and black women disproportionately.
Listen, I am certainly in the amen corner. I mean, your setup was perfect, Velshi, and I'm really glad that you lifted up the part that black people, and especially black women, sought employment in the federal government because, quite frankly, the federal government was first to make efforts to integrate and diversify its workforce. Not only did people get good pay or decent, fair pay, but they got benefits like pension benefits. And so that's why black women are disproportionately represented in the workforce. I'm also glad that you raised the point that Donald Trump in this effort to destroy DEI deliberately targeted agencies like USAID, where 40% of its workforce is a minority, where the Department of Education, certainly 28% of its workforce.
This is alarming, y'all, and the reason why is not only because 300,000 black women have left the workforce or were kicked out of the workforce, essentially, strong-armed, we'll say, in a very targeted and malicious attack. We already know that. But Department of Education, remember what I said earlier about the anti-intellectualism and the literacy rate? I said that yesterday. This is why our schools are failing. So if you take the majority of people out of the workforce from teaching, who is going to teach the kids? Who is going to teach students? How are the kids, especially kids from the working class? Because remember, majority of them are not in private school. Let's keep it real. So who's going to teach the future children? Or is the plan to have, I remember Lovely T did a live stream on that a while back. I love Lovely T. Shout out to her. She did a live stream where she talked about the plan or the future. There were teachers that were on the call and they said that, a lot of teachers are quitting. So now not only are they quitting, they're being forced out. So who's going to teach the children? And the idea is for AI to take over and teach your children. Or maybe they're planning on your children not having an education so you can always be in the workforce perpetually. You won't have the opportunity to be educated because think about it. You need an education in order to get more education. That's how it works, right? So high school diploma, then, some people go to college, bachelor's degree, then master. You need education to get more education. And also a lot of the jobs now, the minimum requirement, the high paying jobs at least, bachelor's or masters. And I know that a lot of people are telling, and I'm all for it. Obviously, you should be an entrepreneur if you can and if you have the means to be one. But not everyone is built to be an entrepreneur. I'll be honest with you. It takes a lot of leadership skills, management skills to be able to run a successful business. Because we can see it even outside. Just in my city alone, so many restaurants have closed down. So many y'all, so many at a high rate. Our downtown is looking empty now. It's not as, of course it's beautiful, like, and all that stuff. There are still some storefronts, don't get me wrong, but a lot of restaurants are shutting down every day. It is not easy to have a business, especially in certain industries. Sometimes, yes, you can have a business and it can be successful, but that's also very difficult too, to be an entrepreneur. You have to have the mindset. A lot of people don't have the entrepreneurial mindset. They have the labor mindset. So that's why this is going to be a difficult conversation to have, because who's going to be teaching these children? That's number one. Or are they expecting like 100 kids to be in one class? Like, I don't understand what's going on here. And the fact that they would cut education is very extremely suspicious to me. They don't want us to get educated, y'all. And I'm saying us because, obviously I'm still part of the black community. Hello. Even though some people don't regard me as part of the black community because, I'm married out. But how do they want, and it's not just black kids, it's all kids, all working class kids. How do they want you to learn? How are you going to learn? How? They're cutting teachers. They're cutting resources. How?
Our black people, and then targeting like the labor and statistics position, or Dr. Hayden from the Library of Congress, deliberately targeting, using the algorithms, anyone who went to a diversity, equity, and inclusion training, or anybody who's black. And the result of that is that since February, from February to July, 319,000 black women have lost their jobs, largely due to the federal purges, whereas white men employment has increased, and even Hispanic employment has increased. So when you look at the pitiful job numbers that you just raised, it's because black women sustained a huge blow. And as you mentioned, that impact will ripple throughout the economy.
Derek, it is known worldwide that if women are employed, families do better. In America, after the end of slavery, what ended up happening is a lot of people ended up as sharecroppers. So you didn't make any money. For 20, 30, 40 years, you weren't enslaved, but you still came out with less money at the end of the year than you started. In addition to what the Congresswoman says about benefits and protections, civil service jobs were a ladder opportunity for black people, right? It was a job, and many people had children who then took jobs in those in the civil service. This was a way to try and make up for the decades in which black people could earn zero money. We haven't solved that problem. The wealth gap between white and black people is still massive.
Yeah, I mean, bureaucracy isn't all bad. Bureaucracy has rules and gets rid of discretion like discrimination. So I think the message that we're getting from the Congresswoman as well as Jessica Fulton and your phrasing around this being structural is that we see this and it's horrendous. It's a shame that we have such high unemployment rates for black women and black people in general, black men, relative to everybody else, but the implications not only on them, but for our society writ large, the canaries in the coal mine.
Okay, brother, I agree with you. So I'm just going to make a slight correction. I agree with this brother. I love his fro, by the way. But notice the title said 300,000 plus black women. It's impacting black women more. And not only that, but remember, if we're more educated by a percentage, we're more educated than black men. That means that we're probably making more income. A lot of black women who are married to black men, not all, but a lot of black women who are married to black men probably are the high income earners. Remember when Tyler Perry told us to just pay the light bill or just have him pay the light bill? This is why it doesn't work. Because if you're the main breadwinner or you're the single breadwinner in your household and you are part of that 300,000 plus, because it's more than that, I'll tell you that much. This is just what they could calculate. Then this is going to be a big problem. Like they said, it's a ripple effect. This is why it's important to be with someone of your caliber or higher. Because if you lose your job and he keeps his job, at least if he has a job, I'm not going to say that it's going to be easy or a cakewalk, but at least you have some support there. But let's say you're by yourself or you're married to someone who can't even keep a job or is living paycheck to paycheck, can't even provide for you. You're both going to struggle, especially if you are the high income earner. Just putting that out there.
We can expect that this could be ominous for what we can expect to come going forward. And then the other big point is you can't separate black men and women so neatly from a larger family context. Right. So this leads to, more strains on caregiving, more strains on households in general to be able to thrive and survive.
It's not just that black women are losing jobs. They're losing access to health care. Mm-hmm. They're losing...
Very important. Red flag, President Trump. Losing access to health care. Your health is wealth, y'all. And unfortunately, we do have a large percentage of obesity in our community. That's why I've been trying to lose weight. It's something that's very important. We have to take seriously. And health is, especially as you age, health is so important. It's the new currency, y'all. New currency. And imagine if you don't have access to health care. This is not going to work out well.
Access to having contributions made toward their 529 or to their retirement accounts. They're losing money toward buoying their Social Security in the end. And that, the point that you made earlier, and it's true, that when you give women money, you're helping the whole family.
Yep. It's true. 100. I can't say 100%, but by and large, women are more family oriented. Hello. We think about the kids. We think about the family. Generally speaking, I'm not saying men don't do that. But when it comes down to the priorities, it is true. It is very true. The community is going to do well when a woman is employed. She's going to feed everybody. That's why I will say this. I remember when I was younger, my mom used to feed the whole neighborhood. I'm not joking. Every Sunday, she would go all out, have a huge dinner. Everybody would be invited. And that probably took away one meal from a mother in the neighborhood. She didn't have to worry about that. But that's when you live in a village-oriented community. But I'm saying individually as well, We take care of our children, women in general. In general, I'm not saying outliers. Of course, you have some deadbeat moms. But I'm saying majority of the time, especially in our community, especially if we're talking about America, the woman is the main caregiver. Woman is the main caregiver.
That's anywhere in the world. So this structural inequality among Black women will eventually create a huge deterioration in the entire economy.
Do you want to know what they want to do with that? I'm going to add some more wording to that. Sorry, y'all, but this is very important. So imagine education, they're cutting education. So who's going to teach the kids? The kids are not going to learn properly. That's number one. So less education for the children. Number two, mother's going to have a hard time keeping like at least now for this under this administration, whoever the 300,000 plus are or whatever or more, it's going to be hard for them to get a job that pays just as much as the one that they had with the security that they have, right? So she was talking about Social Security, 100%. Your retirement, everything is going to be affected. It's like a domino effect. But not only that, but crime is going to increase. Crime is going to increase, y'all. This was all by design. They're cutting things out to have you be less likely to succeed. That's the scary part. And again, I'm not doing this to scare, but this is more of an educational thing for all of us, right? Because maybe some of you guys are not going to be affected by this. Of course, like this depends on the field. This is public servants first, but we don't know what it's going to look like in a year or two. So that's why I have to be very specific. But the more, less education, higher crime. Just remember that. Less money available, you're going to see the crime rate skyrocket. Just off of that alone.
As they don't consume as much, they don't get SNAP, formerly called food stamps, to be able to expend that. And I mean, this contagion, I believe, will spill out throughout the entire economy. It's not just a job.
Let's extend this, Derek. Let's put aside even the benefits of SNAP or Medicare, Medicaid, things like that.
Oh, yeah, and they're cutting SNAP. Remember when I did that Tia and Tamara case study? If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend you do. There was a part where her husband was talking about SNAP benefits, and he just saw people eating chips and whatever. He's cutting that too. So how are people going to be able to afford to feed their kids? Remember, they're unemployed. It's not like they chose to be unemployed. They're not bums. They were actually employed and highly educated, but now they're on unemployment. So how are they going to be able to feed their kids? What if the unemployment lasts longer than they would want it to? What are they supposed to do? And also remember, some people be like, well, can they move? Yes. Maybe some women can move. I know a lot of women are moving abroad. However, what if you have kids? It's not that easy to move abroad with children, y'all. And it's not that easy to move abroad if you don't have children too. It's not that easy, y'all. You got to have money. You have to have a job. It's just a lot. You have to have a job. There's a lot of levels to it. It's not that easy to pick up and go somewhere else either. Even moving to another state might be difficult for some of them. Because remember, they're unemployed. And unfortunately, I don't know what their savings looks like. So I can't even speak on that too. We don't know. This is very scary.
About Black women as consumers and taxpayers in society, right? If we are, our goal as a society is to what we call full employment, right? Get everybody who's capable of working and willing to work to be able to work. When you start to disentangle people from the workforce, it costs us all. So 300,000 unemployed Black women is not just 300,000 unemployed Black households' problem. We're all somehow suffering for this.
That's right. So aggregate demand suffers when we have parts of our economy suffer in terms of wages, income, and employment. And then another big point, Ali, is the fact that these jobs are productive. What the jobs create and what they do for the American public. This is our public infrastructure. You led with the Department of Education.
Right.
I mean, the Department of Education, we want a well-educated society that can go out and produce. So that also is a big point that we should pay attention to, the fact that We are dismantling our public infrastructure. And then here's the other point, for authoritative purposes.
Yeah.
So that a person can have greater control to enrich whatever whim they may have, not for our benefit, but for the particular benefit of this administration.
I want to just put that the unemployment rate for black women back up on the screen. Derek, the unemployment rate for black women was 5.4% in January, still much higher than the rate for all Americans. It's jumped to 6.7%. Now, if you're not into statistics or
It's more now.
economics, that doesn't look like that big a deal. That's a huge deal.
That is a huge deal. I mean, in a relatively short period of time, that increase is not only big for black women, and you know, we got to point out that the black male rate is 7.
A red flag. Why you see? This is what I don't like with a lot of men in the community. This is not about 300,000 black women. I understand, brother, you're very enthusiastic. I get it. But again, like I said, the reason why this is targeted towards black women is because we are the most educated of our peers, as far as black men and other races too. We are becoming more educated. So yes, I understand, sir, but the statistics, black men, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say it. You guys have always had this issue, but this is something new for black women, as far as within the last 20 years or so.
Period of time, that increase is not only big for black women, and you know, we got to point out that the black male rate is 7.1% as well.
It's always been like that, though. This is not new.
In addition to the fact that we just had this huge increase, the point that Jessica Fulton made, canary in the coal mine. This is what we can expect to happen for the rest of the economy. The same adage, black people are the first fired, last hired, is indicative is what might come for the rest of us. So what we need is strong collective bargaining. What we need is solidarity. We need to recognize that when you go after black women, that chink in solidarity is indicative not just of class interests, but an interest of an inclusion of all people so that we can better fight for wages for all of us. This won't just affect black women. It's going to spill over to the whole economy.
It's true. Some of it's working. I am seeing responses from Americans in these protests, in these town halls, that the American voter, the American public, we just released a new poll this morning, they think this is wrong and they're prepared to fight. They want to make sure that Congress is with them in that fight.
Thank you for lifting that up, because we spend so much time commiserating over where we are. But I'm old enough to remember how we have won in the past. It's with this coalition building, and Donald Trump has deliberately taken a chainsaw, to use their terms, to employment for black and people, and particularly.
I'm laughing because soft and spicy, you ain't lying. You ain't lying at all.
Black women.
Okay, so it's done now. I want to check the unemployment because they were talking about black women, but let me check the unemployment rate in the U.S. because this is important, y'all. And the other video I had to watch, we gonna watch it next week. I really want to do this one. New York Times. All right, let's watch this.
We know that the labor market has been slowing down, but job growth has gotten alarmingly low in the last few months. We created close to 0 jobs. There's a lot of reasons why employers are hesitant to add jobs right now. Businesses are really uncertain about what their future looks like because of tariffs and regulation. Normally, the unemployment rate would start to rise more dramatically. It hasn't done that yet. And we think that part of the reason for that is that at the same time, you have this rapid deceleration in the number of people entering the labor market. The unemployment rate is only a measure of the number of people who are looking for work. If you are detained or you are afraid to go to work or you have left the country entirely, you're not counted in that number, which is why you've seen that unemployment rate maybe stay steady. Florida is a good example. There was an enormous surge of arrests of immigrants during the summer.
We're going to continue to deploy every available resource to identify, apprehend, and remove those who seek to exploit our state.
And job growth has slowed dramatically. But something else has happened, which is that Immigration has also slowed dramatically. So I knew that this is where this labor force dynamic would probably be playing out in a pretty pronounced way. So a huge number of people moved during the pandemic, partly because it had low restrictions.
We actually have people opening new businesses here. We actually have people hiring people. Our unemployment rate's much less than the national average and way less than a lot of the lockdown states.
This led to a huge boom in jobs in leisure and hospitality and tourism and construction. At the same time, people were coming to the U.S. from Nicaragua, Guatemala, Venezuela. People who were leaving their countries were eager to fill those jobs. But working in Florida has gotten more difficult for immigrants over the past couple of years, both because of the number of state laws that have cracked down, but also more recently, the aggressive way in which federal law enforcement has been pursuing them. This is a national trend that is holding true across the economy. This is happening in Texas. This is happening in California. All of this has both scared off immigrants from going to work and physically taken them out of their communities. If you're just looking at the unemployment rate, you might think things are fine. We're still at around full employment. It could fall apart at any moment, but right now it doesn't look catastrophic for workers. We know that the labor market has...
So this was published 7 days ago too. Wow. 9 days ago. Okay. Whew. Lord. This is a lot, yo. My goodness. There was another video. I want to see the women who moved abroad, but not that. I actually want to see something else. Oh, my mind is forgetting. Oh, China. I'm talking about China for a reason, y'all. Let's check China's economy. This is a Center for Strategic and International. Okay, so here. And I'm going to go also to CNBC Make It. So let's check what's going on in China. This is going to make a difference too. Okay, let's listen to this one first.
Chinese companies that do business with American consumers are dealing with tariffs and rising inflation. But for those trying to make a living at home, they're fighting just the opposite. Our Eunice Yoon explains.
Chef Wong is cooking up his specialty fried...
Not them showing us this Peking duck. When I was in Beijing, in case you don't know my backstory, I did go to Beijing for 1 month on a trip. I went on a solo travel trip to China. Yo, they had them ducks out them windows lined up. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I was so scared. Because I mean, if you go to Chinatown, you see ducks like that anyways, but it was so crazy to me. You just saw them out in the street like that. Like, they cooking them in deep fries and everything, y'all. It's real. This is real right here. But it tastes so good, though. I ain't gonna lie. But still.
Pigeon. Not in his restaurant, but out on the sidewalk.
Hotels across the country have started selling food from their restaurants on the street.
This is Beijing. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is giving me so much memories. Is this Beijing? It looks like Beijing to me, but maybe it's not. But this looks very familiar to me.
To drum up business amid a consumer spending slump.
High-end Beijing hotel.
Yeah, it was Beijing. Yup, it looks like, I know I went to that area. That looks like Tiananmen Square area. But I might be wrong, but it looks very familiar.
Aeon Grand sets up stalls to serve dishes to passers-by as Chinese consumers and companies cut back on travel, banquets, and events. When we sold fried pigeons inside the hotel
it's pigeons. Oh, no.
We used to sell only 60 to 70.
I thought they were the ducks. I didn't eat pigeon, y'all. Please, I did not eat pigeon. I said ducks, not pigeon. I Peking duck, not the pigeon.
A day, Wong says. Now we sell around 200. But at cut prices.
Hold on, let me go back.
Wong says, now we sell and companies cut back on travel, banquets, and events. When we sold fried pigeons inside the hotel restaurant, we used to sell only 60 to 70 a day, Wong says. Now we sell around 200. But at cut prices. Before, each cost $8. Today, $5.30. Falling prices is a problem across China's economy. Consumers uncertain about the future hunt for value. Also pressuring Chinese prices, excess capacity across industries.
Drivers from all the food delivery apps with Meituan, Alibaba, JD drop off meals at smart lockers like this one. Food delivery is one of the most fiercely competitive battlefields.
All are offering coupon discounts, bringing prices down. With Chinese so price-sensitive, secondhand goods are now in vogue.
This superstore of secondhand luxury products opened just this summer in the heart of Beijing.
For well-off Chinese like Hao Wen Li, it was once socially unacceptable not to buy new. No longer.
Yeah, y'all crazy. Koreans are like that too. Well, again, not all Koreans, but in Korea, as a collective, yes, they like new stuff as well. New things, yeah. So that's why when they move to a new house, they more than likely, more often than not, they will buy all new furniture, all new equipment, everything new. I don't know why it's like that. Apparently it's because because in Korea, a lot of the like LG, Samsung, a lot of those companies, that's what they buy. They buy Korean products first before the money goes out, right? So they invest in their community, their country first, and then the money goes out. So more than likely, your fridge, all your appliances will be from Samsung or LG or another Korean brand. And so usually what happens is they have really good discounts. So that's why they just buy things all new. Like, so when they move to a new apartment, they get rid of the old stuff and then buy new furniture, buy new appliances. That's not all, but majority. Yeah. So now, with luxury brand, yeah, y'all should have been buying used. We've been buying secondhand, but I guess you guys are on board now.
Hardly go to the luxury stores anymore, she says. It's a hard time now to make money, so why not shop at places like this and save?
The government is worried that deflation could become entrenched, so the authorities have been stepping in with a combination of pressure as well as price controls to try to
This is not
control what
good,
they described
y'all.
as excessive competition. Frank?
This is not good because if China is getting hit with the tariffs, this was 4 days ago, and they're already in a recession, or it looks like they're going to be, then you can only imagine it's going to hit all of us globally. I'm going to check Canada right after because I need to know. I already know what's going on in my province, but I need to check nationally what's going on.
Fried pigeon, not quite donkey meat. I sort of be clear.
Not the
It's
fried
not something
pigeon.
I would ever try personally. I'm not trying to
That fried pigeon,
no,
no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It would have to be. But you know what? Desperate times call for desperate measure. I can't even judge them on what they're eating because, hell, if you gotta eat, you gotta eat. But fried pigeon, I gotta draw the line somewhere, y'all. I gotta draw the line somewhere. That's a bit much. But again, I get it.
Just wouldn't try. I want to go back to another
It's very
story.
fatty and quite tasty.
Not her trying to tell him. Don't convince us that fried pigeon. Yo, we got pigeons right down the street. The day I see a pigeon being fried down here, that's when I know the recession has hit hard. We are in hard times. Because for us, we eat hot dogs and Spam. They eat fried pigeon. So there you go.
I'll take your word for it.
But yeah, go ahead.
I want to go back to one of your other stories, the whole blind box craze with the Labubus. It seems like people are willing to spend there, and they're willing to spend pretty freely, but in other areas, they're looking to cut back. I mean, is there a certain signal that makes people spend more or spend less? Is there some economic indicator that Chinese consumers are watching?
Well, I think the way people think about the economy here is that it's not in a crisis in the way that you see sudden massive job losses and it's all over the news or something, but people just feel it day to day. So like lower income, for example, worried about the job market, people feeling very uncertain about the overall environment. The social security net isn't very strong in China compared to a lot of other places, including the United States. So because of that, when the thinking is more like, you know, they've seen what life could be like, so they're saying, "Oh, let's go out. I still want to buy things." But I think I'm just going to be a little bit more measured. And
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people are more selective over what they spend money on. That's facts. That's 100% facts.
I think that's how the kind of the affordable splurge of a blind box fits in.
Are Eunice Yoon live in Beijing, trying just pretty much anything that people will cook out there. Eunice,
not him being shady. He like, I'm not eating that damn pigeon. I don't blame you, brother. I don't blame you. I'm not eating that pigeon either. But you know what? If it tastes good to you, then it's all right with me. I get it. I understand. I get it.
Giant salamander is next for you.
Nah, not Eunice. Nah. I'm sorry, sis. This is where we draw the line. The cultural exchange has ended. That's okay. I remember when I was in Korea, they tried to get me to eat sannakji, which is like a live octopus. Oh no, that's where I draw the line. I said, you know what? I love your culture. I appreciate your culture. I will respect your culture. But nah, this is where we draw the line here. Our cultural exchange is finished at this point. We're done. I done learned all I need to learn. I can learn other things as well. But as far as that's the furthest I'm going to go to taste. I'm not tasting that. I'm not doing that. Does it taste like chicken? I don't know. I never ate pigeon, but I don't know. She said it's juicy. I've eaten duck. That's the furthest. I've eaten duck, eel. Oh, yeah. Dom's parents, they brought me to this eel place, this eel restaurant once. That eel was bussin'. It was really bussin'. But other than that, nah, man, that's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. Hold on. I'm going to save this video. Let me keep it here. I want to check Canada's economy, and I'm gonna check different continents too. Let's make this an international exchange. What time is it now? 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm gonna be done in half an hour. Give me half an hour, y'all. Let me check other videos. Unemployment in Canada. I gotta check for my country right now, because now I'm shook right now. Hold up. 9 days ago, Bloomberg. Hold up. Okay, 6 minutes. All right, let's check Canada. Let's check Bloomberg.
Canada unexpectedly shed more than 65,000 jobs in August, and our unemployment rate has jumped to 7.1%, the highest since 2016. Let's get more from Travis O'Rourke, president of the recruitment and human resources firm Hayes. Great to see you.
Cheers, Andrew. Good to see you.
I know it's just 1 month, but it's a pretty dismal read on the labor market.
It's a bad one. Look, it's going to be horrendous for almost anybody, good, unless you're looking for, you got a mortgage.
Them tariffs are hitting all of us, y'all, especially us, because we rely a lot on U.S. for exports and everything.
Great renewal coming up, or you got a variable rate. I think this was probably a good news report for you, but 7.1%, highest in a decade. I mean, it's tough to find good news outside of that.
Were there any, there was a lot of jobs lost in warehousing, a lot lost in manufacturing. You think they would be tariff vulnerable sectors?
Yeah, I think last month we lost 40,000, another horrendous one. But that hadn't even hit the tariff impact yet. That was mostly in construction, which we were frightened to see. But this month, most of the losses, 40,000 plus, are going to be tied to manufacturing, transportation, warehousing.
So it's interesting. In the U.S., the job sector that they're targeting, it's all white collar jobs, but in Canada it's blue collar. It's directly affected by the tariffs. That's very interesting. So for us, it's the people who are in the labor market, the laborers, they're going to be hit the most, whereas in the U.S. it's the educated folks. That doesn't make sense whatsoever, because it makes sense that the blue collar workers are unemployed or being laid off because of the tariffs, because that's the market that gets hit the most with housing, construction, all of those fields, right? But in the U.S., it's your intellectual people, the government. That's crazy. But then again, we don't know what's going to hit next. It's usually the starting point.
It was not unexpected, and it was tied to kind of...
Y'all talking about live octopus. Hell to the now, I can't. Yo, the live octopus, y'all, they really tried to get me to eat that. I'm like, nope.
The trumpet sound.
Nah.
A lot of the jobs were in part-time, so I wonder where warehouses bringing in people just to get orders out.
That's exactly it. I got to say, there is good news here. And
okay, what's the good news?
60,000 part-time jobs. If we have to lose anything, that's what we do want to lose. So we did.
Damn, red flag. That's not good news for my part-timers out there. Mr. Travis Rourke. That's not right. Just because it's part-time doesn't mean it's not essential. What if it's a part-time job that someone's working as a second job?
We see stability in private sector, and we saw stability in full-time work. So there are positives to take from this.
And you've been talking to employers. You did a survey in August last month, and a lot were planning to increase headcounts. About half of them.
That's right. Listen, I'm often the doom and gloom guy on your show here, but I promise you, Hayes does a salary survey every year. This is about our 10th year now.
And 49% of employers in August said that over the next 12 months, they plan to increase headcount. Now, that's a great contrast to only 6.7% who plan to decrease headcount. So although we're at 7.1 now, I feel that we'll hit 7.2 next month, but I think we've probably peaked, and there's going to be good news in 2026.
Seems hard to believe, though, that half of employers say they plan to increase their headcount, given all the tariff uncertainty.
You know what? There's not that many trade-exposed sectors. I think we saw about 75% of companies don't actually plan to do anything as a result of tariffs. But there were so many hiring freezes going on over the last year. I think Brendan from Indeed spoke about it earlier. It's kind of just been the great stagnation where companies have kind of held still. And now that we're getting some interest rate relief, now that we've got some tariff kind of like certainty, I think it's not that big a surprise to see companies about to take those.
Don't get too comfortable, my Canadians. You never know what Mr. Agent Orange is going to pull out of his hat of tricks. But right now we're just surviving above water. That's what's going on. That's what's happening.
Projects back and try to move forward positively.
Talk to us about AI. It's an unknown risk right now.
It is. And anytime you see job losses, I think we saw 20,000 hit that scientific or technical area. People start thinking, is this AI wiping out jobs? Now, it's not wiping them out, but it's absolutely having an impact.
Yeah.
We asked employers in this Hayes survey, when somebody leaves your organization, do you replace the role with AI? Do you replace the role with another human? And for the first time, we've seen almost 7% of employers say they immediately look to replace the job with AI. That's a scary fact.
We had the boss of Salesforce.
So this is another problem. I forgot to talk about that AI.
But
AI, you know what? One thing I will say is AI cannot replace human creativity. It can only replace automation. So if you're in a job that requires a lot of automation, then yes, chances are that you're gonna have to start looking at other things to do, another career. But when it comes to creativity, it's going to be very difficult for AI to replace that. Just saying.
Software for managing customer relations, and he claimed a while ago, I fired 4,000 people because of AI. Now, that may have been showboating, I'm not sure.
Well, he did, but then earlier this week, you saw Salesforce stock didn't perform overly well because of their agentic AI sales effort that they thought would be.
Okay, so we done with Canada, y'all. I'm getting bored. I'm sorry. I love you, Travis and Bloomberg, but hold on. Let me not let my ADHD my ADHD meds have expired right now. They're done. They've worn out. So I'm less inclined to watch videos right now.
Outpacing employers' ability to make that change. And it's outpacing the skills of the employees to actually implement that change. So the tech is there, but we're not seeing that adoption, and that's what hit Salesforce this week.
Just talk to us about return to office, because there's a suggestion I've seen, one commentator saying that now employers have the whip hand with a weakening labor market. They're in a better position to tell workers, yeah, I want you physically back in the office.
I think, yes, they do.
And this is wasting money. Let's talk about it. Return to office. This is such a waste of money, y'all. Do you know how much money it takes to maintain an office? The lights are on all the time. There's a lot of money that goes into maintaining and renting or even owning an office building. Wouldn't it make more sense to have people work from home fully remotely so you don't have to, you can get rid of that expense and you can, again, put it somewhere else, increasing wages. Yeah, that would be smart, right? But again, it's all about control. That's what this is all about, y'all. Why do you need workers to return to the office in 2025? This doesn't make sense. We have the technology to work from home. None of us should be working in the office, might I add, unless you're in a healthcare or essential service field. But for the rest of us who just do office work, if you're a white collar worker, you don't need to be at the office. It's such a waste of money, y'all. It's a huge waste of money. It would be easier, I promise you, if you get rid of one office space and you replace it with what we actually need, then I can almost guarantee you that there would be money to increase wages. Just saying.
Anytime it's employers' market, employees are probably susceptible to things they weren't necessarily signing up for initially. We're seeing a lot of companies who are 2 days move to 3, 3 days move to 4 or 5. And when we saw the provincial and federal governments start to make those moves, that provides a lot of air cover for the private sector to say, okay, we're going to do it as well.
I know this is an impossibly broad question, but can you generalize? Is it better for productivity to have people physically in the office?
Thank you.
That's really going to depend on the sector, the role, the function within the business.
Okay, I can tell you, based on my experience, it's not productive at all. I get interrupted way more when I'm at the office than when I'm working from home, seriously speaking. 100%. And now, I'll say it, my employer last year, they allowed all of us to work from home. We work remotely. And we used to have to come in once a week, but now they're even testing that and saying maybe we don't need to come in at all because it saves money. And then the second thing is it develops our local economy because I'm at home right now. So when I work from home, I can support my local grocery stores, my local area. Local businesses are going to have a better outcome when you work from home. That's the truth. And also, we need to start spreading out. I don't know why everything is always centralized. I don't know who urban developers are, but we need to have a revamp. I have a lot of thoughts, by the way. But anyways, my point is that, it doesn't help productivity. In my opinion, I know some other people, I think extroverts, they are more productive when they're around people. They love going into the office, but as an introvert / I can sometimes be extroverted if I like you enough. But relatively speaking, I don't like noise around me when I'm working. I really like to focus. And I noticed that when I'm in the office, when I used to have to go into the office, I would get less work done. Everybody want to chit chat. Meetings, chit chat. Let's go for coffee break. Let's do this. I didn't get any work done. So I don't understand where this mindset is coming from that you're more productive at the office. No, it's just control so they can watch you. That's it. That's all.
That you're in. I think you'd be hard-pressed if you asked 100 executives to find 75 who weren't going to say yes, productivity improve.
I had the girl from yonder, lot of office buildings sitting empty that's impacting someone's pockets. I get it. But at the same time, a lot of those business owners, just letting you know, people who own office buildings are actually very wealthy. They're not the regular Joe. It's not like you and I or working class folks. These folks, it costs a lot of money to own an office building. It's not easy to buy one. And a lot of them are developing real estate developing companies are buying out these office buildings. So you got to think about it this way. Do they need that many office buildings? Check. Next time you go to work, check who owns your building. More often than not, it's going to be a company, not a person. They got the money, y'all. So if we think about it that way, how you have to find out who owns the building. That's number one. And number two, how many buildings do they have? This is like, have y'all ever played Monopoly? The board game. Remember, if you start the first one, the purple house, the purple block was really cheap. But then once you got to Boardwalk, the more houses you put on Boardwalk, the more that you could charge people. Most of those buildings are not owned by regular people. I'm just letting y'all know that. Malls, buildings, none of that. They're owned by investors together. They put money together, and it's usually wealthy ones at that. I'm not even lying to you. It's very expensive. People can't even afford a house right now. I'm talking about regular, average working people. You think they can afford an office building? No. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. It's better, and that's my opinion. Again, people can disagree, but I think it's better. Why do they need that many office buildings? That's my question. My question is that, do we really need office building? It doesn't serve a purpose, actually, to be honest with you. Or if your job has just one, maybe I could understand and people can come in and out as they please. Maybe the extroverts can get 1 day a week. I don't know. But more often than not, those companies own multiple buildings. It's not just one office building. Yeah. And then you got to think about it this way too. If it's a private corporation, then they're paying for it out of pocket most likely, or they own the building. That's different, but even then, most likely they're renting it. Just being honest, it's too expensive. And then also, think of all the electricity we burn. You ever go downtown at night, everything is lit up. Why? Why? Is burning so much electricity. No one's in there. It's just there. And they can keep it for as long as they want to. And now a lot of corporations are buying houses. It's kind of like what they did with like mom and pop shops. There are no longer any mom and pop shops like neighborhood stores. Now they're all owned by corporations. They're slowly taking over again. Housing being bought by corporations. They're making it unaffordable for us, but affordable for them. That's globally, y'all. That's what I'm talking about. That's why when you see office buildings sitting empty, just find out who owns the building. And more often than not, they can keep it empty for as long as they want to. They have the power and the money to keep it that way. So that's why I was saying, like, it just doesn't make sense for the community as far as, like, if you're thinking about it, it would actually be more affordable for you to work from home, a lot of you guys, because then you're spending less money on gas. You're spending less money on childcare. You're spending less money on a lot of different expenses because you're not going into the office. Clothing, everything goes down. So you're actually keeping more money in your pocket. And also when you work from home in Canada anyways, you get a rebate from the government. Yeah, I didn't know. Hold on, let's check. I'm going to show y'all. Here, home office expenses for employees. If you're in Canada and you work from home, as an employee, you may be able to claim certain home office expenses because you're working from home. You're using your home as an office space. Workspace in the home expense, the office supplies, and certain phone expenses. The deduction is claimed on your personal income tax return. Deductions reduce the amount of income you pay on tax, so they reduce your overall income tax liability. This is it, y'all. This is why that's you saving more money. Overall, you're going to save way more money because everything is centralized at your house. Less likely to go eat out. Less likely to do stuff. And if you have a gym close by, even better. Even better.
Proves. I mean, there's a lot of data that exists out there. If you look at what happens on a Monday morning or a Friday afternoon from a remote worker, they're kind of working a 4-day week. So getting people...
Oh, I proved your point? Oh, thank you.
The office, having eyes on them, does it improve productivity? I don't know. But an executive can find a statistic to back up whatever they want.
Yeah, it's very hard to prove. Yeah. I mean, personally, I'd prefer to be in the office. I didn't like remote work. I found it lonely.
Yeah, I like to be in the office too. I like the energy when you get out of the car and you go to Tim Hortons and get a coffee. I like to walk around the office and ask.
Yeah, you could have that energy, Travis. Keep
question instead of sending a Teams message. But, you know, to each their own. Some people do work better in that perfectly silent environment at home.
Thanks very much.
It's all about preference, to be honest with you. But wait, tell us more. Hypothetically, hold on, the girl from hypothetically, hold up. I may or may not have worked at the upper echelons of those investment companies. Please spill tea. Maybe go to the Discord. Matter of fact, don't spill tea on here. Don't spill tea on here. I don't want you to get in trouble. Go to the Discord. Yup. It's pocket change. Yeah, it is. The CRA rebate work from home. It is pocket change, but it's still decent. It's still not that bad. Still not that bad. I'll say that. But what I will say though is you spend way less. Way less. Way less. Yup. People in terrible marriages and hated being around their kids. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's true. It is true. Or they like being around. It's all about socializing. I'm dead serious. It's two reasons people want to go back to the office. Socializing and micromanaging. That's it, that's all. That's it, that's all. Socializing, micromanaging, or trying to be with their side chick. We could even add that. Allegedly. We don't know. But that's what I'm saying. It is usually socializing. I'll be honest. I'm just playing with the third part. But it's usually socializing or micromanaging. That's it. But to be honest with you, for the employees, it's a relief because then you don't have to wake up early to go to the office. You can take your kids to school, go back home. Like it's just easier. You can do housework during your break. It's just better. It's way better. MS said, man, since the 2020s, these people come in offering a lot of money to buy your house in cash. Someone wrote a letter asking to buy my family home. Yup. It started even before that. But yes, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Oh, how do you get on Discord? I put the link in the okay, here. You're gonna go to my page. So I'm gonna show you. So we're gonna watch one more video, y'all, and then I think we are done for today. Go to my page. Go to my video here. That's what they're doing. This live stream, because I'm talking right now. Hold on, let me X out the comments, y'all. And then here, the description is the Discord is right here. Oh, sorry. Is it there? Yeah, it's here. Discord link is right there. So my Twitch, Rumble, and Discord link are here. You can find them here. Yeah, so y'all, it's a lot going on. How did we get to this conversation? I don't remember, but I'm liking it. I don't know how we got here, y'all. This is what it's like to be roaming with Romy. That's why it's called Roam with Romy. It's called Roam with Romy. Because of that. Wait, what is this one about? Hold on. A warning from black women. Okay, let's watch this one too. And then I'm going to watch the one where she moved to China, and then we're going to wrap it up.
If you want to know the direction of the jobs market, pay attention to the black unemployment numbers. That's not my guidance. That's the guidance from economists and experts who know much more about this than I. But let me explain. Right now, the U.S. unemployment rate is at 4.3%. We just learned that very few jobs were added in August, about 22,000. That's not good. If you were to describe this via text, you send a red alarm emoji. Now, for black workers, the data is worse. For now, another month, the unemployment rate is going up. It's now 7.5%. That's the highest it's been since October of 2021. And it's a number we've been watching ever since it was 6.8% in June. It's 2 alarm emojis. You dig even deeper, and you'll find that black women are disproportionately struggling right now. The jobless rate for black women is at 6.7%. The last time it was that high, September of 2020.
Wait a minute. So y'all let me know, because I'm not a statistics person. But if 7.5% is all black people, and then 6.7% is black women, that's high. Red flag. So that man I was talking about, not him, the other brother with the fro, a black man too. Majority of the unemployment is black women. What's going on?
Back during the pandemic. Add one more red alarm emoji. Why is this happening? Economists have told us that when we see the unemployment rate going up for black people, it's a sign that it could soon go up for all people. And as our CNN business team explains, black workers are
So if you're not black and you're watching this, this is a warning to you too, because this is the second time I've heard this. Or how many news stories did we watch? 3? They all said the same thing. It's going to affect everyone.
Proportionally employed in frontline and lower wage industries, as well as the government workforce. So what comes for black people first often comes for everyone.
He ain't lying. That's with everything, y'all. We're the guinea pigs first. We're always the guinea pigs. Seriously, I'm just being honest. We're always the ones they want to test everything out on first. Including, remember, like all those experiments and stuff. We're not going to get into that. And then they'll usher it into the masses.
And you know, those good government jobs have been a tool for black people to build stable livelihoods, especially for black women. But the federal workforce has been a target of this administration, along with immigrants and diversity initiatives. We have a lot to talk about. So joining me this morning, LaTosha Brown, co-founder of Black Voters Matter Fund, Stephanie Donegan, a former Republican candidate for the Georgia Senate and founder of Your Rich Life Media and the Stillwell Society. And Dalila Paul is the national editor of...
Hey, look at these beautiful sisters. Yes, I know that's right. Yes.
The news site, Capital B. Welcome to you all. Stephanie, let me start with you. 22,000 jobs in August. June revised down now, the first month of job losses in 5 years. The president promised the golden era for America. Where is it?
I mean, ultimately, we have to just be honest and say it doesn't look good, which I know people don't expect me to say. But the reality is right now, because of all the cutbacks in the federal government, it is going to hit black women disproportionately right now because of how much we are employed. That being said, I do believe that it is going to bounce back with the new businesses and new jobs that will be coming. But I think we need to give it time. I don't think we've given it enough time.
That's something we heard from the Commerce Secretary as well. Let's play with Howard Lutnick said.
We've seen that in all sorts of agencies throughout this government. The people, the holdovers from the Biden administration were just...
Hold up. Howard Lutnick. Who is that? Secretary of Commerce. Who is he? He is worth 3.5 billion USD. What companies does he have? How is he worth that much? Hold up. Hold up. Oh, you didn't know I had a Discord? Yeah, I try not to advertise it too much. But, you know, seeing that we family here, and even if you're not family, you can join in. That's fine. But seeing that, you know, sometimes I advertise as I will, as willed. Sometimes if I feel the stream is a little off, I'll be like, nah. But yeah, I don't advertise it as much only because I wasn't as active as I want to be. But now I'm going to be more active, seriously. So you can join. Anybody can join. It's all open to everyone. Okay, let's get back to it. 3.5 billion. How did he make his money? How did he make his money? How is he worth that much? Okay, he's already a billionaire. Interesting. I hope this doesn't have a paywall. Lord, please don't let it have a paywall. Dang, I knew it. New York Times, he playing. Forbes. Okay, maybe this is going to help me. He's a billionaire and he's your Secretary of Commerce. Hold up. Let me check something. It's going to be called something different in Canada, but I'm just curious. It's not Secretary of Commerce. It's called something else. Yeah, we have ministers, by the way, y'all. Okay, Treasury Board. Yeah, Honorable. Oh, I hope I say their name right. Shafqat Ali. Okay, this person. Yeah, so he's a minister of the Treasury Board. Okay, I think that's the equivalent, but let me just double check. Is it? Hold on. Let me put Finance F. Oh no, it just goes that. Okay. Ministry of Finance, Canadian government. Let me check. Okay, Ministry of Finance. There we go. Who's the head of it? Minister of Finance, I should put. Oh my god. Okay, François Philippe Champagne. Okay. I don't know if I could find this information though. Maybe not. Oh, he owes 1.2 million to China. My goodness. Let me put salary. I can't put net worth. We don't really have the net worth in Canada. We have more for the salary. All right, here we go. What's his name again? Champagne. Is he there? No, this is old. This is Trudeau's time. But is he still there? Hold on. I don't know his salary. Oh, I wish we had that. There's a list of where you can see public servant salaries. Hold on, maybe I can find it here, but I can't see it. But usually in Canada, members of parliament make like, I mean, it depends, but sometimes they will make like max like maybe 400,000 a year. I can't see his money here, but anyway, there ain't no billions. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just trying to have y'all see the difference. It's definitely not 1 billion. I'll say that. The salary is usually like, it depends. It really depends on the province, or not the province, this is federal. But it depends. But as far as I can see, I know they don't make no billions. I know that. Here, let's check this one. Mark Carney, Pierre Poilievre. Mark Carney's our prime minister, by the way. Pierre Poilievre was part of the opposition Conservative Party. MPs got a raise. Okay. But I just want to check ministers. I wanted to show you guys the difference with Canada, but I can't find this guy's salary. Minister of Finance. This is the guy, Minister of Finance. Oh, wait, no, it won't show it here. Oh, here, Wikipedia has it. I mean, we're going to just have to trust Wikipedia. Where's the source? Okay, here, indemnities and salaries. Let's see if it's a good source. Okay, seems pretty okay. All right, so this is fine. So, yeah, he makes about $300,000 a year. That's his salary, y'all. Your Minister of Commerce makes 3.5. His net worth is 3.5 billion. I mean, I'm not that great at net worth, but I don't think that somebody who makes a $300,000 salary can have a 3.5 billion net worth. I know that much. But his story sounds very, very interesting. His parents, he lost both of his parents, and his siblings took care of each other. So it looks like he came from a working class. Okay, then he got into Haverford College, and then he got a job on Wall Street. Okay, so he actually was from the working class, became rich. His brother passed away in 9/11. Wow, that's very sad. My condolences, because 9/11, the anniversary was just like a few days ago. Okay, he built himself from the bootstraps, I'll say that. All right, but how did he get that much money, though? All right. You got a lot of money, sir. All right. Sorry, I was just curious of who he was.
They're just bent against
or who he is.
Success. They're rooting against America and against Donald Trump, and that's got to end. So he can't...
Oh, he's a human rights lawyer? Wait, who are we talking about? Minister Champagne for Finance. Who's the human rights lawyer? Is it Champagne? Let me check. Sorry, I had to go through Wikipedia right here. Is he the one? Or are we talking about Lutnick? Hold on, who's the lawyer? Let me put human rights. Y'all talking about him? Oh, you must be talking about him. Lutnick made his way via financial services, commercial real estate investments. Oh, that's why. He had a really sad childhood, though. He made his way. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. There was a sunshine list. That's what I was looking for. How'd you know? You knew. Yeah, I was looking for the sunshine list for them. That's why I was like, how come we don't have that? But usually provincial, like public servants, you'll be able to find them on the sunshine list. It's like, it's all public information. Champagne was I figured it had to be him because Lutnick, unfortunately, he doesn't strike me as the human rights type. That's what I see. There's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. I don't know, y'all. I mean, there's a lot of debates on that. You know what? Maybe next week I'll slide in the 20 versus... Okay, I'm going to show you the video I want to watch next week as well. We might need to do a 20 versus 1. The billionaire versus the working class. It was on Jubilee. I actually am very interested in watching it. So you know what? I'll save that for next week's live stream. Yeah, there's no sunshine list for federal. I did not know. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But in Canada, they don't make this billion. I'll say that much. They don't. Unless they do fraud or whatever. She came from money, girl. And, at the Deaf Studio, you said she came from money, girl. And his college boots paid for by the university itself. Oh, he came from money. He did? Also, his parents were rich. Yup, they're all, of course he got his cronies in the White House. It makes sense. Yeah, he gonna get, it's all business. Everything is business, y'all.
You can't replace somebody
Everything is business.
2 weeks ago, and you expect fundamental change.
Latasha, he says give it time.
the challenge with this is that when you look at black women, we, and particularly in terms of women, we are, in terms of participation in the labor market, we're 60% more than all of our women counterparts of the labor market. But what's interesting in federal jobs, we're about 11.7%, which means that's in parity of our population, right? But when you look in the private sector, we're less than 1.8% when you look at higher management jobs.
Red flag! How is that possible? Go back. Let's listen to you again, sister.
We're about 11.7%, which
11.7%. That in our population, the black population is what again? Y'all, I gotta again. Black population in the USA. Percentage what's the percentage? 14%. 14%. Okay, so that's already a number. That's the problem. Now, let's get to the second part. That's the red flag.
That's in parity of our population, right? But when
11% are in the public sector. Of the women, remember the black women that they packed up out of there in the public sector? We make up 11%, and we're 14% of the population.
In the private sector, we're less than 1.8% when you look at higher management.
And remember, I'm talking about collective, 14% black people collective. And now in the private sector, we make up less than 1% sis? What you said, sis? My bad. I keep talking over you.
That's in parity of our population, right? But when you look in the private sector, we're less than 1.8% when you look at higher management jobs. So
that's a problem. So private sector, they are not hiring us. And it's not because we're not intelligent. And it's not because we're not educated. We are definitely overeducated. They just don't want us in there. Because then they're going to be forced to compete. And they don't want to look bad. Trust and believe me. And those workplaces be toxic as heck. As far as I can see, like the experiences I see other people. Not all. But many of them. They don't want us in leadership positions because they know that once we take over, just like with sports, they try to keep us from tennis. Look at what's going on. Demolishment. They try to keep us out of basketball. Look what happened. Demolishment. And you know why? How much time do I have? Okay. Yeah, I said I'm going to be gone in half an hour. For real this time. I really got to go. You know why though? It's because... And this is my theory. It's because we've always had to work harder to get to where we are. So we don't get breaks. I don't know where this whole situation is coming from or this belief that we just get handed things. We don't. We've always had to work twice as hard. So when you're competing with people who've always had to work twice as hard, they are hungrier. Meaning that they're going to be way more competitive. Meaning that if we start getting those positions, they're worried that we're going to start outnumbering them, just to be honest with you. And I think that's the concern, because then they're going to be forced to perform just as good. You can't keep up with somebody who's always had to work hard. You can't. They have a different work ethic. It's just different. We have a different work ethic. It's true. I told y'all, we've been working since we were kids. A lot of us anyways. So we always knew we had to be more educated, better. We just always have to be twice as much to just like whatever the minimum standard is double that for black people, especially black women. So just imagine if we get hired if they start hiring us in the leadership position, it's over. It's done.
What we have seen is that federal jobs have actually created a pathway and opportunity that black women, it demonstrates that when black women are given an opportunity, that there are federal protections that allow us to matriculate, that what you see is that we're able to get representation. What he's saying around that we're supposed to just play on the market, but what we're seeing is an underrepresentation in the market, that oftentimes we're underpaid in the market, we're in entry-level jobs. You do not see the same kind of economic stability that we've seen with federal employment.
I saw your facial expression.
Because ultimately, a lot of the hiring I feel that's happened within the federal government was to check boxes for DEI, not necessarily because this was just perfect for them. And I only say that because of how many Black women have been employed. And I think that's part of the reason is we're seeing the layoffs that we're seeing and the unemployment, because that's how they got hired in the first place.
You know, I think the interesting thing about that is that in terms of federal jobs, that is merit-based, that people actually are able to keep their jobs or even to literally ascend based on being merit-based. You don't see that in the private sector.
It's true.
So I think it's really to say that Black women working in these jobs is to check a box. It ignores the fact that is a merit base.
Well, to a degree, because I do know for federal government, depending on what your history is, if you have worked in the military, if you're Black, you do get extra points when it comes to hiring. And so being Black in general will push people up when it comes to hiring, being able
but I understand both points. But what sis is trying to say, the other sis with the gray suit, she's saying that even if you check off Black, that's not enough. You actually have to be you have to be really, really qualified, especially for leadership positions. You have to be way more overqualified than most people. They can just be mediocre, I'm being honest. But you have to be exceptional. Exceptional. Just checking off Black is not going to, it gives you a little bit of a push, extra points. But to be honest with you, it's not, because I've been part of hiring panels. I'm going to let y'all know that right now. I've been part of hiring panels in the public sector. And I can tell you, I've had different types of candidates from people of color, even Black women. And trust and believe me, that was not, at the end, it did not make any difference in their score, their race. What made a difference was how they answered questions, their experience, and also qualifications. I'm talking about public sector. Private sector is different. But public sector, we look at all of that, and it's all we have behavioral comprehensive questions, like the STAR method, right? So it was very meticulous, and they made sure I was on the panel, because they're like, yeah, we need more diversity on the panel. Just make sure we not making any mistakes here. So yeah, it's more than that. It's just, it gives you maybe a point or a few points. It's not, trust me, it's not going to make a dent. They're not just going to hire you because you're Black. No, I really hate that misconception, because then that removes all of the merit that you've done. All of the merit that you deserve. Because I'll be damned if somebody said I got a job because I'm Black. No, it's because I'm educated and I have experience. Here's my resume. Yeah, ask about me. That's what that is. I ain't never got a job just because I'm Black. I promise you. And a lot of other Black women, I can say that is our experience. Especially in Black men too. I could even add them to that. But we talking about Black women. It's highly unlikely that we get a job just because we're Black. Just saying. Are there incompetent people? Absolutely. But that's with every race. But more than not, if it's a leadership position or a higher position, best believe we deserved it.
Black woman will push people up when it comes to hiring.
Yeah, can I pause? I think we have to think about the impact. I mean, the fact that you have hundreds, thousands of Black women who are out of jobs. Women from the age of 40-something, 50-something who are caregivers for their families. We've had reports. We have interviewed women who are struggling right now. So I hear what you're saying about the checking of the boxes, but I think we're losing sight of the human impact of this.
Actually, I agree with you on that. I actually feel that it's quite unfortunate that has to happen, but we cannot continue to keep people in jobs to keep a payroll going. I think that's unfortunate.
Wait, who is this woman? Red flag. What you mean you can't keep people in job to keep the payroll going? That's not what's going on, sis. What is going on? Wait, am I misunderstanding something? What is she talking about? Hold on. Okay, let me play it a little bit more. Maybe I'm too quick with the red flag, but that's a red flag what she just said.
I have to disagree with you. I think a lot of the women who have been losing their jobs have played critical roles in government.
But if it was really
beyond
critical,
DEI,
if it was really critical, they would still have their job.
No. Red flag. I'm sorry, my sister. Red flag. First of all, what you mean if it was critical, they would still have their job? Someone wrote it. She's trying to, she said we're overhired, so that's why we are more fired now. No. We're only 11.7. Oh, sorry. That's not. 5 countries with the largest public sector workforce. When was this published? 2025. U.S. 21.6 million. 21.6 million. 21.6 million. And remember, black people, if we're going according to the statistics, we make up 11.7%. Ooh, my math. I wish I was a statistics major. Dang, I should have went to math class. I should have went to math class. Oh my God. But anyways, black women, and we're talking about like the people in the workforce. We don't make that much of the public servants. I don't know what sis is talking about. If you have a public sector workforce of 21.6 million, 11.7% black people, y'all do the math. I'm really not good at math. I promise. Okay, so 13.41% of the workforce is in the public sector. But that's the workforce. I need to see the demographics. Hold on. You know what? Let's do that. Because demographics of public servants in the United States. Let's check. Okay, here we go. Thank you. What is the racial and ethnic breakdown of federal government workforce? Just over 61% of the federal government workforce identifies as white, while 18.2% identifies as black. Red flag. Who's getting overhired? It's not us. It's not us. Stop it. Stop it. This is why my live streams last, because for those of you who always ask, why do your live streams last so long? It's because I always have to debunk people. That's what I do all day is fact check, fact check, fact check. This is why. This is why. What is she talking about? When was this? 2023. Okay, this was 2023. It's probably even less now. I need something more recent, but let's go with 2023. Just over 61% of the federal government workforce identifies as white, while 18.2% identifies as black. Let's go back. Let me see if I can find something with... Okay, this one, 2024. Maybe it's going to say it. Okay, here, what the data says about federal workers. Let's see if Pew Research got something for us. Because what's she talking about? What is she talking about? Now I'm amped up. What is she talking about? I want to see the racial breakdown. Let's see what's going on. Where's the racial breakdown? Okay, and let's look at the earning. So there's only, it will say, so 50%, so half of public servant employees in the U.S. make between $50,000 to $109,000. And remember, we saw that it takes at least $85,000 for a single person to survive in the United States as of now. $85,000. Just remember that. And if you are married, it's $80,000 because you're combining incomes. Just so you know. So now, the highest percentage, look at the wages here. Most people, 18% make $50,000 to $69,000. 16.9% make $70,000 to $89,000, and then 15.8% $90,000 to $100,000. 14 it goes lower and lower. 14 $110,000 and above, and then 9.7 blah blah blah. Okay, where's the racial breakdown? Pew Research, please don't fail me. Don't fail me now. Don't fail me. Don't fail me now. Okay, let's check. Okay, here we go. 2024. All right, cool. Whew, this is a little better than 2023. What is going on here? Hold on a second, y'all. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of this ad. Hold on, y'all. Let me get rid of this ad real quick. Okay. Here we go. All right. The demographics of the 2 million civilian servants who work in the federal workforce are fairly representative of the country as a whole. Okay, let's go. So let's look. Okay, let's look at the stats. A national survey conducted by the Partnership of Public Service in the spring of 2024. This is most accurate as of now, but probably a little bit different. But yeah, we'll just go with 2024. found that 47% of U.S. adults agree that people like me work in the federal government. Okay. So overall, in 2024, 62% of Democrats, 35%. We know that changed. All right. Now let's look at black. 58%, 51%, white 44%. I don't think this is right. Oh, they're just talking about themselves, the survey. Okay, if they agree. My bad. Sorry, y'all. It's not the actual population. Okay. This was 2024. Yay, they got an updated one. Yay. Okay, good. So this was updated December 19, 2024. Okay, just last year. Last Christmas. Whew, thank you. So I think it's updated every year. Goodness. All right, so let's check here. Let's check what's going on. Does it say? Come on now, don't fail me now. As of July 2025, 1.8% of jobs in the U.S. were in the federal government. That's a small percentage. 43% of people work in Washington, D.C. So a lot of Washington, D.C. folks are unemployed right now. I'm imagining. Okay, it doesn't break it down. All right, we just have to go with this stat, but that's pretty accurate in my opinion. In my opinion. Let's go. So I don't know what this sister was talking about.
Wasn't that critical?
Let's go back.
Critical roles in government.
But if it was
and it's
really
beyond
critical,
DEI.
if it was
it's
really
beyond
critical,
DEI.
they would still have their job. It wasn't that critical.
No, they don't have their jobs because now there's a policy in place that really has been racialized. It's not. We're looking at a space that how were they able to ascend? It wasn't about the checking the box. It was hard work. It was. We know that in a culture as in America, when have black women ever been given something just because we're checking a box? The women, we are the cornerstone of this economy all across it.
Well, I hear you, but I can also say that one of my first jobs was for the federal government, and I was very clear that I got pushed up ahead of people because I was black and I could check the box.
Red flag, sis. Sorry. So you basically telling us you were underqualified? Is that what you're telling us? And also, just because it's your experience, I mean, I don't know. Allegedly. Is she? Who is she? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna get her name after y'all. I gotta see what's going on here, cause something ain't right here. Something ain't right. Something's not right. I ain't never been pushed for no promotion. I promise you that. Everything came from my hard work. I can guarantee that. 100%. Like I said, if somebody is watching this and they don't believe me, ask about me. That's it. Check my vlogs from before. You could go and see what I've been up to. I have my certifications right here somewhere. I could bring them out, but I don't need to prove that right now. But what I'm trying to say is that, sis, right here, nah, you're a problem. This is why we can't get ahead, y'all. Not all skin folk are kin folk. I'm being honest. I'm being very honest. It's very sad, too. It's very sad.
Well, let me ask you this, because there's a gender economist, Katika Roy, who calculated between February and July that 319,000 black women lost their jobs in the private and public sector. In that same period, job increases for white men was 365,000. There were 176,000 job gains for Hispanic women. There were 142,000 job gains for white women.
So everybody got job gains but us. Interesting.
And so when you suggest that these black women were in jobs to check a box, reconcile that with the increases for these other demographics and communities.
Thank you.
Those jobs were earned
and you see, thank you, my brother. This is what happens when you gotta bring the stats. I love this. This is why I love research. Just don't let people just talk out their mouth, oh yeah, okay. Well, the evidence and research shows that you, ma'am, are not telling the truth here. You're not telling the truth. Hold on, where's my truth shirt? Where's my truth shirt? Sis, you need to do more of this. Tell the truth. Here we go. Tell the truth right now. Tell the truth. Truth. Tell it. Tell the truth. You're lying. Or you're talking about just your experience, but still, this don't make no sense. It doesn't.
They deserve better jobs and deserve to have more jobs, while the hundreds of thousands of black women were just there to be pushed along and check a box?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. Because ultimately, I think we all can agree that DEI is...
Okay, she's a Republican. That's why. Stephanie Donegan. Okay, I hate to put another sister out there. I really try my best not to. I know we all in this together, y'all, but sometimes we have to identify those who are for us and allies. And sometimes people who look like you are not, they do not look for the betterment of your interest. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, they do not look out for your best interest is what I meant to say. And for the betterment of you as a collective. Just remember that. And sometimes, that's why I always say, look at the character first, because there's some white women who will ride for you more than your own people will. And even with black, look at that black man. I'm glad he checked her. That's why I said it's better with character, because then you got people like her coming out and spewing this nonsense, and I'm glad he checked her. Thank you, brothers and sisters on the panel. Sis, she's a conservative political commentator. Of course. I knew it, because I was like, something is wrong. Oh, she did that too? GOP candidate shares clip denying Atlantic slave trade. What? Oh, we gonna get into you, sis. Let me dig into her. Hold up. Let's finish this. Finish this first. Hold on. I was supposed to be gone from here, y'all. This topic is too good. What is going on?
Helped black women. So that's in the first place. DEI has helped minorities, women, white women. DEI has helped not just black women, but when it comes to the conversation of federal workers, with us being such a large percentage of federal workers.
We're not the largest percentage. We're not. Anyways, y'all saw. Y'all could go catch the replay. We're not. Where are you getting your evidence from? Oh, you're getting it from your fellow Republicans. Red flag. They don't have the statistics. They don't. Where are you getting this information from, Miss Ma'am? Where? They don't. Black women make up the most percentage of federal workers amongst black people, not amongst everyone. See, there's a difference. But of course, again, I'm not going to call you an idiot because you're a fellow sister. You see, unlike you, I have a lot of grace for us. So I'm just going to say you're in a sunken place. And you need to come back. Hopefully you'll return. But, sis, I'm going to tell you something right now. Learn how to read stats. Please. I know I'm not the best crayon or sharpest crayon when it comes to statistics, but even I know that is not a fact. That is impossible. It is utterly impossible. So no, black women do not make up most federal government employees. They make up the most federal government employees of black people, not of everyone. There's a difference.
It's deeply insulting to say that. It's deeply insulting that when you're looking at federal workers, we make, 11.7%? That's just in parity of our population. And so that there you have 80%, of more of people that represent different segments of society. So to suggest...
Smart person.
Yes, that black women in some way, that our presence in the federal government has come from just somehow we are checking the box, really undermines the fact that we have been the cornerstone of the labor market in this country.
No, it doesn't. It just looks, that's the way you want to see it. It doesn't. Ultimately, black women were not the only people who were laid off. It's just that the conversation we're having today is around a large percentage of black women, and that is because...
Okay, she said we're not the only people who are laid off. Forbes, y'all. Forbes, reputable. Forbes. Dang it! Why I got all these ads? Please don't tell me there's a paywall. Okay, there's not. All right. Here we go. Stop asking me to subscribe right now. Okay, here we go. All right, this was published August, so just this last month. 7.2% of black people. How about other races? Let's check. All right, even here. There we go. At the bottom here. Hold on, let me not highlight everything. One area that has stood as a one area that has long stood as a pathway of opportunity for black professionals, particularly black women. The federal government accounted for 12,000 job cuts in a single month. Overall, more than 84,000 federal positions have been cut since January. We already knew that. But black women in particular are being pushed to the margins. In particular, what does that mean? Yes, everybody is losing their jobs. However, black people in particular, black women in particular, is the highest number. Mrs. Stephanie Donegan.
Because of how many black women are employed federally. But ultimately, when we talk about people who have still been employed, who have been hired of other ethnicities, of other races, I know for sure, I've seen the conversation on social media, people saying that they're not going back to work yet.
So social media is her reference. Red flag. You don't know how to research. Where did she go to school? What are her credentials? Does she know how to research? Who are you? And you're 43. You're not even that old. Whoa. Education. Where did she go to school, y'all? Revoke the diploma. Revoke it. Revoke it. Revoke it. Where did she go to school? She talking about people on social media. That's her reference, y'all. People on social media. That's like me coming up and saying, well, people in my live chat, they said.
I've seen the conversation of people saying that they're going to sit on unemployment. I've seen the conversation of people saying they're going to start businesses. And so ultimately, I don't even think the numbers are completely correct yet. And I don't know if we're going to know that for a few months.
Dalila, let me get you in here, and I'll bring this, that black women bore the brunt of the job losses during the pandemic. They bore the brunt of the job losses of Doge. And so as we look at this continue in private sector as well, what's that mean on a community economic level, on a home economic level, with black women disproportionately being head of household?
Yes.
In many homes.
You see?
I mean, it's the ripple effect. It's the fact that people can't pay their mortgages. People can't afford to take care of their parents who are sick. They have kids in college. But I want to also mention how, just back to her point about the jobs, the Department of Education had a large amount of black women who were laid off. Many of these women worked in the civil rights divisions. These offices investigated discrimination against black students. There are these real consequential ripple effects that are happening professionally and personally. And we have to keep that in mind.
So do we not think that these jobs will come, as this coming to the state, the Department of Education coming to the states, are we not looking at it as though the jobs will open back up? Are we not looking at it as though it stopped on a federal level, but it will move to a state level? Are we just ignoring that fact?
No, what we're looking...
Ma'am, what are you talking about? How can it go from federal to state level? As far as, okay, you guys do know that the education, the Department of Education in your state, they get federal funding. Does she not understand that concept? What's not clicking here, ma'am? If they're cutting federal funding, cutting federal people, that means it's going to trickle down to the state. What are you talking about, ma'am? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The state is not going to fund public, and even if they end up funding public education, if that, then those people not going to get their jobs back. Because remember, they were doing civil rights and all of that stuff, like history, black history, or trying to teach kids about, like, looking at discrimination, racial discrimination. That was their role. They're not coming back to the schools. But even then, I doubt that the state is going to spend that much money on federal, on school funding. It's usually the federal government that gives the biggest portion.
We're looking at that households are being impacted. What we're looking at
are we going to continue paying people just because we feel bad for them when those...
Because we feel bad for them? No, because they're working. Red flag. Pay everybody who's working, not because we feel bad for them. What are you talking about? Get off this panel. I'm tired of you.
Show that these
Get off.
No, this isn't about feeling bad for them. We're saying that there are credible workers who have actually contributed and continues to
But in
contribute to this
departments
country.
in which we've shown waste, so we can't keep.
But how have we proven waste?
In
You want to know who? I'm sorry to laugh, but this is comical in a way because this is crazy. Is this the Truman Show? What is going on? Have you guys ever seen the movie Don't Look Up? Y'all need to watch that movie. This reminds me of it. Just dumbery, like foolishness. Ma'am, Elon Musk was the one who went through all the records. Y'all, is he a credible person? He's the one who went. He was the head of Doge, y'all. Elon Musk and his teenage whoever his teenage cohorts or employees, whatever. They were the ones who did this whole operation. Goodness.
That's not been proven.
We've got to pause here. Latasha, Dalila, Stephanie, thank you all for staying with me. I will say here, where I started this conversation is where I want to put an exclamation point on the end. What has come for Black workers, and specifically Black women, economists say will be coming for everyone. So this will be a conversation over the next months and years that could expand.
Okay. Who did Doge? Because Doge was the one who looked at the efficiency.
The Trump economy is sputtering. We learned this morning.
Hold on, that's not what I want to watch. Okay, Doge. Not the coin, USA. Okay, here we go. Department of Government Efficiency. Okay. Who was the head of Doge though? I remember. I remember it was. Yup. Wasn't it Musk? Tesla boss Elon Musk has left the Trump administration in his role in Doge, the body tasked with reducing U.S. government spending and cutting jobs. This was the man that was in charge until May. So from now until May, he was there. From now till May. Interesting. Yeah, it was led by Musk. I knew I wasn't wrong. It was led by Musk. From January till May. Okay. All right, y'all. Lord, she says a whole bunch. I'm not even going to listen to her. The transatlantic slavery trade is a fake history. Okay, good luck, girl. I'm not watching that. This is nonsense. All right. What time is it? Yeah. I want to say the final video. That's it. We need a palate cleanser and we out of here because I done gave y'all so many different perspectives. So what we going to do is we going to have a nice palate cleanser here. Here. Palette cleanser. We gonna find something nice. Here we go. We gonna palette cleanser, y'all. This was 2 months ago.
As a Black woman, living and traveling through Europe has been so incredibly liberating.
I would say my experience has been very different than what I'm used to.
I think I have found and ultimately achieved the American dream outside the U.S.
Black Americans have long looked to other countries for a sense of freedom and belonging. But over the last decade, Black expats have become even more visible, if not more numerous.
They really see a kind of oasis for them to really create the life that they dreamed of in a way that's financially feasible, safe, and a bit more inclusive than what they found in the United States.
And with political and civil unrest on the rise at home, we may see more Black citizens finding their American dreams abroad.
Okay, so again, I'm not saying everybody should move, obviously not, but what I'm saying is I'm using this as a palate cleanse. We need to cleanse our palates right now because this will give us some hope, okay? Let's see how these people were able to do this and what they've been able to accomplish because right now, America's in shambles. We have Uncle Thomasita that was up on that stage talking reckless, and it's just a mess. Or Auntie Thomasita.
For many Americans living abroad, including Black expats, the decision to leave the U.S. comes down to a simple question of money.
A majority of them, since they're already working from home, have found that it's easier for them to make that move and finding it very financially lucrative for them to have that income from the U.S. and live in a place where it will have a cheaper cost of living.
Monthly expenses here, if you want to live comfortably, I'd say $2,000 US. I have lived here on less, and there are definitely people who live here on a lot more.
So I am living in a fully furnished 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, which is around 250 Omani Real a month. So that's like around $650 US per month that I pay in rent.
Our money absolutely goes further here than.
But then there's another debate. We're not going to talk about it today, but the more people are moving abroad, the harder it is on the economy of the people living abroad. Y'all, that's another topic. We'll talk about that next week. Let's continue. Palate cleanse right now.
We make less money, but we're still living pretty comfortably.
The lower cost of living available in many foreign countries has been a big draw for U.S. expats of all races. But for Black expats in particular, there's another reason to move abroad: being judged by their nationality instead of their skin color.
I would say that as I've traveled around.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but then it doesn't solve all the problems though. That's the thing. I can give you guys it's a mixed bag. You're gonna make it harder for the local economy. That's number one, and number two, sometimes it's just temporary. It depends on what you do. That's what I have to say. It does depend on what you do. If you're in business or if you're working, it really depends. There's a lot, but I would say it's not a bad idea, y'all. I'm telling y'all, for those who can, do it. For those who can't, that's okay. This is just to give you ideas of how other people were able to save up money and go abroad. Maybe it could give you ideas to stay home and do it locally. You know what I mean? Like build up your own communities and whatnot. You don't have to live abroad to be able to live a certain lifestyle, but maybe it can inspire you in the future to do something else.
World, I'm typically an American first. And then I've also seen where quite often people are not as used to Black people traveling and being in whatever the space is. So it's almost like you're celebrated and people will come up to you and they want to talk and engage with you. So I found that it's been, maybe for the first time in my life, a privilege to be a Black person.
In Costa Rica, I feel that people are treated as humans first because that's not always been my experience in the United States. I feel like I'm seen as a Black woman first, and that doesn't have the positive connotation that it does here.
I just get to exist here. I just get to exist in peace, and I'm not worried about someone following me around at the store or, treating me differently because of my skin color. I'm just seen as an American here.
It's difficult to say how many Black Americans are living.
Okay, but remember, her experience is going to be different because she has a husband that's from the country. So whatever she says is going to be totally different because she has a privilege than other people. She's able to navigate in a different way because her husband is there.
Abroad. But interest in Black expats has increased over the past 10 years, especially during periods of political tension, like the 2024 presidential election. The visibility of Black expats has also risen as more and more posts about their lives on platforms like TikTok and Instagram. A search for Black expats on Facebook groups yielded at least 200 groups devoted to Black people living abroad.
A lot of Black expats started to document their experiences, and the more they documented their experiences, the more it encouraged other people who were considering the move to do so.
There are also networks and apps devoted to Black travelers like Expat, Green Book Global, and Nomadness. Online magazines like Travel Noir provide Black travelers with news and reviews of international destinations.
They really provide that safe space for people to decide and decipher whether they want to make that move, and if they do, it also provides the next steps from a first-hand account on how they can do so.
These communities show a wide range of destinations where Black expats are traveling.
Some of the places that I see a lot of Black expats moving to, Mexico is a really big one. Places like Mexico City, Playa del Carmen, and Merida, Mexico. Thailand is also
all oversaturated with expats, y'all. This is a problem. That's why they don't want us there no more. They having protests for us. Y'all should see the protests in Portugal. They like, we done with y'all. And not just us, because we're a small percentage. They talking about our other counterparts, our white counterparts. They are upset, y'all. So this is another big problem. We probably gonna talk about that next week. You know what? From now on, I realized something. I'm gonna let this play through, but I realized something. I think my live streams are gonna be a little different. I will format one relationship video, and then the other video will be about these type of social issues. I really enjoy talking about these things, to be honest with you. So I think this would be a good blend, like one social issue relationship video, and then one social issue.
A really
as far as Sunday live stream. Saturday will probably be a mix of different things.
Popular destination with Black expats, and also Portugal has also a really great.
Oh, y'all know Stephanie Perry? Hold on, that girl from Yonder. You know Stephanie Perry? I love her. I watch her channel. Even though I don't live abroad, I just love watching her. She's amazing. You know what? We might have to watch a Stephanie Perry video next time too.
Black expat community as well.
Some countries have been more welcoming of Black expats than others. Most notably Ghana, which announced its year of return.
Oh, Ghana! Somebody mentioned Africa in the. You guys said, as long as they don't go to African countries, or I think that's what you said. Act like they own it. Listen, sis. Listen, we there's a lot of work to do. So yeah, Ghana has asked for us to return, but you know what, next week, how about we do a segment next week about how that's been working out for some folks, good and bad.
In 2019, inviting members of the African diaspora to visit the country. Dr. Juanita Lewis, an American food scientist, moved to Accra, Ghana in 2020 and became a Ghanaian citizen 4 years later.
Okay. I've always wanted to live outside of the U.S., and that was always a goal of mine. It was just a matter of where.
Lewis had already spent time in Ghana working for the U.S. State Department.
I really just enjoyed living here. I knew that it would be an easier transition. And also I wanted to explore more of the African continent, which of course I would have access to that here.
Making the move wasn't cheap. Lewis says she spent about $500 shipping her possessions to Ghana.
$500? That's not that bad. $500? What you talking about? That's not cheap. That's not that bad, y'all. Y'all, I spent almost $1,600 to move my apartment in the same city, just 30 minutes away. I have to start saying we spent $1,600 to move our apartment when we were living in the other place to this place. $1,600, y'all. She spent $500 to ship abroad. That's a good ass deal, in my opinion. Why are we so damn expensive in Canada? Y'all let me know if you're Canadian. This is craziness. $500 to me is a good deal. You shipped yourself to Ghana for $500? That's really good. I think we spent more when we shipped our stuff from Korea to here. $500's not bad, y'all.
And about $1,000 for her Ghanaian work permit.
That's cheap. That's not expensive at all. $1,500 for a work permit is a win. That's not that expensive. I don't know. Maybe because I'm used to too many high prices. I don't think that's that expensive to me, but maybe I'm wrong.
She also had to pay a year's rent in advance for her.
A year's rent, $3,000. This is a joke, y'all. Sorry, I'm not laughing because it's funny. I wish I could spend $3,000 on a year's rent. I wish. Y'all want to know how much roughly? I'm not giving y'all my exact rent. Look at y'all pocket watches. I'm just kidding. I'm going to tell you roughly how much I spend. Or how much we spend. I got to stop saying I, because people going to be thinking that Dom is a, hold on a second. Sorry, I got distracted. How much rent is in Canada, I should say. Oh, okay, here we go. $27,000. Almost $28,000 roughly. And since it's spending $3,000, I don't know, y'all. This might be hell. I'm contemplating. Maybe I need to go to Ghana. What's going on, yo? What's up with Ghana? Is it good? Is the food good? What's going on? You know, they speak English, so that's great. I could have Dom go and learn about the culture, everything. We might need to really think about this. I'm not lying, y'all. I'm dead serious. We might need to think about exploring our options. I'm not gonna lie. This looks mighty tempting. Even if it's temporary, it looks mighty tempting. You know what we could do? We could get our money up and then come back after, and then be able to afford a house. Just get your money up somewhere else and then come back and then into the workforce again. But yeah, I just don't like how it messes up the local economy though. But I don't know. We might have to look at options. This seems really good. This is very affordable, actually. I might say.
Roughly $3,000. But she said...
Dirt, right? At the Deaf Studio. Dirt cheap. Deaf Studio. Don't you live on the West Coast? You know what I'm talking about. This is nothing. Yo, sis spent... Let's go back. She spent $4,500, y'all. That's nothing. Nothing. And in some countries, I know Ghana's probably like Haiti. In Haiti, you pay your you pay your rent a year in advance. That's really not that. I don't know. I'm gonna have to start thinking some things because I don't know. I'm not lying to you. I'm half joking, but I'm joking, but I'm not really joking, guys. And Dom is ready to move anywhere, to be quite honest with you. Like he's ready for it. Maybe not now, but I'm not gonna lie. If in 2 years or so, if things don't get better, don't be surprised if you see us in another country. It won't be Korea because Korea's not for us. But don't be surprised if you see us pop out in another country. I'm just gonna say that. Don't be surprised.
Advance for her apartment, roughly $3,000. But she said she had already saved up more than enough money for the move.
Before I came to Accra, I would say I had about maybe about $40,000.
Lewis now runs Crescendo Foods, a nonprofit shared commercial kitchen that works to educate and connect food professionals across Africa.
Good for her.
Bringing people from across the diaspora to come to Ghana, learning about Ghanaian food systems, but doesn't just stop there. It's to actually learn food systems across the continent as a whole.
She says that even though running the organization takes a lot of effort, the Ghanaian approach to work is much different than in the U.S.
In the U.S., we are thinking that everything is due right now. Everything is urgent. Everything is kind of a house on fire. And then here in Ghana, it's like, okay,
it's slow living.
Yes, it's important, but also I need to take care of myself and figure out what's more important before I get there. So that is a nice change.
But while moving abroad has been a boon to many Black Americans, it has not been without controversies. Digital nomads and tourists have been blamed in many parts of the world for rent hikes and increases in the cost of living.
This is what I was talking about. It does definitely hit, especially I think if people were more spread out, then it wouldn't be a problem. But it's like once one person talks about a country, then everybody just goes to that country, and then it's a lot. Everybody moves there, and then the cost of living goes up. Thailand is like same thing. All those countries, same thing.
In Ghana in 2024, tensions rose between expats and local farmers who claimed their ancestral land had been taken from them for a diaspora.
Yeah, because there was this one lady. Hold on, let me stop for this. Let's watch it. Let me stop that. Let me go back.
Increases in the cost of living. In Ghana in 2024, tensions rose between expats and local farmers who claimed their ancestral land had been taken from them for a diaspora settlement.
And that's why I really implore Black expats to do their research on destinations before they travel there. Don't go without researching the area's history and the area's culture, especially as it relates to land ownership, displacement, colonialism, etc. Do your research in that aspect to make sure that the destination that you're moving to is one that is more welcoming. There's already a vibrant culture wherever you want to move. Intertwine yourself within that. Support local businesses. Give back money to the community so that you can make sure you're moving responsibly.
Despite any cultural tensions, most of the Black expats that Make It spoke with say they don't have any intention of returning to the United States.
As much as I love my friends and my family back in the States, I don't really see myself living there long term unless there's a reason that I have to go back, for family, of course. Ideally, I would love to retire abroad.
I am definitely happier living in Costa Rica than I used to be in the United States. I've gained my family back. I've gained the opportunity to spend time with them and create more freedom in myself, but also freedom within our family to explore our dreams and our passions.
I can honestly say I don't feel like we'll ever move back to the U.S. permanently. It is truly such a more fulfilling, more richer life abroad. The experiences that we've been able to have as a family family abroad. Just being able to see the world, to meet new people, to experience a new language, cultures, traditions is just so special and something that we aren't really exposed to enough in the United States. So while I know that we won't be nomadic forever, I definitely know that our home is outside of the U.S.
Okay, so there we go, y'all. That was our palate cleanser. What I will say though is you have to be careful where you go. Like the young sister said, you have to research. But not only that, but visa. Visa is the problem, y'all. Visa. Honestly, visa. Visa is the issue. To become a permanent resident is not as easy as people think it is. And the problem is that once you go in a country, the laws can change quickly if you're not a permanent resident. So for the sis that had the Greek husband, she doesn't have to worry about that. She's a Greek, she'll get permanent residence through her husband and then on a pathway to citizenship. Just like in Korea, I don't have to worry about that. And that's one of the reasons why I don't want to move abroad, is because of that. If it's not Korea or Canada, then we would have to go through the whole visa process, and that is extremely time consuming and it's hard. It's not easy, y'all. It's really not. And laws can change at any time. I think recently, was it Turkey? Yeah, Turkey just changed their laws all of a sudden. And then if you are on a pathway to permanent residency, boom, bye, you gotta go. Same thing with Canada. I know so many temporary foreign workers and they have work permits. And the problem is that they were on the pathway to permanent residency, and then the federal government just decided, hey, we're just gonna cut permanent resident positions and temporary foreign workers. Sorry, we're gonna cut the jobs. We don't have any more space for you guys. You guys gotta go. So imagine all the hard work that you're putting in to learn the language, to do all of that work, and then the laws can change. Even in Korea, there were so many times the Korean government would change their mind. They'd be like, oh, well, you need this many points to get a permanent resident visa. And then all of a sudden, changed, got higher. It was worse. So it's very different. And especially, like I think someone mentioned in the chat, Japan, right now they're going through their anti-tourist movement, anti-foreigner movement. So it's not as easy as people make it seem. But I will say, though, that I'm happy that these folks were able to find the lifestyle that worked for them. However, if you are a person who craves stability and predictability, I highly recommend you do not move abroad. Stay where you at. Stay where you are. Please, stay where you are. Stay where you are. And maybe, you know what? I want to do a segment of how you can increase your economic viability. And we were talking about bartering yesterday, bartering food, farmers markets. Like, we need to start talking about all that stuff. So I'm going to reserve some space in my live streams for those type of conversations as well. So that's what I can do. So let me read a few more comments and then I am up out of here. Let's see. Whoa. There's so many comments. I didn't get to read everything, but I just saw a few. At the Dev Studio, you said, girl, why is... okay, MS. Before I read At the Dev Studio. MS asked, why is Korea not for y'all? Okay, that's a really good question. It's because economically it wasn't given what it's supposed to be, what it's supposed to give, to be quite honest with you. And what I have found is that, hold on, I think why are my comments like this? Hold on a second, y'all. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, I'm just gonna talk. I don't know if okay, it's not blocking. Okay, good. It's just on my screen. What happened with Korea is that economically it just wasn't worth it for us. Yes, housing was way cheaper than Canada. That's a fact. Food is way cheaper than Canada. That's a fact. But your career prospects are not that high, unfortunately. And also, it just wasn't a good long-term country because of just so many social issues. And we just didn't like it, to be quite honest with you. It just didn't blend with me. And also it was mostly me, to be quite honest with you. My career prospects were too low as far as just teaching English or doing that type of thing. I don't want to be an English teacher. That's not my job, right? That's not my career. That was never my career path. It was just something to make money, but it wasn't the end all be all, right? And so what ended up happening with me is that I just felt unfulfilled. I felt like I didn't have a purpose anymore, and it was really annoying me, to be quite honest with you. So I was depressed, especially the last year before I left. That's why I left so quickly. I don't know if you've been an OG. There was one video I said, oh, I'm gonna leave Korea. We're gonna leave in like a year. I said a year. I was supposed to leave Korea after our wedding in 2023. I actually left before our wedding. I left in March of 2023. And it was because I was just depressed. I just felt like, I don't know, I'm the type of person, like, I love working, to be honest with y'all. I'm definitely a career woman. I'm what you would describe as a career woman. I love having a purpose outside of myself. I love, like, being able to do different activities. I love going to school. I love learning new things. I'm always on the go. I love having multiple things going on at once. And maybe it was because I was unmedicated at the time, but my depression hit hard, y'all. It was like, when you work a job that you're not really satisfied with, it can get to your mental health. And I just really I love the kids, but I just didn't like teaching English like that. Like, it wasn't my thing, right? And I know some English teachers there, they love Korea. They love it. It's amazing. But for me, I just didn't like it. And I also didn't like the societal norms. It just didn't match it didn't align with my values. That's what I'm going to say. My value system set up a little differently. And also the work culture was way too rigid for me. I like more flexibility. And that was one of my major reasons. Now, as far as Dom, he has his own reasons as well, but he just felt like there was a ceiling over where he could hit. It's really hard to start a business in Korea. There are not a lot of small businesses, unless you own a chicken shop or something like that. Like, you can have a small business, but it's, you got to remember, they have a very, they have a chaebol system, which is like the top, like most of the companies that you guys see are the top companies. Like, it's really hard to start a business. It's really hard to do different things. And especially if you're not rich, forget it. And Korea is like that. So it was just too difficult as far as seeing like a future, as far as what you want to do. Like, maybe what we were doing at that time was okay, but for future wise and where we wanted our family to go, and by family, I'm talking about me and him. And we didn't even get on kids yet. And we said that if we did have kids, we'd want them to be in Canada, right? Raised in Canada. That was our preference as far as that. So there were a lot of reasons, but those were the top reasons. It's just, I just wasn't happy as far as like job prospects go. It just wasn't, I wasn't with it, to be quite honest with you. Working all the time. And then people, long hours, like, just expectations, like, it was just not for me. A lot of people pleasing. I just was like, nah, it's not y'all already see my personality. I'm not that type. I'm too real for some people, and I just couldn't fake it no more. I was like, nah, I can't be fake with y'all. You said, girl, you and Dom should stay in your government job so you guys get vested for retirement and then go live wherever you want for dirt cheap and stack bread. Yeah, that's what we're planning on doing. I was, wishful thinking of moving abroad. We should. Yeah, I know. It would be the best option, but to be honest with you, like, nothing is guaranteed right now. It's like, it's just so up in the air because even governments are doing job cuts too, y'all. So that's why I said, let's see what happens in 2 years and see where that takes us. Like, if I get laid off or if one of us gets laid off, then we're going to have to make some tough decisions, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean we'll move abroad because I love where I live. I love this city. I love where I live. It's just too damn expensive. Red flag. Why is it so dang on expensive here? Why? Why is it expensive here? And even if we move to another city, a smaller city, is the same. Everybody's going to move to the same city and jack up the prices. It's just how the world is right now. It just is. But yeah, I definitely agree with you on stacking up. That's our plan. But again, that's if neither of us gets laid off. And then we can continue on with the plan that we have. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Stephanie Perry, y'all. Shout out to her. Would love to visit Costa Rica. Panama is also another popular expat hub. Just the language barrier. Yes, Sasha, I would love to visit Costa Rica too. It's beautiful. I had a friend who went there. She loved it. She loved it. Romy, I super chatted you. You did? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see. Thank you, sis. Thank you for the super chat. I'm so sorry, y'all, because when the comments go quickly, sometimes I don't have time to see them. Thank you so much at the girl from yonder. Thank you, sis. I did not know. Do you have Korean citizenship? If it's okay, if you don't want to answer, girl, I answer everything. As long as the question isn't about my sex life with my husband, then no. But I'm not going to answer that. But anything else, I'm all for it. I'm very transparent. No, I do not have Korean citizenship. No. I have Korean permanent. Well, I relinquished it. I had Korean permanent, not even permanent residency. It was a wife visa? Foreign? Hold on. What is it? The F6. I had the F6 visa. Hold up. Let me show you. It was called the... Child, I done forgot already, yo. I done forgot. F6 visa, Korea. This is the visa I had. The spouse visa. This is the visa I had. So basically, like, it was renewed every year. Some people got it for 5 years. It really depends. But that's the pathway to permanent residency. And then it just allows you to work in Korea as a Korean national. I was literally the same as a Korean national, similar, but I just couldn't vote. So that's the visa I had. I was not a citizen. Nope. And I contemplated. I'm still considering getting. I did contemplate getting citizenship, but it meant that I had to stay in the country for an extra amount of time, and I was just like, nah. Nah. I said, if something happens to Dom and his parents need my help, they just gonna come here, or I'm just gonna go there and help them out or something. Or if his parents need to come here, if they get sick or something like that, we'll just have to go to Korea temporarily and take care of them. But for the time being, it's better for us to be here. That's why we chose the West Coast, because my family's on the East Coast, his family's in Asia, so it's like midpoint for both. So if we need to fly out, we can fly out, because my parents are in Quebec. Yeah, I'm so sorry, sis. I really didn't know you sent me a super chat, but thank you so much. Yep, lowest price. Oh, y'all talking about her conference. Yeah, go join her conference, y'all. Countries are becoming more exclusionary now because there's a push from native citizens to put the native citizens first, and that's valid, y'all. It's valid. It's valid, y'all. It's completely valid, and I completely understand, because they're making it worse for the locals, just like us. Everything got worse when people kept coming in and taking housing and all that stuff, so I can't even fault them for that. Keep your Canadian home and travel a few months a year. That's our plan. That's what we want to do, but it's so hard to own a home in Canada. It's so difficult, y'all. It's really hard. And it's like we have to find other alternatives to try to make extra money, because it's too difficult. Even with the good jobs we have, imagine. Just imagine. Shout out to integrity. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't like being fake, y'all. I can't be fake at all. I wish I could, man. If I was fake, I'd be a millionaire right now. I could make so much money. Dang, I missed the couple content wave, y'all. Dom and I could have had a nice little channel, y'all. We could have been big. We could have been like Risa and Quan and them. We could have been like, give me some popular YouTubers. The Ace fam, well, they are in shambles now, but we could have been big. Unfortunately, I have a conscience too much. Not saying that they don't, but I can't fake it, y'all. If I don't like something, I don't like it. Yeah, you said you heard the work culture is a lot too, in terms of how the amount of hours they have people working. Yes, MS, but I mean, it wasn't a lot because I was teaching. I didn't teach. It was basically like they had me doing stuff like last minute. I didn't like that. That's number one. Number two, it's like, oh, you just have these expectations on you of how you should do things, where you should do things. They don't give you the autonomy to kind of do your own thing. And I was grateful because I did have some good friends at my school, and my, what was she called? She was like our teacher leader or something. She was real cool too. I really liked, well, I love her, obviously. She's really cool peoples. But I'm just saying the structure, the work culture was way too, I didn't like it. It was a bit toxic for me. I didn't like it at all. Oh, yeah, you like when I say red flag. We need red flag merch. I'm working on it, y'all. Y'all know I'm a little slow, man. I'm so slow, y'all. I'm so slow. But I'm getting there. Eventually, it'll come out. It will come out eventually. At the Dev Studio, we love your conscience, Romy. Thank you, sis. I try, man. I'm telling y'all, I could have made a pretty coin. Could have made a pretty penny. But it is what it is, man. I just got to keep it real. The family channel stuff. Yeah, we could have been like Maisley, y'all. Let me stop talking. I'm going to shut up. I think it's time for me to leave. You know what? You said like Gohan and Soros do clickbait content. I hate that for them because there's more authentic things they can do. You know what? I agree with you, MS. I agree. Yes. But you know what? Shout out to Soros. She got her real estate license. I'm really happy for her. That's the last video I saw. I saw that she had her real estate license. Because remember, I did the case study and I was trying to follow up and see how she's doing. But to be honest with you, good luck and Godspeed. But yeah, we could have been like Maisley on our 9th child by now, y'all. But we just couldn't do it. It just wasn't working. But you know what? Whatever works for other people, it works for them. It is what it is. I just have a different belief system. But again, that's just different. It doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just different. But anywho, y'all, have a good night. I kept y'all on. It's 7:33. Oh my God, I only did 6 hours. Oh yeah, my usual. All right, y'all, have a good night. I will see you, some of you on Wednesday. Twitch. Follow me on Twitch. Love Island Games. I'm going to be streaming it live on Twitch. And I will see the rest of you on Saturday and also in the Discord. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves. Thank you so much for watching everything with me and for this conversation. It was very necessary. Loved every single second of it. And hope